quickly, and there we have the problem, right? As soon as you start selling it quickly, the price drops, and it would drop rapidly, for which anyone here who does have gold needs to think about what you're doing with it, right? Because maybe it's not something that you would want at this point, because if they did dump a load of it, then the price will drop tremendously and incredibly quickly. Yeah, it's a difficult one. I mean, and my point really was about the Great Depression was the America was really on its way to being a proper superpower at this point, right? They huge resources, and there it took the war to get them out of something like this, and at the rate that was happening to Russia, the consequences are going to be even worse, and they don't even have anyone who'd be prepared to help them. That was my real final point. There isn't anyone who'd be prepared to help them. The Saudis aren't going to loan them money. China isn't going to loan them money. The Saudis may want to do some business with Russia because that's because they're screwing with the United States, because they're upset with the United States as well, and other countries are as well. But at that point, all these countries who were relying on their, as I said, their weapon systems. Um, uh, why would you ever buy a new MiG from Russia? Because they would be able to build it. So countries who buy these things, unless it's small arms, will be really rethinking their defense systems, and that will have another, that will have a change in attitudes all over the place. When people start rethinking, how can we do our defense if the people we get our weapons from can't even produce them? It's good news all around.
But Russia might be able to deliver a MiG to you, but you couldn't fly it. It would just be a photo op on the tarmac.
No, exactly, right. Yeah, and they wouldn't be flying it there either. It would just have to come on train, because the likelihood is it would drop out of the sky. It's just great news, right? Watching the collapse of Russia through finances. I mean, it's a big task still to go, and I get that, Beefeater, but this is actually pretty decent news at the moment, especially the way things are looking at the moment. So we've got the counter-offensive, and all the other things that are going to happen with Russia. And I will finish this on that counter-offensive is very offensive. Oh, and finally, I would say yes. The Prince is here. She's taking over. So I will bid everyone good night, adieu, Nosta et to all of you. It's been a very nice night, and I will be here tomorrow.
Enjoy your tea, David. Always a pleasure to be here in the balcony with you and Axel. And with go ahead, David.
No, I was going to say Toodle Pip. There you are. Finish it off.
Toodle Pip. So there's something I've never said before in my life, and I just said it. This is the marvel of MriyaReport. You learn so much. Not sure exactly how I will use Toodle Pip again, but I'm sure I will. With that, we will go to Meta.
Okay, thank you. It's wonderful news, and thank you, Beefeater, for your extensive work and knowledge and everything. It's just beautiful. I just been visiting the Wimbledon and boosted a little bit and told my opinions there, and. This Russian collapse is coming. It's like, they can't hide it quite much longer, and they are selling it with they're selling the oil with a lower cost than they can ever. It's unhandleable, and they are selling their gold, and I heard that they are doing these bonds that everybody who owns so and so much money in the bank, they have to buy bonds, stay some Russian bonds, and give the money to Russia. It's just they are thinking, but they did make a move to liquidate the biggest energy company in Finland, Fortum, today. But it's just, I mean, in the West we have to keep the eye on the ball, so as they say in a tennis court, keep the eye on the ball and try to get Spain and Belgium and whoever there is still dependent on their energy. But thank you very much for that speech. What I wanted was report a little bit more rumors. There was this explosions in St. Petersburg, and that was allegedly close to the airport. Probably not a hit, but it's been close. And then there's been some banging in Rostov as well, some explosions. And then there's this expanding rumor that Putin rushed to St. Peter, Putin rushed to Kremlin with all these blue lights and convoys. And then this it's not unconfirmed, but there's alleged that Erdogan, Turkey, is in hospital, and they say that he's been poisoned. So that's maybe.
Meta, you are unfortunately repeating just a lot of rumors.
Yeah, I know.
Well, but it's important not just to read tweets and repeat them. I mean, the explosion in St. Petersburg is not confirmed. Erdogan's condition
Well,
is
there's
confirmed.
videos of them.
Yeah,
There's videos of them.
yeah. Well, the vice president of Turkey has already stated that Erdogan is not currently in hospital. Maybe we'll know more tomorrow.
Yeah.
These are the kinds of stories that you have to wait to develop. You have to wait for them to unfold.
I'm sorry. I'm just a bit excited. Especially this one that if Putin is rushed to Kremlin, that's very rare. So there's has to be something going on. But maybe it's the explosions. I don't know what it is, or maybe he's planning this 9th of May. We don't know. But I just wanted to sort of lift your spirits.
Well, maybe all Putin had to do was go pee in a hurry, and that's why they had to turn on the blue lights and race to the Kremlin. Who knows?
That's possible. Who knows? But let's just keep the eye on the ball. And sorry if it's just rumors, but I said it's all unconfirmed. It's just rumors, but we'll see tomorrow. But thank you. I'm going to sleep soon, so so you won't have to hear my rumors anymore tonight. Okay. Bye.
Goodbye and good night, Meta. Thank you. And welcome, Prince.
Good evening, Alan. I hope you are doing well today. It has been a very interesting and exciting day in some ways. It's been rather interesting. I've spent a lot of time looking for documents and doing random little things like that, and writing letters and making phone calls and just trying to get all of the things taken care of, especially with the news of this resolution having been introduced in the United States House and the United States Senate. I finally got my hands on the wording, the actual wording, to make sure that there wasn't something snuck in there that was sneaky and not desirable, but it looks like a good resolution. I have called my congressman. I have written to my senators, and I will probably follow up writing to my congressman also. I probably, if I want to extend my reach at all to other congressmen in my area, I will call their offices, because you do not have the option to send them a message via their contact page on their website, because you have the wrong zip code for their district. But I probably could call them and leave them a message anyway, and encourage them to uh, to support the resolution when it comes. So yeah, so I've been looking at that stuff. You know, a resolution isn't a law, but it directs and makes known the intention of the United States, and having that written out very clearly is an important thing for us to do. It's sad that it's taken us this long, but I'm glad that it's starting to make its way through now. And now the resolutions have been referred to the Foreign Relations committees in the Senate and the House, and so now we wait. But while we wait, we contact our congressmen and senators and encourage them to support this. One of the senators in my state is actually on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, and so I was very intentional in my wording and in my letter to him, especially because he is on that committee, and so it will be something that he deals with before it goes to the entire Senate.
Well, you know, Prince, we'll get some tweets up in the nest about these resolutions, and now that we're just kind of getting into the fringes of North American time here, it's approaching 7 p.m. We get a lot more American listeners, and so we are going to pay some attention to these resolutions that have been introduced in the U.S. House and U.S. Senate, and we'll get the wording up into the nest. And the reason why is because when you read this resolution, it takes you through the entire history of Ukraine's uh, fight for freedom, opposition to Russia. It's yearning to break free from Russian imperialism and Russian corruption, and to join the EU and NATO. And this is an extraordinarily well written and comprehensive resolution. Not all of them are, and because it's written so well, you can look at it and understand this is not a politically inspired resolution in the House and the Senate. It's an ethically inspired resolution in the House and the Senate. Now, the text for the Senate resolution has not yet come out. I believe it will mirror word for word the House
It is
resolution.
it's in the it's in the record for yesterday. That document I sent you was from I can send you the original, but the writing was so teeny that I I couldn't read it. I had to make it into, or actually Nancy made it into something else. I'll send you the original.
And that's the Senate resolution, Prince, or just the House?
No, that's the Senate resolution.
Okay. I just looked, you know, there are some great websites you can check. You know, all of congress.gov. You can find any piece of legislation that's moving through the House or the Senate, find out where it is, when the hearings are, if a vote has been taken, what the results are, etc. So I checked this afternoon and I did not see the text for the Senate resolution. So again, word for word, House and Senate, very important. Uh, you know, the Senate resolution started with 3 co-sponsors. I think the House resolution started with 18 co-sponsors. And I happen to feel both these resolutions will gain ground very, very quickly.
Yeah, I think so. And go ahead and take a peek at what I just sent you. Um, It is official. It's for the April 25th congressional record of the Senate. It's in the first column on the left, and you can see it about halfway down there, Senate Resolution 172. So it is part of the congressional record, which means it's been introduced, I believe. So yeah, and I should have brought this up earlier. I should have had this up. I apologize. I believe that the uh, co-sponsors are Richard Blumenthal and Lindsey Graham on the Senate side. So that is of course also a good sign there with some bipartisanship. So we're very happy to see this kind of stuff happening happening in the United States Congress, and it's really a lot of, I think, happened in partnership with the Helsinki Commission and the Helsinki Commission. When I house um,
Prince,
go
your audio your audio is breaking up a little bit. Does a parrot have the microphone in his mouth or beak?
Are we better now?
Yes, now we're much better.
When I originally found the House resolution text, I actually found it on the Helsinki Commission's website. So just to know how key and important the Helsinki Commission is in getting this kind of stuff done. And we're really lucky that they are friends of the MriyaReports and the MriyaReport, and that we've done some work with them, especially when it comes to the visit of the Veterans Affairs people to Ukraine just last week. And I'm still excited to hear what all happened with that. And I know that people are working on getting them to come and visit us to share what happened on that visit. So did you get a chance to take a peek at that?
Yeah, yes, I just looked at the congressional record. One of my favorite daily records. I can tell you some stories about the congressional record someday. So there are three co-sponsors in the Senate. It's Blumenthal, Graham, and Sheldon Whitehouse. Blumenthal, I believe, is on foreign relations, as is Lindsey Graham. If I'll check that, but I think they are both members of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. But as I say, these resolutions have been introduced in only the last 2 days. And I happen to think they will gain ground quickly, meaning more and more co-sponsors, simply because of what's happening right now in Ukraine is refocusing our attention on how Ukraine is fighting for victory. And also because this resolution actually makes a very clear, strong, and decisive declaration of what U.S. policy should be in Ukraine. This is exactly what General Breedlove called for yesterday in his interview here at MriyaReport. And Breedlove, was the former Supreme Commander of Allied Forces or of Allied forces in Europe, the Supreme Commander of European forces. So that's a top position over there, and it's one of the specific things he said. So I'm very pleased these resolutions have been introduced. And you know what, Prince? This is our chance to talk to all of our listeners and tell them what an important opportunity they have because these resolutions have now been introduced and referred to committee. You contacted your members of Congress today. I contacted my members of Congress today. Everyone can do that.
Yeah, and I love that the name of this is Ukrainian Victory, and that's what it's about. it's all about Ukrainian victory, and it's a very important message, I think, for the United States to put out. It I know it's not the president saying Ukraine must win, which is something we all want to hear. And I said those words especially for Axel, because I know that those are very important words that we should be hearing from our president. This does, though, use Ukrainian victory, and it lays out very clearly um, points that are in President Zelensky's plan for Ukrainian victory. It doesn't talk about negotiation. It doesn't talk about a settlement. It doesn't talk about compromise. It talks about victory, and it speaks directly to President Zelensky's points on his 10-point peace plan. So those are all very important things. And earlier today we had Will Attic up. He was talking about this piece of legislation. It was actually when I woke up this morning and turned the volume up on the report. It was the first thing I heard was him talking about this. And we had people then for the next little while who had heard him talk come up to speak and say, I heard you say that, so I signed off here for a second and I called and I'm back already. So it didn't take me any time to get a message to my senator's or my congressman's office. So that the fact it doesn't take long. I actually earlier today, while I was up at speaker, penned the notes to my senators and got those sent off. And so it's a fairly easy, simple, quick thing to do, just to call them and make them aware. Make them aware of this, because sometimes they're not always aware of every detail and every little thing until later in the process. But this is very early in the process. These were both just introduced yesterday, and so getting them aware of it as early as possible, getting their support on it as early as possible is a good thing. Making them aware gives them, if they want time and they need time to investigate it and research it and talk to people or whatever, that'll give them a little time to do it so that they aren't up across a deadline. So just really encourage all of our North American United States people to contact their congressmen and their senators to express to them how much the support of this resolution means and how much Ukrainian victory means to the United States.
I'll get a tweet up into the nest very quickly so people can actually read the resolution. And as I say, this resolution is so comprehensive, it really deserves a quick read. Just ignore every paragraph that begins with the word whereas, because that's the way resolutions are written in the U.S. Congress. But I can it gives you a timeline, both of U.S. policy and Ukrainian history. And I can quickly start out. This resolution reads, whereas Ukraine regained its independence in 1991 after 3 centuries of Moscow's imperial rule, whereas the United States encouraged Ukraine to abandon its arsenal of nuclear weapons, the third largest in the world at the time, in exchange for security assurances in the Budapest Memorandum of 1994. Whereas the 2004 Orange Revolution and the Revolution of Dignity in 2014 demonstrated the commitment of Ukrainians to shared ideals of democracy and freedom and their desire for Euro-Atlantic integration. It goes on from there. But as I say, it is simply so comprehensively written. You really can gain a sense of history, of Ukraine's history, and of the policies of the United States. After all those whereases, therefore, it should be U.S. policy for Ukraine's victory against Russia. You know, it's not the Declaration of Independence. It's not the Gettysburg Address, but it's damn good. It's what we need to hear about today.
Well, and since you covered the top part of the whereases, and there were several whereases that you didn't go completely through, but they are very appropriate, every single one of them. That's continuing that the House of Representatives, or the Senate, depending which document you're reading, affirms that the policy of the United States to see Ukraine victorious against the invasion and restored to its internationally recognized 1991 borders holds that the peace brought by Ukrainian victory must be secured by integrating Ukraine into the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. I almost said NAFO. That would be NATO. Sorry. And other Euro-Atlantic institutions as consistent with long-standing United States policy. Declares that the United States must work with its partners and allies to ensure that the Russian Federation pay reparations to Ukraine. The global community helps to rebuild Ukraine. Leaders of the Russian Federation are held accountable for this war of aggression, and that there is justice for victims of crimes committed by the Russian Federation during this invasion. So all of those things are in that document. After all of those whereas statements that make the complete argument that this is something that needs to be supported. So it's a very, very strong resolution, and I'm very, very happy to see it.
So tomorrow, Prince, in the House and the Senate, we will look for morning speeches by members of Congress about this resolution, because in the leisurely legislative process of the U.S. Congress, it's morning time in both the House and the Senate when members get up and have 2 minutes or 10 minutes or an agreed to time to speak. And so I'm sure that Senator Blumenthal or Whitehouse or Graham tomorrow on the floor of the Senate will get up and talk about this resolution. I'm sure in the House, some of the co-sponsors, some of the 15 co-sponsors, both Republicans and Democrats, will take the opportunity to get up and express why they support victory in Ukraine and why this resolution makes such a difference. Now, I don't think we'll see public hearings of this resolution until the summer, but we will see public hearings. And so between now and then, it's an important time for all of us to contact our members of Congress. And when the public hearings do take place, it's even more important then to be sure that members who have not signed on to this resolution focus their attention on the proceedings, on the hearings in the Foreign Relations Committees, and finally sign on to this resolution if they haven't already. The goal in the House is 100 co-sponsors. The goal in the Senate is 51 co-sponsors, because when it reaches those levels of support, it can be brought to the floor for a vote by acclamation. But we have some time between now and then. But I'm as encouraged as you are, Prince.
Yeah, I think that this is I don't see any way that this can get big opposition. I would expect the extremes to be extreme, and then that's on both sides, and the center to hold, as we say that here on a regular basis, and as that center holds, I'm sure that I sure hope that we get to that point that you reached there, Alan, and you know what timing this has to come out today, yesterday, and today. Um, and today we had the return of 44 prisoners of war to Ukraine. We had the prisoner exchange, and there were 44 prisoners returned. And there are two photos that have captured my attention today and captured it in an extremely powerful way. And they're two photos of the same man. And in one of the photos, he's holding an apple like he hasn't seen one in a long time. And the look on his face is just indescribable. I'll make a tweet with these two pictures side by side. And then the next picture, and I don't know for sure which one came first, but I'm saying the next picture because it is the second picture I saw. He is broken down in tears, holding this apple. And the first thing I thought of when I saw that first picture this morning was, this looks like somebody who could have been in a concentration camp in World War II. If this person had, if this would have been a black and white photo, it could have been a person from a concentration camp, actually one that had been treated. I've seen worse pictures of people from concentration camps than this guy is in shape of. But this guy was a soldier. He was, a strong man who was fighting for his country. And after I don't know how many months, I haven't gotten that detail on, I don't even know who this man is at this point. And I haven't gotten detail on how long these people were held. But he is thin. He is thin. You can see that he has been worn down. He's worn down, and he's tired, and he's thin, and he's hungry, and he sees this apple, and it moves him to tears. And that is such a powerful image. And to have this resolution come the day that I see this picture, and I can say that there are lawmakers in my country who are taking steps to make sure that the position of the United States is known, that the crimes that are being committed against the civilians, against the women, against the children, against the men, against the elderly, against the orphans, against those with special needs, who are all civilians, all civilians. Those war crimes, we want to see those prosecuted. And my country is wanting to, some in my country, I should say, the lawmakers in my country are wanting to make that message clear by passing this resolution.
So
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Prince, I've seen those same photographs, and it strikes me that there are three precious things that Ukrainian captives in Russia hold in their hands when they are returned to Ukraine. The first, as you say, Prince, is an apple. That has almost become symbolic for every prisoner of war returned to Ukraine. The first food they get in Ukraine is an apple. And we know they have not been fed in Russian prisoner of war camps. And the second precious thing they hold is a phone. And we see them call their wives, their husbands, their children, their parents, their members of the family, their brothers and sisters. That's the second precious thing they hold. And the third precious thing they hold, and we've seen these photographs too, are their loved ones. And these reunions bring you to tears, and they remind you of the worth of life, of beating hearts, and how much Ukraine values life. They do everything in their power to get Ukrainians home again from Russia. And Ukraine is still working on an all for all prisoner exchange. And these are both uh, soldiers and civilians who've been taken prisoner. There were 2 civilians who have been taken prisoner by Russians, and they have been returned today as well. It is always an extraordinary thing to see, and you want to see it every day.
It would be nice, and I hope they get that all to all done. And I realize that even with all to all, there will be more prisoners taken, and that's sort of frustrating and tragic all at the same time too. And and of course we see continuing things happen. We see war crimes continue to be committed. Today, just this afternoon, it's 4:15, say, my time right now, and at 3:01, Mykolaiv posted in their official Mykolaiv Regional State Admin Telegram page that there was an air alarm. 4:04, they've tweeted, they sent a message saying S-300s. The next one at 3:06 was saying, in one high-rise building, minimum of 1 missile. 3:24, second arrival, also a residential building. We are specifying details. 3:30, ambulances went to the third private address. 3:39, the air raid alarm was stopped. 3:59, 5 wounded so far, 2 of them severe. So it looks like, if I'm reading their message right here, it's 15 S-300s and 1 200. So that just as we're talking about this, the war crimes and the accountability that we would like to see, we see more crimes being committed by civilian targets being hit, which we hear about every single day.
Devastating attack that took place on Mykolaiv, primarily, I believe, in Kherson Oblast. And as Prince says, it's another day of war crimes. It's not just another day of war, which is horrible enough. It is another day of war crimes committed by Russia, uh, some of which we can see, like these missiles launched against residences in Mykolaiv. But a lot of these war crimes we have not yet seen, and that's because they are occurring without our knowing inside occupied Ukraine, in Luhansk, Donetsk, Crimea, occupied Zaporizhia, occupied Kherson, all these occupied oblasts of Ukraine under the Russian thumb. We don't know what has happened there. but we will soon know when Ukraine liberates these oblasts. We will soon know.
Yeah, and we were talking about that a little bit last night and a little bit earlier today, and talking about things that we have seen um, over the months, and 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 just knowing that we're going to see more of that is a hard thing to understand, but it's something that we also know. We don't want to see the things that we had already seen in Bucha and Irpin, but we've seen them over and over again as more areas and more territories are being freed. We're seeing more and more torture chambers, and we're seeing more and more mass graves uncovered, and 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 things such as that. And actually, we got onto the topic last night because of a brilliant move by the Russians while digging a trench in Melitopol area. Um, and when they were digging the trench, they came upon a grave for cattle, and they evidently dug up this grave for cattle and managed to give themselves anthrax. And yeah, so a couple of them, there's a whole unit in quarantine. A couple of them have gotten anthrax and have been removed from that hospital and taken to an undisclosed location. Is all I know about it at this point. Um, but the fact that they didn't stop as soon as they saw something like that, I was talking with Dave last night, and Dave is a real good guy to talk to about all of this because he's a microbiologist, and he knows all of this science stuff, and evidently anthrax is not totally uncommon in cattle, and the way that it is dealt with is to put them down humanely and to bury them. And that anthrax virus, I think it's a bat virus, mold spore. I can't remember. I'm not Dave. I don't have his brain. Um, but that can last for years, can last for decades, and who knows how long it can last. And so, yeah, and we've seen that kind of disease spread in other places. I heard about several different diseases last year happening in Mariupol, even though it wasn't freed at that point. Well, it's still not freed, but even though it wasn't freed, we were still hearing about instances of cholera and things like that because people who had died were not buried appropriately, and well, you can imagine things getting into water and other sources that need to be kept clean, and they weren't. So um, let's try to move on to a different subject, I guess, because I don't want to go all depressed and sad for a long time. Um, and I'm gonna see here if perhaps if I bring this up and start talking about it, because it's not my forte, but Alan there seems to be interested in talking about the weather on a regular basis. And I found a tweet today that was analyzing soil strength. And from last month, they did an analysis of soil strength, of what kind of soil strength there should be as far as the volume of water in the soil uh, to be able to start this counteroffensive. And they gave some speculation and some, well, I think it was probably educated speculation, but the reality is that a month later, because the forecast is only a forecast, it doesn't happen until it happens, and forecasts aren't always right. The assumption that that this person made of a normal spring rainfall, and improving trafficability, the ability to take these vehicles anywhere you want. We're extremely optimistic, as it has rained every day, and so things are not looking quite as optimistic as they were in late March, and they've had to redo their calculations, and so it's looking like, because of strictly because of season, and how um, expanded mud season seems to have been, that the counteroffensive is probably going to have to be put off if they wait for ideal travelability conditions. They're going to have to wait a little bit longer than any of us would like. I do, however, I think I see things that are happening, and I hear things from from officials that tell us all to chill out. One of the best ones that I heard was Hannah Mallier yesterday saying, um, with all of the numerous counteroffensive scenarios that are being made public, those can all be used as movie plots, because that's not Ukraine's history. Ukraine will write their own history about themselves. So it made me giggle, because it's true. Ukraine will write it, and we can say whatever we want to say, but none of us are going to know. But it might make a couple of really good movie plots. Um, but Natalia Gumanyuk, who is spokesperson for Operational Command South, um, has already said the counter, and I've heard it from other officials. I believe I heard it from Hannah Mailar, also, that the counteroffensive is already quietly underway. It's going to get to a point where things are being destroyed, ammo warehouses, the concentration points, all of these things are going to explode, and it's all part of being ready for a big push. And there's only a few people. I bet you she doesn't even know when the big counteroffensive has started. But to say that the counteroffensive has started by putting in some specific things happening to lay the groundwork, as they go forward, I don't disagree that the counteroffensive has already started. It's just not a big, huge bang like we would like to see.
Well, speaking about weather, and I do try to pay attention to weather in Ukraine right now. It's just been rainy and drizzly, especially throughout Luhansk, Donetsk, Zaporizhia, southern Kherson provinces, oblasts, and it's a very wet spring. Well, that's what we expect from spring, almost wherever we live. And there are more wet days than dry days in the past month of Ukraine. As I say, it continues to rain, especially over the territory that Ukraine needs to cross in order to continue to liberate territory and free Ukrainian citizens who are literally held in captivity. These occupied territories, people have to understand what the Russians are doing. We only know about the Russian demands that Ukrainians throw away their passports and accept a Russian passport under threat of losing their property or losing the ability to go anywhere around the town or oblast in which they might live. And this, frankly, is also a war crime. You cannot require anyone to give up their passport, which is tantamount to giving up their citizenship. This is a war crime. So things are warming up in Ukraine. The winds are not blowing. It takes sun and wind to dry out the land. And as I say, it continues to rain and drizzle, especially throughout southern Ukraine. So it's worth watching the weather. It's certainly one of the conditions that Ukrainian war planners are watching.
Yeah, one of the things I noticed this morning for me when I got up, but it was the evening the evening reports from the Ukrainian government, and they do seem to put something out every day. It's just not always chock full of information. And there's the Stratcom puts out a more abbreviated version of the General Staff report, which is the one that I tend to look at. And as soon as it came out when I first got up this morning, I looked at it, I said, man, that's short. It's even shorter than usual for Stratcom. And, all they said was during the day, the enemy launched 3 missile strikes, 31 airstrikes, and carried out about 26 attacks from rocket salvo systems. The main efforts of the enemy are focused on conducting offensive operations in Bakhmut, Avdiivka, and Mariinka. 43 enemy attacks were repulsed during the day. The fiercest battle continues around Bakhmut and Mariinka. During the day, the Air Force of the Defense Forces carried out 11 strikes on areas of concentration of personnel, military equipment of the occupiers. An enemy recon UAV of the Supercam type was shot down. Support the armed forces of Ukraine. That's all it said. And you know what? That really, I think, summarizes in a good overhead kind of way exactly what's been happening. And realistically, that's what's been happening for a while now. The only thing that's changing is the number of airstrikes and enemy attacks. Those are the things that have been, those are the things that have been changing. It hasn't been changing a whole lot. And I think we will see it start to change. Yesterday, I got a little excited because the numbers of the loss numbers took a bit of a jump in an interesting way, and they were still higher again today, but not as high as yesterday. I was just chatting with Mockers a little bit, and when she first saw those numbers, and she says, I'm not exactly sure what happened, but something happened, because the number of of equipment destroyed was rather impressive.
It is really hard to interpret these daily statistics. What we do see when, a month ago, Russian casualties were approaching or exceeding 1,000 a day. They're about half that, or 60% of that, for the last week to 10 days, longer than that, really. And this probably indicates a couple of things. That the Russians actually are pulling back into defensive positions. Most of these casualties are occurring in Bakhmut and Avdiivka. One thing we had not seen in a few days was Russian shelling across the Dnipro of Kherson. Of course, today they relied primarily on missiles. 1 dead, 15 wounded so far in Mykolaiv tonight. So, in other words, missiles, not artillery, because every day Russia had been shelling Kherson from the left bank of the Dnipro. And the artillery shelling, I think, has dropped down. Obviously, tonight, the Russians turned to S-200 and S-300 missiles. So the tempo of this war is changing, and it will change again once the Ukrainian counteroffensive begins. As Chuck Ferrer says, Act 1 was the battle for Kyiv. John Spencer says it is the battle that saved Ukraine. Act 2 was the Kharkiv and Kherson offensives. And we're just entering Act 3, and we will see that unfold. So that the other thing I would say, Prince, is that the Ukrainian army that fought the Battle of Kyiv and saved Ukraine, and it really did, is much different from the Ukrainian army that's about to undertake a counteroffensive. There are 40,000, at least 40,000 newly trained Ukrainian troops. There are hundreds of delivered new Western weapon systems, everything from tanks to air defense to infantry fighting vehicles to mobile howitzers, everything that you can imagine that you might need to build up before a counteroffensive. So the Ukrainian military itself is much, much different today than it was 400 days ago when Russia launched this genocidal invasion. More capable, equally courageous, equally motivated, better armed, better trained, better equipped, ready to go forward.
Yeah, and they're getting there. They are definitely in better shape than they were. And yeah. So do
And
go ahead.
we just have to be patient, Prince. You know, uh, lots of military experts here have talked about the value of patience in war. Mick Ryan, Ben Hodges, Chuck Ferrer, John Spencer. We all want to see things happen faster than they can happen. And as another military analyst said just a week ago, when asked, when will this counteroffensive begin? It was a very good answer. He said, when the conditions set by the Ukrainian war planners, by General Zaluzhny, have been reached. So they know what the conditions for launching the counteroffensive will be. When they are reached, the counteroffensive will begin. We don't know all those conditions, and we don't need to know.
Nah, we don't. Another interesting piece that I came across today, and it actually speaks to the genocide issue. It speaks to what is happening in some of the occupied territories as far as the population that Russia is bringing in, so that we can see as Russia is deporting Ukrainians, they are bringing other people in, and those people tend to be a significant number from various nationalities. Most of them are from poor, remote regions of Russia. The settlers in the temporarily occupied area of Ukraine are supported in every way possible by the local Russian occupation administration, which provides them with accommodation for the families, employment, and provisions of affordable loans for the purchase of housing and business development. And so they're taking, and this is where I can get myself into trouble, because we see that Russia is trying to remove Ukraine from Ukraine and replace it with something else. But at the same time, I've asked myself this question repeatedly: are they genociding their own population? And are they genociding their own population by doing this kind of thing, by relocating people from the more undesirable areas to the occupied territories, which I know they claim are theirs, but they're still displacing them? Are they putting them there to say, hey, well, you're already almost right here. Why don't you come and fight for us anyway? Come and fight for us now since you're here. Are they genociding their own population because of the populations that they are targeting for conscription, to bring up, to force to fight in this war of aggression against Ukraine that is completely unjustified? And I think at times there is an argument that can be made that genocide on their own people can be found. And that's just a statement of what I think. I don't know how much I care about that because, well, genocide is wrong no matter who it's committed against. But it is Russia who has made the choice to invade Ukraine, and the clear genocide that is happening in Ukraine is clear as day, and you don't need to wonder about it, and you don't need to question it. And whereas the other hand, I sit and think about if it's even possible that that is happening, if Russia is committing that against their own people. So it's something I think about now and then, and I've brought it up a couple of times in the space, and I'm just waiting for somebody to totally smack me down. But I think as people think about it, it could also be true.
But as you know, Prince, it's part of Russian history. I mean, the famines in Russia conducted by Stalin in the 1930s, and the Holodomor, which is famine in Ukraine, also inflicted by Stalin, it can be seen as genocide. And there's no question about it. I happen to think that the conscription process inside Russia of taking what Russia calls non-ethnic Russians from the remote oblasts of Russia. So this is in Siberia, in the east of Russia, in the remoter regions of Russia, impressing them and sending them to Ukraine. This is a kind of genocide. These are residents of Russia that ethnic Russians do not want. They don't care about them. They don't value them. And therefore they send them to Ukraine. They throw them into the military and throw them into Bakhmut. This is a bill that will come due in Russia. And we will see what the payment will be in the next 10 to 20 years. But the draft inside Russia, which takes place twice a year, right now we're in the middle of the spring draft. It runs from April to July 10. They will draft almost 150,000 young Russians into the military. It's going on right now. And it has changed in this way that young Russians in Moscow and St. Petersburg, who might be there studying in university, are receiving summons to the mobilization offices, and they must report within 20 days or fall afoul of new laws that the Duma has passed. They can't get a driver's license. They can't leave the country. They can't become independent entrepreneurs, for which you must register. All kinds of penalties fall down on their heads if they fail to report to the summons. It's a concerning situation, even now in Moscow and St. Petersburg, for young Russians. So things are changing inside Russia. They are coming up against it.
Yep, they are. Is there any specific news story that you've been following today, Alan?
Well, there have been a lot of booms in Russia, continuing fires. You begin to wonder about fire prevention inside Russia. It's been a very hot winter and early spring in Russia. In Tumen, there is another fire, and this isn't the first that's taken place in Tumen, but in this case, it's a residential fire. Other fires in Tumen have been in factories and in fields around villages lying outside Tumen. I mean, that's one thing that always catches my eye. Another thing that caught my eye is Ukrainian R&D, research and development. Ukraine announced that they have developed a new underwater drone, and this could have devastating effects in the harbor of Sevastopol. David Brookfield says, what makes this a drone and not a torpedo? Apparently, just a little bit of it comes up through the surface of the water. But we'll see. I mean, if Ukraine announces this kind of new weapon that they've developed, they do it for a reason. Either they're going to put it into practice, or they want the Russians scratching their heads trying to figure out how the hell are we going to defend against this?
I am really hoping to see that new little torpedo go and just wreak some havoc, because I think that was a rather interesting little device, and it may make us all it may make them a little nervous, but they're already nervous. I mean, they've closed. We talked about this Daniel Arfire, who I'm not sure how well you know Daniel, but he doesn't he doesn't come on this time of day very often. He comes on really late in the US, which is his early morning on the Danube there in Romania. But he was talking to us about what was happening as far as Russia was concerned and the May 9th parade. And it's very interesting that Russia has totally closed off the the closed off Red Square, and they are encouraging their citizens to not attend the May 9th parade. And if you look at all of the drone attacks that have, well, not drone attacks, they haven't been attacks. Let me be clear. Um, all of the drones that have been found around Moscow in recent weeks. Just the other day, one that had crashed that had, I believe, 70 pounds of explosives in it, and a quadcopter that was taking pictures like yesterday or the day before. Um, Russia is nervous. Russia is very, very nervous. And it's just one more thing for Russia to be nervous about. It'll be interesting to see if, with the news about this coming out, if they change their Black Sea Fleet orientation at all. And I am sort of curious to see what kind of parade, if any, happens on May 9th. I don't think that they've canceled the whole parade. They're just telling people not to come to it, which for a city who thinks this is a great day that should be celebrated, to tell your people to stay home is just a little odd. So they got to be afraid. What do you think, Alan?
They're definitely afraid. They're anxious. They're on edge. And May 9, of course, is probably the most important national and nationalist celebration that Russia puts on every single year. It is a celebration of Russia's victory over the Nazis in World War II. Of course, Russia cannot let this history go. Uh, Propagandists inside Russia declare that uh, the who are they fighting in this war against Ukraine? They are fighting Nazi Germans. Oh, that is of course hilarious. It only works inside Russia if you're a propagandist and if you are already a brainwashed Russian citizen. They do believe that Russia continues to fight Nazis. It is a kind of historical Groundhog's Day inside Russia, and this day occurs nowhere else in the world. Prince, I notice we have a hand. It's Oyvind. Let's go to Oyvind and then continue. Oyvind, go ahead, please.
Thank you. There is another reason why they cancel this or cancel this parade for people, and that is the Immortal Regiment March. The Immortal Regiment March is a march where everybody can participate, and they show the photos of the old heroes. Originally, it was the old heroes from World War II, but later it came also the victim from the Afghan war and the Chechen war, and they will be afraid of people showing photos of the victors of the victims from the Ukraine war. So, and they don't want to show that.
That's a very good point, Oyvind. Of course, they don't want to show it because they have clamped down on any publication or exposure of casualties in Ukraine. That no one in Russia actually knows how badly this war is going for the Russians. They are completely cut off from news. And so this is, as Oyvind says, a very good reason for Russia to be canceling these May 9th celebrations. That's a very, very good point.
I have actually that's part of the reason that they've changed them in some of the smaller community in more of the communities where that's about the only event that happens. But for the big May 9th one in Moscow, I don't know how much a part of that is. I know that, like, for small communities, that's about all they do. So they do that parade, and yeah, being concerned about who will show up on those in those pictures and being remembered from the last 14 months is definitely a concern for them. So if that also happens in Moscow, that might be also why they're encouraging people to stay away. That does make sense. But I also have to wonder if they're a little bit afraid too.
It's correct what you say. They have these marches all over the countries in several smaller towns as well as cities. And one peculiar thing I read about was that some some years ago they also people use this immortal regiment march to protest, where they actually put up photos of people who have not died, people who are living, politicians, etc. They don't like, and they put up photos of them as like they were dead.
Well, I think this raises an even broader question, Oyvind and Prince. And the question is this: is there dissent inside Russia? And if there isn't dissent inside Russia, or the kind of widespread popular uprising we saw in Ukraine and Belarus, and in Arab states during the Arab Spring, why isn't there? Well, there is dissent inside Russia. It was reported this week that there is a group of Russian lawyers that have approached the Russia's highest court to declare unconstitutional a law banning criticism of the armed forces. And so this is the kind of unexpected opposition that that we've become accustomed to in more than a year of this war. It takes great courage inside Russia to attempt either a legal challenge or a personal challenge simply by demonstrating on the street. It could be nothing more than laying flowers on the curbside where Boris Nemtsov, an opponent of Putin, was shot. So is there dissent inside Russia? Would May 9 actually become a stage for such dissent, if there is any? I think these are interesting questions.
I think they are also, and it might be and it may very well be another good reason. Well, another reason why they don't want people out on the streets. You know, they get a big, huge crowd together, and somebody inspires them or riles them up, and if they've collected a bunch of people and all hell breaks loose, then it's not going to be as easy to control as it would be if they just tell them all to stay home, and then those people have to figure out how to organize on their own without an invitation to something like the May 9th parade.
Well, of course, throughout this war, Putin has asked the Russian Duma to pass laws, which they have passed and he has signed, to broaden the definition of treason and to increase punishment for criticism of the military or criticism of Putin's regime. And so there are three brave lawyers in Moscow now going to the Russian Constitutional Court to seek a declaration that these laws are unconstitutional. Of course, they won't succeed. The judges are as much in Putin's pocket as any of the oligarchs, and they could never, ever agree with such a challenge to Russian law. It's unimaginable, but you have to respect the courage of these three Russian lawyers to file their case. As I say, the bill will come due inside Russia, and it's steps like this that bring the cost of war to the attention of Russian people, hopefully. If the news is covered, of course it won't be.
Yeah, and that's the way. That's the way it goes.
So just to think of the human cost of these laws inside Russia, From what I've read, more than 6,500 Russians have been penalized in some way for speaking out against this war. I mean, that might sound like a significant number, 6,500 people, but these are individual acts, and this is inside a nation of 130 million people, inside a nation where a new Iron Curtain is falling around all of the Russian population. But and 6,500 people doesn't amount to much, unfortunately. The revolutionary threshold inside Russia is extraordinarily high, uh, and it probably will not be leapt over by the Russian populace in anytime soon. I'll look for some more news, Prince. What caught your eye today?
Well, just sort of keeping with that theme, I did run across a story that in Mariupol, a couple of teenagers were detained because they kept a Ukrainian flag at home. They were detained, and their home was searched. The flag of the 109th Separate Assault Mountain Battalion of the Armed Forces Ukraine was found there. So it doesn't matter how old you are, just having a flag can get you into trouble. And I remember when Kherson was freed, when Kherson was liberated, um, people going and digging digging flags up out of the ground, or pulling them up from underneath rocks, and all kinds of things, all kinds of places where they hid their flags to be able to still keep them around, and in not get in trouble for having them. But it did. And we hear these kinds of stories all of the time. I mean, we hear the stories about the girl who drew a picture in school where that was supportive of Ukraine, and her father got arrested. She got sent to an orphanage, and and then another girl, I believe, wrote something positive online about Ukraine, and her family has gotten in trouble. It's just, we see this kind of thing over and over again, where you can't express your feelings. It was very interesting for me today. I had to call the pharmacy, and I have maybe perhaps a bad habit of whenever I hear somebody, or whenever I talk to somebody with an accent, I always ask them where they're from. And for me, it's a polite way to be able to acknowledge where they're from, and polite thing to be able to acknowledge where they're from, and tell them it's good to see them and good to meet them. And this woman, I asked her, "Oh, I hear your accent. Where are you from?" And she says, "Originally Ukraine." And I was excited. I said, "Oh, Slava Ukraini." And she said nothing, not a word. And a little later in our conversation, I asked her, "Where are you from in Ukraine?" She says, "I don't share that." So it made me wonder a lot of things at that point. Um, you know, it's is there some kind of fear there, that somebody might be looking for her? I don't know. I don't know. I've talked to a couple of other people, and they say, well, she may have been from Russia and is just afraid of being called out for it. And since Ukraine is getting more support right now, and Russia really isn't looking so good right now, that they may be able to, to call her on things, and she may be trying to hide as a Ukrainian, disguise herself as a Ukrainian, which could be true. But she would not say Slava Ukraini back to me. So it was a very, very weird and interesting interaction. And it's also one of those things that has made me think today. You know, is she a Russian who is in the United States and wouldn't even say Slava Ukraini, even though she said she was Ukrainian? So we'll see how it goes. We'll see what happens. It's a pharmacy I call regularly, and we'll see what happens next time I call if I get her on the phone.
Prince, I see we have a hand from Brian. Brian, please go ahead.
So you asked about what's of note, and I guess I'm hoping that this is not true, but this latest report of this mass grave and near Mariupol, that's got me down and angry tonight. So just frustrating. I kind of expected that we would find this, and we're not even physically there yet, right? We're just relying on the satellite imagery. So, but yeah, I mean, I expecting the worst as it gets cleared out, but hopefully that story gets told to the mass audience when now that this is out there, and redouble efforts to. And I actually had a win today, coincidentally. Called my congressman. I expected to get voicemail because usually with the phone trees, when you call the main number at the office in DC, they interrupt. They leave you a voicemail about, because I was going to voice my support for that House Resolution 322 that was mentioned in this space yesterday, I believe. But I actually got a live staffer and picked up the phone, talked to him, had a nice conversation with him, and so that was a win.
It's good to have a win every day, Brian. And I have seen those satellite images from Mariupol. Of course, we won't have a full understanding of what happened in Mariupol until Ukraine liberates it. We know this was a vibrant city of I think almost 800,000 people that has been essentially destroyed by the Russians. Absolutely leveled. I mean, you see the destruction in Bakhmut and Avdiivka, Mariinka, but also in Mariupol in the early weeks of this war. This is how Russia fights wars. We saw how they fought wars in Chechnya, in Georgia, in Syria, and now we are seeing how they fight this war against Ukraine. They make a wasteland, and they want to call it peace. That is an old, very old quote from the warrior queen of Britain, Boudica, who fought against the Romans. That's what she said about the Romans, and the Romans did do such things 2,000 years ago. But this we do not expect to see in this century now, 70 years into an international order that is supposed to honor territorial sovereignty and peaceful relations between nations. And Russia broke these international rules. They were invited to join the international orders of the globe. They joined them, and then they broke every agreement they signed. And then they did something even worse. They launched a genocidal imperialist war against a peaceful neighbor.
Absolutely.
So any day you can find hope, or any day you can find good news, that is a good day. The best news will be the Ukrainian counteroffensive. That'll be the best news. Prince, back to you for a moment. And then I have a couple of new topics.
Okay, I was actually looking at something that I meant to look at earlier, and it never got around to. There was evidently an attack in Kherson today, where a journalist and the fixer were injured. or worse. And let's see. Yes, a correspondent of Republica, wounded in Kherson, and his fixer was killed. And those who have spent time in Ukraine let us know what the fixers do. They help a whole lot, and they're valuable asset. And I don't know if this is the same one that I heard about, that had to do with the Antonovsky Bridge. I had heard that the Russians shelled the Antonovsky Bridge, which is a little different than how it was going. Remember those days way back when we would see the HIMARS strikes on the Antonovsky Bridge just about in a straight line. And now that it looks like Ukraine is trying to make some steps towards the left bank, that Russia is now trying to put some damage to the Antonovsky Bridge. So in this instance, it sounds like these people were caught in the fire, and one of them injured and one of them killed. So that's sad news, but also, again, members of the press who were in a civilian car that shouldn't have been injured, because they are non-combatants, but were killed and injured as a result of Russia's actions. So it's sad that this kind of thing happens, but it's the kind of thing that we've seen happen repeatedly. And we've heard of several journalists being murdered, basically, over the last year because of Russia's actions when they get caught in the crossfire. I remember one very clearly, very close to the beginning, when a family was also killed in that one, but a journalist was also injured. And that's always really hard to see. You don't want to see that kind of thing happen to people who are just out there trying to do their jobs, just like you don't want to see it for civilians who are out there trying to live their lives, and in some cases do their jobs too, because these guys are still trying to survive, and sometimes they don't have a whole lot to survive on, depending on how much damage is done to the area where they're trying to continue to live. So, excuse me.
Well, we know that journalists all around the world are often targeted. They're targeted for death. Journalists in Central America, Latin America, in Africa have, and of course in Saudi Arabia, have been targeted for death. These are individuals who have committed their lives to bringing us the news. Russia itself is trying to silence journalists, Western journalists, like the Wall Street Journal reporter who's been detained and accused of spying by Russia. And many of the leading journalists inside Russia, Russians, who are had been working for dissident newspapers and media outlets, most of them have fled Russia, and they are now reporting as best they can from Berlin or other European cities. They still have contacts back in Russia, but their ability to report the news has been limited. And yes, war correspondents in many ways take the same risks as soldiers. They are in the line of fire, and they lose their lives. But they are doing what they feel they must do which is to take the most dangerous beat in the world, which is to be a war correspondent. And we've had some exceptional journalists here at MriyaReport. I want to talk about one in particular. It's Guillaume Patak, who is French, who has been living in Ukraine, and he's an independent journalist. I think he's back in Ukraine now, but he put it very well here at MriyaReport when we talked to him. He had no intention of becoming a war correspondent. He did so because the war came to him, and this was his response. As I say, he's French. He lives in Ukraine. But when the war came to him, he became a war correspondent, and he has gone to some of the hottest places in Ukraine. He's been to Bakhmut. How he got there and how he got out, I have no idea. This was weeks ago. He then traveled back to France, but has returned to Ukraine, and I expect we'll hear from him again sometime soon. Same can be said for war photographers. They put their lives at risk to send us still photographs and video of what is happening in the battlefield. I don't know how they do it. And I'm impressed both by Guillaume Patak is an excellent example of this. I'm impressed by their coherence, how they report the news, by their commitment to reporting facts, and by how calm they are. It's an extraordinary thing for an individual to do. Prince.
Yep, sorry, I had to step away for a second and you didn't even miss me. And Brian, I didn't mean to ignore your comment about the mass grave in Mariupol that was found and discovered. And I've said it. I expect it. I expect it's not the only one. I expect there will be more found. I think often about the drama theater and the fact that they did not pull everybody out from under there. It might take me a second to find it, but I had this in my notes from a couple of days ago. There is actually a team of people who go out to the liberated areas and do searching for corpses and graves to recover the bodies of missing soldiers and missing civilians. And it's not an easy thing. We've talked to our friend Roman, the firefighter, who has helped to exhume a mass grave. And when we heard that from him, it was not an easy thing. You could hear it in his voice. And we know that the people are going to have to do this repeatedly. People are going to have to recover bodies, and they're going to have to identify people. Some awful stuff is going to still happen, and we're going to see it, and we're going to hear about it. And Bucha and Irpin and elsewhere were awful, and Kherson was not good. Not Kherson, I apologize. Well, Kherson wasn't good either, but Kharkiv. I'm thinking of the mass grave in Kharkiv. It wasn't good either. I think that when we get to a place like Mariupol, it's going to be even worse. I hate to say that, but I do fear that. Um, and yes, it's okay to get angry and feel upset about these things because they are tragic and they are horrid. And we lived in a world where we said never again, and we're looking at again. And I feel like at times we aren't doing enough to stop it. But at the same time, we are doing a lot. And today I wrote letters to my senators and I called my congressman, and tomorrow I may reverse that and write to my congressman and call my senators, um, because they need to step up and they need to support this resolution that has just been introduced in the House and the Senate, and make sure that people know what the United States stands for when it comes to victory for Ukraine, and that we are aligned with Ukraine on what they see and what their requirements are for victory, because it's Ukrainians' opinion that matters. Um, President Biden has said it, nothing Ukraine without Ukraine. Um, as in, we're not going to make decisions for Ukraine. Ukraine can make them themselves, as far as where things go regarding any kind of negotiations or anything like that. And that's one of the things I particularly like about this resolution that has been introduced in the Senate and in the House. It does not mention the idea of negotiation. It doesn't mention the idea of negotiation. It sticks with President Zelensky's 10 points of a peace plan. So that's all good stuff. So I just thought I'd add that.
Just going back to Brian's comments about Mariupol for a minute. As I said, I mean, this was a vibrant city of 800,000 people that was essentially destroyed by the Russians in the early weeks of the war. And, you know, the United Nations reports citizen casualties in this war. I think they've confirmed something like 16,000 civilian deaths. It's almost ridiculous to report such a figure because everyone knows the figure is much, much higher. In Mariupol alone, as many as 100,000 Ukrainians were probably killed by the Russians. And it's one thing to go through the process and to know for certain what casualties are, but it is much more fair and much more informative to let people know just how many Ukrainians Russia has killed in the course of this genocidal invasion. After all, this is why they are invading Ukraine, to wipe out Ukrainians, to wipe out the Ukrainian language and Ukrainian culture. Michael, go ahead, please.
Hi, Prince and Alan. Again, it's always just an honor to come onto this space, and I'm just perpetually impressed by the quality of your hosting, and I really appreciate. I know everyone else does too. All that you do. I was talking about the discovery or the potential discovery of a new mass grave, which I guess is of no real surprise to most of us. I wanted to just sort of relay a story that was on the local news here in the Nashville, Tennessee area several months ago. It was a 22-year-old kid. I believe he had graduated or was close to graduating, and he decided to take his savings and he flew over to Ukraine, ostensibly to go fight, but he had no military experience. So the Ukrainians, are doing an excellent job of filtering the resources that volunteer and want to come into the country and contribute, whether it's warfighters or construction folks or humanitarian aid people, what have you. So this kid had gone and he had been there for, I guess there's some sort of limit, a time limit, and then you got to leave for a while, you got to come back. And I think that's mainly tied, I don't want to speak out of school here, but it has something to do with perhaps the travel restrictions and your coverage by the US embassy versus, the Ukrainian embassy, but whatever. He was being interviewed after he had been there. So he arrived in country wanting to pick up arms. He had no combat experience. And so he said, well, what can I possibly do? And they said, well, we really need a lot of help exhuming bodies from mass graves. And his response, it's a little bit tough for me to talk about this, but he said, I would be honored. And it was one of the most sort of touching interviews of our time. You had to see it. I could probably find it and post it. But he told them he would be honored. He had no experience, and there are dangers when you're doing that, when you're exhuming bodies because of diseases and other things. And he had never seen scenes like that in his life. But he told them he would be honored, and he did it. And that's just an example of the caliber of some of the people that are stepping up and heading over to Ukraine to help them. And I just think it's just absolutely remarkable, honorable, and just truly amazing, the spirit of people that are, willing to help.
We really have seen quite the influx of people who are willing to help and who are stepping up to help and are helping in so many different ways. I feel like you're a little bit new to the space, but you may have already met our friend Ryan, who has been a co-host here with us pretty much almost since the beginning. And Ryan ended up quitting his job so that he could focus on helping the MriyaReport function as good as possible. And that still wasn't enough for him. And so he in October went to Ukraine, and he stayed in Ukraine until just before Christmas. And he came back to the United States for a little while. And in the beginning of February, I believe, he went back to Ukraine, and he's there. And he calls in from time to time. Last I heard from him, he was a little bit tired and needing some sleep, but he's been coming on and telling us some stories periodically about what he's doing. He doesn't always tell us the places he goes, and that's for his safety and for the safety of everybody. Um, but there are people who are doing remarkable things, and I feel really blessed to know somebody like Brian who has done that. Know that person personally. Well, I haven't met him in person, but we spend so much time together here on the space. I feel like I know him, just like with Dr. Nick and with Alan and other people, not people who aren't even co-hosts. I've been talking to some of these people pretty much every day for a year. There are people I don't talk to every day. I don't even talk to my own brother every day. So anyway, and people are finding ways to serve and to help in any way that they can. And that this guy was so willing to do that is just very touching. And I am going to step down for a little while, and Dr. Nick is going to take my place. And I will be back in about an hour and a half to take you further into the North American evening. So thank you guys very, very much. And I will see you in a little while. Thank you, Dr. Nick, and thank you, Alan.
Thank you, Prince. As always, It is a pleasure to be co-hosting with you. As I like to say, as I said to you, you're the best thing since sliced bread and Daryl. Hopefully, Daryl will come back soon too, but not to replace you, because I love doing North American hours with you. And I love that we live in the city of the same name, but we're a few thousand miles apart. Dr. Nick, go ahead, please.
So I came in right at the tail end when Michael Villa was speaking, and so I wasn't sure exactly who he was speaking about. But the conversation, and Michael, feel free to just tell me briefly when I'm done speaking, but because I am curious, because I'd like to, send good thoughts to that person, even if I don't know them, because doing that kind of work is really special. Oops, hold on a second. Sorry, I got a phone call. But doing that kind of work is really special. And, it takes a certain kind of somebody to do something like that, to exhume mass graves. And it is important work. And it does take a special person, and it would be an honor for somebody to do that. And kind of going to what Alan and Prince were just talking about. And it's something that I've mentioned here before, but I just, you never know who's listening when you're saying things. So sometimes it's worth to repeat. I feel like, and it's important, like what Prince was saying, that she's been talking to people on here every day for a year, just about. And, I feel the same way. I know Alan does, and, the other co hosts, and then some of the regular speakers. We all been talking together for a long time. We kind of feel like family. And it goes to this concept that I've been talking about on here every once in a while. It's like we've built like this sort of global civil society here. And that's sort of important. I mean, we come here, we share reliable news and information about what's happening in Ukraine. Sometimes we share personal stories, like when Braver's son was, he's going through these cancer treatments. And it's like we all know each other, on some level that is, in some ways, perhaps, um, closer than people we know in real life. Kind of like how Prince was alluding to. And that's important, because in the age of information and the internet, it can be, in a lot of ways, very disconnecting. It can make you feel like you're, um, just sort of disconnected from other people. And this is an avenue where we get together with people who share similar values to us. We may not all agree politically on various things, but we do agree on Ukraine. We agree on the need for them to shed this Russian colonial yoke, the need for them to, make it through this genocide, and to do so, together, to do what we can to help, whether it's sharing correct information, whether it's making donations, whether, we're pulling together for other donation drives and whatever too, that other individual units might be doing, or whatever is happening, helping Nurse Anna get um, a defender over to a hospital maybe outside of Ukraine, or to get, these prosthetic limbs, whatever it is we're doing, we're all working together, and we're doing something. Even those who are just listening, because I have faith. I trust that even the listeners are donating. They're the quiet people behind the scenes that are just donating. They're listening and sharing information, and that is important too, because we take all this information that we learn from each other, and we bring it into our local communities in different ways, whether it's correcting, your uncle that is always saying something nutty at the, holiday dinner or whatever. And, making people know that you are informed, and perhaps you're somebody that they could trust to come to you for good information. And all of these things are really important. We're from all over the world, yet we are together for this one purpose. And that is important. That helps do things like buttress democracy, believe it or not. It's something that we can measure. I'm a political scientist, and you can measure the effects of civil society. And global civil society is something that people are really starting to look at nowadays, as well. And so it's important. It matters. And it's a great thing we have here. And every once in a while we talk about it, and don't mean to toot our own horns or anything, but we wouldn't be. The Maria Report is nothing without the viewer. I mean, not viewers. Sorry, listeners, and those of you who contribute. And you're just as important as everybody else. And just keep that in mind too. And I'll get off my little kittens and rainbows box for right now. uh, that just thought I would spread some happiness in that moment too. Um, but anyway, Michael, who?
Appreciate that, Dr. Nick.
Yeah, who was that person that you were talking about? If you mind me asking. Again, I'm so sorry. I came in right after you must have said who that person was.
Well, I didn't say, and I actually did just now while you were speaking, double tasking. I actually found the full interview. It must be the same television broadcast, local news station here, where they interviewed the young man. So I don't want to say his name because I have no idea, but I can, if you will DM me, connect with me, I will send you this link. It has his name, and he was fully willingly, interviewed by a local station. But it is just a remarkable story. It's heart-wrenching, but it points to who we are as Americans and Westerners. The volunteerism, it is just compelling. It's profound. I was moved when I watched that evening. I've never forgotten it. And he quit college to go over there and contribute however he could. And he's just one of, thousands, but it's a very compelling article or news piece or news story. And I'll happily share it with you if you'll just connect with me. Because I tried to.
Unfortunately, I
Go ahead.
can't. I think that you have to follow me or something, because ever since Space Karen took over, the DMs have been very weird.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. Okay. I'll
So
do that.
I followed you. So if you follow me back, even you don't have to feel compelled to follow me ad
No,
infinitum.
I'd be honored
But
to. No problem. Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
And then I think it would be easier for us to connect that way.
Yeah.
Just because of the new weird rules or whatever it is, I don't fully understand what's going on. Still with DMs.
Yeah, I
But
understand because
thanks.
I was trying to share a document the other day, and it somebody said, "Well, put it up in the nest," and I was like, "I cannot. There's no
Right.
way." So
Right. Yeah, it took me a while to figure out how to do it too. If you ever want something up in the nest, you can always shoot it to one of the co-hosts or whatever, and we'll be happy to do it for you too. So, but yeah, definitely connect with me. I'd love to see that. Those kinds of stories, they really are compelling. That kind of volunteerism is really important in Ukraine right now. It's important in our own local communities as well, but they really need our help right now, facing this genocide. And anything that anybody can do, whether it's volunteering at Frontline Kitchen or with Chef Zenya, or I don't know, doing what Ryan's doing and helping with make medical runs and stuff, for whether it's MriyaReport or the Renegade Runners. He works with them sometimes too. Whatever can be done that anybody can do, whether it's there personally in Ukraine or even at a distance, because of course it's not always going to be practical for everybody to go and be in Ukraine. But anything that anybody does, donating, sharing good information, going over there if you can, even if it's just to spend a month or a week doing something. For example, I know Frontline Kitchen, they don't have a minimum requirement of a time commitment. So just anything that you can do is really beneficial at this time. And again, like I said, it helps to buttress democracy. Believe it or not, it really does. And we can measure these things mathematically. So it's wonderful. It's good. It shows that you know all of us here have a belief in democracy in some way, shape, or form, and we're really supporting that effort and countering Russian authoritarianism. It's like we're showing a better way for everybody, whether it's you again in your local communities, but also just that good old sort of old-fashioned value of offering a helping hand to somebody in need. And it does matter. So I'll be quiet again. But thank you,
Yes,
Michael. I'll take a look at that link. I
you're
can't wait
welcome.
to look at that.
I just
Thank you.
sent it to you. Consider yourself followed, and it was a pleasure speaking with you.
Thank you.
And Michael, DM it to me too. If your DM to Dr. Nick doesn't go through, it might go through to me. But I'd like to see the same story. And Dr. Nick, great to be here with you. Welcome as co-host. This is our first time as co-hosts.
My goodness, it is, isn't it? I think it is. That's
It,
crazy. Yeah, because we've talked so often, and sometimes I'm co-hosting. I guess maybe I've been co-hosting with Daryl, or I don't know, maybe Prince or somebody else or whatever the situation is. But we've talked so often, even when I have been co-hosting. I guess, yeah. Well, it's good to be with you, Alan. There's a first for
thank you.
everything.
Thank you, Dr. Nick. And we're in the same time zone. So who knows? Maybe we'll be here for the next 24 hours. You never know who's going to come up to replace you. So, Dr. Nick, there was one thing I especially wanted to talk to you about because Prince and I were just talking about the Holodomor, which is the famine, the intentional famine inflicted by Stalin on Ukraine. So, a couple of news items I've seen today. Uh, so, Russia is apparently forcibly relocating its own citizens from the poorest regions of Russia to Luhansk. And at the same time, Russia is deporting Ukrainian citizens from Luhansk and other areas of Ukraine. This is what Russia has done in the past because after the Holodomor, after Stalin killed millions of Ukrainians uh, through famine, Stalin moved uh, well hundreds of thousands of Russian people into Ukraine to repopulate those farms and villages. So this reaches back in history to something Russia has traditionally done.
Indeed, it's a form of genocide. I mean, we can't be. It's no clearer. This is something that they have done, like you said, in Ukraine before. They did it during the Holodomor, but at the same time, they have done this in other contexts with other ethnic others that they have genocided, whether it's the Tartars, specifically that group in Ukraine, whether it's the Chechens, whether it's Kazakhstanis, Uzbeks, you know, everybody that they have had. Um, that they have done something like that to, some form of genocide, some form of ethnic cleansing. This is what Russia does. And the reason is really quite clear. they want to embed what they consider would be the most loyal people, like ethnic Russians, the ideal ethnic Russians, into these areas so that they can keep a foothold on that um, on that region, and then they take the people, the titular population, the indigenous group, whoever it is in Ukraine. That's a because it's a multi-ethnic state already. That could be just any number of people, but they take them out for the purposes of creating that sort of displacement, that removal from space, in an effort to take some of those people, and hopefully if they get into Russia proper, they might be Russified. And so it's very sinister when you look at it from that perspective. It's the intent, the intentional intent of embedding your own ethnic group for the purposes of creating that foothold, potentially to, I don't know, maybe hope that they gain more political power, or breed some of the Ukrainian out of them, or whatever, if they mix with Ukrainians, right? I mean, it's just it's crazy. But this is what they do. It's very sinister. It's very deliberate. Um, and something else about that now has additional legal meaning from the Russian perspective. I talked about this a little bit this morning because somebody brought a similar question up. I don't remember what their question was specifically, but the answer is similar. Back around, what was it, 10 years ago or so, I don't remember exactly when it occurred now, but in the Russian constitution, they adopted an international law policy, this idea called R2P. It's literally the letter R, the number 2P. That's the abbreviation in international affairs, international relations, but it stands for the right to protect. And it is an international law concept in relation to human rights that, for example, the UN or other organizations might step in for the right to protect groups that are being genocided, for example, or whatnot. Okay, it's for the purposes of furthering human rights. But again, as something else I've talked about before, that because Putin is a legitimacy seeking authoritarian, he is taking this concept of international human rights, this R2P, embedding it into the Russian constitution, and trying to say that this will give him, and this is the way the law is written, or any Russian leader beyond him once he's dead and gone, to go into literally any country that has Russian speakers. And if they feel, the Russian state feels that they are being victims of absolute deprivation, relative deprivation, being denied their rights in some way, whatever, genocided, what have you, that they have the right under the Russian constitution to cross those lines into that country and protect, quote unquote, those people in a military fashion using military force. And again, if you think about that, that's really crazy. Oh, I remember it was somebody brought up the idea that it was around that time that there was a show where Putin was speaking to a little boy, and they were talking about geography. And the little boy asked where the borders of the Russian state was, and the kids and Putin said, "There are no borders. Russia has no borders. Its borders are everywhere, basically." And that at that point, it was true because of the concept of the right to protect. Now they can do this and just step into any country, and it's pretty crazy if you think about it. But again, using that legitimacy seeking concept that he wants to try to take these ideas in international law oh, we're going into Ukraine to protect those people in the East that are quote unquote being genocided by Ukraine. It's, it's just a lot of, I don't know, gumption, I guess, to do something like that, to take something that is meant to be used in a good way to protect human rights and then twist it to create a circumstance where you can break international law, that international rules based order at any time you wish, for situations real or imagined, against quote unquote Russian speakers. I'm a Russian speaker. Does that mean that you're going to come protect me or Peter or anybody else? We're not even like, it's just such a weird concept. I know that they mostly mean, at least this is what they say, they mostly mean people like ethnic Cossacks also speak Russian, or Ukrainians speak Russian or whatever. But it's just very interesting, the way that they twist that international law for that purpose.
Yeah, be careful, Dr. Nick. Putin may come to protect you any day.
I know. I thought about that when that law came about. I was just like, this is I don't want your protection, guy. No, thank you. I think I'm okay. But
Well, it completely flips on its head the idea of self-determination, which the United Nations supports, and which the United States supports. And in fact, I think it was really the basis of Jimmy Carter when he was president, introducing the idea of human rights into U.S. foreign policy. But it has nothing to do with self-determination. It has everything to do with imperialism and authoritarianism. I'll tell you, Dr. Nick, what Putin and Russia remind me of right now is like an interstellar monster from a Marvel movie. What we need is Doctor Strange to protect us from
oh, and
Putin.
he's my favorite too. I love Doctor Strange. Yes, we do need somebody like that. Unfortunately, I don't think that's going to happen, and we're going to all have to be our own Doctor Stranges, or whatever, Wolverines or whatever, to try to fight back Russian disinformation and Russian genocide and all of this stuff. We're going to have to be our own heroes, all of us, unfortunately. But yeah, that's a great analogy, Alan.
Doctor Strange is my favorite Marvel hero. I want my levitation cloak.
You and me
but
both. I love Doctor Strange. She's literally my favorite, and happens to also be my daughter's favorite. She's got a huge poster of him in her room. But I totally agree with you. Right there with you.
You guys need to do. I don't know what the young man. Well, he's not a young man. I don't know what the guy's name is on YouTube. One of my sons tripped me onto this a couple of years ago. Have you seen the YouTube guy that does? It's called Pitch Meeting.
No.
It's where he plays himself talking to himself, but in two different roles. It's brilliantly done, and what he does it. He's basically highlighting every famous movie you ever heard of, and one of his self comes in and says, "Have I got a movie for you?" So his other self plays the movie executive who's listening to the pitch about a new movie. You should go watch it. Just
Okay.
go on YouTube and look up Pitch Meeting. They're hilarious. But what you guys are talking about is sort of a great pitch for a good movie.
Yeah, it sure is, wouldn't it? I think so. Maybe Alan. Maybe you should write that screenplay, Alan.
I'll do it tonight. I will say the second Doctor Strange movie should never have been made. The first Doctor Strange movie was so good. The second Doctor Strange movie, I didn't even understand it for a moment. But we have hands. We don't need to talk about Marvel, although MriyaReport is a marvelous space. And so you should retweet it. It's MriyaReport.org. We're here 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. We are the only global space broadcast here on Twitter, and that makes us a Marvel hero. At the same time, when you retweet the space, go up in the nest, look for tweets from Verlaine, follow the links to PayPal where you can make a donation to help the Rubige Rapid Response Brigade get all the supplies they need. Just use the drop down menu, Toys for the Boys, and make a donation. You don't need a PayPal account. You can do it with a credit card, or go to MriyaReport.org, tap on the donate button, and use the same drop down menu when you get to PayPal. So, Dr. Nick, we have a couple of hands. It's Incognito and Raver. Incognito?
Hi, thanks. Yeah, it's actually incognito because my Greek family all calls me Nico. But thanks anyway. I wanted to speak up to our American listeners. I am one myself. Because it's prime time in the USA, and we probably have a lot of them. If you haven't heard, there is a House Resolution 322 sort of requesting or demanding support for Ukraine through victory. And it only has 18 sponsors. It's bipartisan. It's only in the House. It's not in both houses currently. It's simply a House resolution. And I called my Congressman Derek Kilmer today, and unfortunately was not able to raise a live person. So I left a message, a voicemail, and have not heard back. And I'm going to pester them until they get back to me. And I'm going to write them also. And I am urging all listeners in the United States, if you're listening to this space, you probably really care about this. And as it was outlined this morning when Angry Ants came on to talk it through, he said, check to make sure that your congressperson isn't already a sponsor, but if they are, that doesn't mean you can't do anything. That means you can thank them for sponsoring the resolution. And everybody else should contact their congressperson as soon as possible and urge them not just to support it, but to co-sponsor it. If you want to read it, it's a little bit labyrinthine to get to it, but I discovered that if you Google House Resolution 322 and add 118th Congress, you'll get to it. And the reason I mentioned the adding of the 118th Congress is because when I Googled it initially, I got whatever the House resolution was from the 117th Congress, which evidently gets a lot more traffic than this brand new House resolution. So please, if you're an American, put it on your to-do list in the morning to call and or write your Congress people and get them to co-sponsor this thing. And on a sort of personal point, if anyone else is listening in Derek Kilmer's district, please second my efforts, because I don't like just leaving messages on the voicemail and not getting a response. So the more people that he hears from, he's a Democrat, by the way, he should be in favor of this. And he's a Democrat in a district with a large military presence. So let's make him and all the others co-sponsor this. And thank you for letting me blather for so long. I will happily drop back down.
So Nico, the full text of the House resolution you're mentioning is right up in the nest. I think it's HR Res 322, as you said. There's a companion resolution that was introduced in the Senate today, Senate Resolution 172. So this gives you a reason to contact both your senators and your member of Congress in the House. It's easy to do. We'll get a list up in the nest shortly, how to email or call your member of Congress and your two senators Uh, all of your elected public officials in Congress work for you. They need to hear from you. They need to hear how much you support Ukraine and how much you want them to support Ukraine as well. You know, I would also urge every one of you to read the resolution that was introduced in the House yesterday and the Senate today. The reason why is because it really is a tale of history. It's not just legislation. You will understand exactly what Ukraine has been through since 1991 when it became a sovereign, independent nation. That's why earlier I said this resolution is comprehensively written. It's not the Declaration of Independence, it's not the Gettysburg Address, but damn, it's inspiring. If you had a vote on the floor of Congress, I know how you'd vote. So get your member of Congress to sign on to this resolution. When it gets through the foreign relations committees in the House and the Senate, be sure when their name is called and this resolution is up for a vote, they stand up and say aye. So with that, we'll go to Raver and then to Shaggy. Raver.
So a couple of things. If somebody wants to go back to my essay a couple of days ago, go down to the bottom. It's the one I co-authored with Grizzard's Ghost. I took all that information you need to find who your representative is, their phone number, and their Twitter handle. Grizzard did all the work, but it's there at the bottom of my post. If somebody wants to copy and paste, create a new tweet to put up in the nest, it's already been collated and it's right there. I tuned in this evening when you guys were talking about Russia and its claim to be able to intervene to protect Russian speakers. And Dr. Ford, you said you were a Russian speaker. So I have a bit of a question for you. And what's the Russian word for Anschluss?
The Russian word for what, Raver?
The Anschluss, or however you say it in German.
Anschluss?
Yep. I wonder what the Russian word for that is.
I don't know the Russian word for that. There's not much Russian I can speak. But Dr. Nick probably knows what the word for Anschluss is. And the Anschluss, of course, you're talking about the Nazi German takeover of Austria, which was the Anschluss.
Yeah, I would think they would just say Anschluss. To be honest with you, I'm not 100% sure on that one. But typically, when it's a foreign word that has a specific meaning, they will carry it and continue to use that word. So that's just that would be my guess in that circumstance. I haven't had the opportunity to learn that word in that context, but that's typically the rule in Russian. So I would imagine that it would still be that.
Yeah, I was simply being snarky, given that Putin is trying to fill Hitler's shoes.
Right, right. Well, I mean that makes sense. And he is. There's no doubt about that. But yeah, they often will take that same word and just keep it that way, like they do with certain American words and Italian words or whatever. Like if it has a specific meaning, they have a tendency to just keep it. But that would be my real answer.
Thanks, Raver. So on to Shaggy, on to Michael. I'm going to ask Dr. Nick for some Ukrainian and Russian lessons later tonight. But Shaggy and Michael, go ahead, please.
Yeah, cheers, Alan. Hi, Dr. Nick. Hi, everybody. I'm starting to fall asleep now with a pizza coma. I haven't done another fruit pizza with a load of cheese on it. But before I do, I've fulfilled my obligation to Ochi. So Ochi was the drone operator who was on the other night. He gave a really good interview. Very, very funny guy. I offered him a fella. He didn't know where the fellas were, but Verlaine filled him on what the fellas are. The fellas is NAFO. So I got his details through and made a donation. This is where you come in, MriyaReport. I made a donation to Toys for the Boys, $50. Because you need to make a donation to get a fella to a Ukrainian charity. So there we go. MriyaReport and Toys for the Boys in Verlaine and the Rubige Brigade gets the $50, and Archie will get a fella. I've popped it up in the nest, second one back, second one from the left, with the kind of fella he's going to be getting. So I'm looking forward to what the Forge are going to do with that. So yeah, another fella, and the fella's passed 100,000 followers on the official account today. So at least 100,000 fellas. Although Archie hasn't got a Twitter account, so he's not going to be able to follow the NAFO account here on Twitter. So I reckon we've got more than 100,000 fellas, to be honest. And there we go. That's it.
Yeah, that is fantastic, Shaggy, that you did that for Oche. A drone operator for the Rubige Rapid Response Brigade, and we're raising money for the Rubige Rapid Response Brigade right now through April 30th. And there are tweets up in the nest from Verlaine. And Shaggy, does your tweet take us to? It does. Your tweet also takes us to a donation page at PayPal. Is that right?
I can't remember if it does that actually. It does. I've basically put MriyaReport in there, so from there you'll be able to go to it. I've tagged Verlaine in it as well, so on her page you'll be able to go to it as well. And yeah, you got Toys for the Boys, so you'll see all the Toys for the Boys posts. That's hashtagged in there. The official NAFO account is tagged in there as well. Yeah, I think I tagged everyone. I think that was quite a good post actually. Quite proud of that one.
Thank you, Shaggy. I'll retweet it. It's really Toys for the Boys and Girls, because as throughout the Ukrainian military, both men and women are serving to defend their country against Russia. But the tweets up in the nest are worth a look. Those tweets from Verlaine or from Shaggy can get you to a donation page, and you can help send drones to the Rubige Rapid Response Unit. You can help send spare parts and batteries for drones, and you can send technical gear of all kinds. There's a wish list. So use the drop-down menu when you get to PayPal. Choose Toys for the Boys. You can do that right through April 30th. That's when this fundraiser ends. So we only have a few more days, and we don't know when the Ukrainian counteroffensive will begin. That means your contribution today or tomorrow, however generous it can be, is really, really important. Shaggy, follow up, then we'll go to Michael.
Yeah, I know when the counteroffensive is going to happen. It's going to be when the Ukrainian military are ready for it to happen.
You kill me, Shaggy.
That is exactly right, Shaggy.
I love that attitude.
At a time and in their place of choosing.
That's right. That is the only correct answer. And I love that little bit of flair you put in there when you said that. That was brilliant. And exactly, Alan, it will happen at the time and place of their choosing. And that's, again, one way. And like Colonel Spencer and Chuck have talked about this in the past, that's how you know Ukraine is ahead of this curve over Russia and has one up on Russia, is that they get to pick, how certain things are shaped and how they're going to meet and when they're going to meet Russia on the battlefield, and they get to choose that time and space and location and all of that, and that's how you know that Ukraine is on top right now. So brilliant.
So, Raver, go ahead for a follow-up, then to Michael. Raver.
You can go ahead and go to Michael. I'm going to see if I can summon the great Peter Duran up. I see him listening.
Okay, good luck. Michael, go ahead, please.
Well, I've got a little whiplash here from the sort of the switching back and forth to topics. To Raver's point, I understand, Raver, you were trying to be snarky, or as I used to hear when I lived in the UK, you were taking the piss. But and Dr. Nick was exactly right. I'm an Iranian linguist, cryptologist, and all that kind of junk. But anyway, I'm a linguist, and she's exactly right. Western words used in foreign languages, oftentimes they will just roll it right in and they won't change the word if it's not indigenous, I guess, to their own native language. And it really always caused a problem when I was back in the day learning the language. And one of the first things you were taught in language school was how to stop the conversation and how to request, may I please speak in English, because I want to know how to say typewriter or microwave or what have you. And you found out that the word that you were to use was the Western word, typewriter, micro or microwave, or some variation thereof. I just thought it was really interesting. And when you guys had that exchange, I just wanted to offer that. Not really high quality content. I apologize, but just my 2 cents worth.
No, it's definitely interesting. I mean, there's a lot of those sort of nuances that you don't necessarily expect in language, and that tends to be the case. So sometimes you may think that you don't know a certain word in a certain language, and it might just be kind of like you said, you actually do. So you never know. It's quite
Well,
interesting.
it is. And one follow on that I'm going to drop off and listen. Last night during a conversation, someone was talking about trying to understand Ukrainian, trying to learn Ukrainian. And I stumbled across this website called Duolingo, one word, Duolingo. And you literally, it's how the more modern way of teaching languages is done as compared to when I went through the Defense Language Institute, where it was literally you sit down across the table from someone, you learn the alphabet, they start showing you a few words, and you begin to construct sentences and learning the alphabet, and then the grammatic structure, which is really, that's why it's so complicated. But apparently nowadays it's switched to more of a picture and word association. Duolingo, and I looked it up and I punched in Ukrainian, and in just a few minutes, and I don't know that I have an extraordinary propensity for learning languages, but apparently there are some of us that do, and maybe I'm an example of that. But the point is, you can pick up at least enough in about 30 minutes to learn how to say, to hop in a taxi in Ukraine and tell them where to go, or to arrive at a hotel and book your room, or to go to a restaurant and order your meal. It is remarkable. I was just absolutely stunned, because it's a totally different way than I was force fed in 167 weeks, how to learn the language that I was taught. So anyway, hopefully that's helpful for people that might want to try to pick up some Ukrainian. Duolingo.com.
Yeah, it's really great. I've been using Duolingo for Ukrainian for the past 165 days. I'm on a 165-day streak. I had picked it up a little bit before that and then dropped off it for a little bit, so I lost my streak. But it's pretty great, and having a background in a Slavic language does help some. But like I was telling people before, because we talked a little bit about this morning, but in a different context. I was talking about this from a cultural perspective, where Russia likes to claim that Russian or Ukrainian is just a dialect of Russian. I say hogwash. If you have any Russian knowledge and then go try to learn Ukrainian, yes, there are some words that are quite the same or similar, but then there's other words like человек, which means person in Russian, but in Ukrainian it's like husband. you know um or so it's very specific where there's a different word for that in Russian, and so you can get confused very easily. And it goes to demonstrate, from my perspective, not just how they spell certain words, but not just the pronunciation, but to me, it's kind of more akin, Russian and Ukrainian, to like Spanish and Italian. Um, so I have some Italian as well, and I dated a Mexican guy for some years, and his parents didn't speak English, so I was forced to learn. So from that perspective too, um, that's kind of how I would sort of relate, say, Russian and Ukrainian. It's kind of similar to Spanish and Italian. There's lots of words that are the same or very similar, but sometimes they might mean completely different things, or what have you. So, like in Italian, perro is dog, but in Spanish, it's cane. But then perro is a word, but it means but. So, just for example, it's just just because you have these languages that are both Romance languages, they have that at their base, and Russian and Ukrainian, they're both Slavic. It doesn't mean that they're the same. So yeah, just another point to debunk Russian talking points. But at the same time, yeah, it's Duolingo's great. I've been using it for a while. I like it a lot. But now I've hired a real Ukrainian tutor because I know that trying to get those words to say them in with that Ukrainian tone, versus say a Russian or what have you. I want to make sure that I get it right. So I've hired a tutor, and you can do that through on Tutor. There's this account called Ukrainian Language School, and they use a system through the Catholic University of Ukraine, um, and so it's pretty great, and it's really reasonable. It's like $15 a lesson. I mean, you can't beat it. It's phenomenal. So just throwing that out there for anybody who isn't interested out there in the audience.
Thanks, Dr. Nick. Thanks, Michael. Raver, look who's up at your request. It's Peter Duran. So Raver, go ahead.
Yeah, I saw that. Hey, Peter, I am so glad you are here because you're the closest thing we have to the inside baseball guy. And I would really like your thoughts on how 322 is likely to shake out given the animosity that's building with the current debt ceiling fight.
Peter, did you catch Raver's question?
Raver, thank you so very much. Good question. Can you hear me okay? I'm outside. I'm walking Psyche right now. She is hunting the first crop of frogs we've had here in Virginia this spring. Raver, can you hear me okay?
5 by 5.
Great. Yeah, I'm watching this legislation just like you are. The good news, it is bipartisan. Better news, it has strong support. This debt ceiling debate that we're watching right now, I don't put much stock into it. What I do is separate the issues. I know, having recently had very good conversations with folks on the Hill, there is strong bipartisan support for America's assistance to Ukraine. And the debt ceiling debate is going to play out. It'll be an opera. I'm pretty sure it'll get solved after all of the news agencies get their ratings. And then two things will happen. We'll solve the debt ceiling issue, and the support for Ukraine will continue.
Thank you, Peter. Yeah, it made me nervous because my congressman had a town hall last night, and he would not take my question, even when you could visibly or audibly scrolling through the list. And he'd been a solid Ukraine supporter, so it kind of made me nervous. And he's on the Foreign Relations Committee, so I'm about to start probably hammering him by phone.
As is your right and responsibility, Raver. Keep it up. Let's hold our politicians to account. Let's keep their feet to the fire. Let's let them know what their bosses think. That is critical. But what I'm hearing from the inside baseball, having conversations, there is strong bipartisan support for continued Ukraine assistance. And yeah, I'm going to watch the debt debate like everyone else. I think it'll be solved after much drama and ratings, and then we will continue.
Thanks, Raver. Thanks, Peter.
Thank you, Peter.
Dr. Nick, go ahead.
So related to that, Raver, I kind of had to chuckle a little bit because I recently also attended a town hall meeting of my newly gerrymandered representative for for Congress, Laurel Lee, and I had the exact same experience. She refused to take my question related to Ukraine. Um, and of course, I made note of that. But she's new, so she hasn't really, she doesn't directly so far that I've seen speak one way or the other. There's lots of hints, and given she's a MAGA person, it kind of does concern me. But I have been hammering too. I've not gotten any replies, but I'm gonna keep at it. Marco Rubio is my other person, and he uh, tends to fall on that side. He may makes a comment every once in a while, but he does tend to fall on that side. But I still make sure I make those phone calls to his office too and let him know I'm expecting him to support whatever initiatives come before him or to co-sponsor even better related to Ukraine and funding for Ukraine, and that uh, my voice matters, right? So that's what's important.
Dr. Nick and Raver, keep it up. It is so important. Keep up the pressure. As a recovering politician, I can tell you, there were times where I was in the middle of Virginia and I was part of a town hall, and I would field a question from someone on Nord Stream 2, and it would be highly informed, very accurate, and they wanted to know why we weren't doing enough to stop Nord Stream 2 at the time. So all I would say is keep up the pressure. You are the bosses. They work for you. Don't stop.
Raver, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just gonna, a theme that I try to hit every day is to anybody, especially Americans right now with this resolution, is keep donating to Ukrainian causes because the politicians know that what you're going to donate to is where you're going to send your vote. And so giving as a pressure campaign works.
That's absolutely true. And it's a really good tip from Raver. Let your elected public official in the House or the Senate know that you are giving money to Ukrainian causes. That underlines just how strong your position on Ukraine is. Peter.
So, Alan, you have a background on Capitol Hill. I have one as well. And maybe you can express or try and convey to our community what it's like to receive calls, to receive letters, to receive emails. Because in my experience, a certain number of calls or emails hits a threshold, and then the member of Congress will respond and they will pay attention. Their first question is this a voter? Do they live in my district? Are they part of my community? I have to represent them. And if the answer is yes, and enough of those letters, emails, phone calls, they pile up, the member, they have to respond, and they want votes. They work for you. They work for voters. Alan, I've been there. It's a well-known thing. I was a foreign affairs fellow for Ileana Ross-Layton. She has a portrait that now hangs in the giant gallery of the House Foreign Affairs Committee room. She was the first Latina elected to Congress. That's awesome. I worked for her, and we had to run through issues. I had to do that grunt work many years ago. And this is the thing to remember. Your vote matters. You are the boss. they work for you. When you express your opinions, eventually your elected officials have to respond. Alan, I'm sure you've had a similar experience. Perhaps you might share with the community what it means to receive letters from voters, what it means in a congressional setting when enough people start saying, hey, I want you to vote this way.
Yeah, I have had a similar experience a lot longer ago than you, Peter, but it is true. We had staff meetings twice a week, Mondays and Fridays, with the full staff, and then in the course of the week, a smaller core group of the senator's staff. And one thing we always reviewed was this. What letters are we receiving? What is the backlog of response? Because these letters were crafted sometimes to say something and sometimes to say nothing. But we always wanted to respond, especially to our constituents. So there cannot be a backlog of letters in a House or Senate office of a member of Congress. There just can't be. It's not allowed if you have a really good AA or chief of staff that you work for. And I've crafted some of those letters that say something or nothing. So Peter is absolutely right. The only thing I would say to you, Peter, is there is no such thing as a recovering politician. Once you start, you're in it for life.
And still, you are my friend, Ellen. Keep it up.
I used to work for a senator too, and I would field those phone calls. Um, and sometimes it was harder than others. But and sometimes even in person. Part of my job on occasion was to interface, to be the face of the senator at various local events or what have you. And sometimes you would get a constituent that would be like, where is Senator Graham? Where is blah, 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 and I've got this issue and blah, 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 and I'm mad about it. And I haven't heard my letter. I haven't gotten a letter back or whatever. Um, and sometimes you've got to deal with that, or I'm very unhappy about the way they voted on this. And that has happened a couple of times to me. It's kind of uncomfortable. Try not to do that. um, we just work for the person, right? But at the same time, one thing I would say is that being somebody who fielded that information from constituents, there's a specific way to go about this where you're going to get a reply. So one way is a phone call. And when I worked for Senator Bob Graham many years ago, one of my jobs was as soon as I got there, before actual opening, go in the back room where the voicemail thing was and sit there and literally with a pad and paper writing down people's names, writing down their addresses, writing down their phone numbers, and then making a note about like sort of summarizing what it was that each person was doing. So even if you can't make the phone call during office hours, that's okay. You can leave a message. Most of them will have a voicemail capability. Do that because there is somebody, I was one of those people whose job it is to go and do the notations from the voicemails. The other thing is if you do call during office hours and you do get somebody, there's a couple of techniques I would say would be appropriate to use. Number one, make sure, kind of like what Peter said and what Alan said, that they know that you're a constituent of theirs. That's number one. Number two, always be polite. Even if it's somebody that you have a visceral hatred for whatever reason, you didn't vote for them, whatever, you don't like their politics, that's fine. You have a specific policy that you're interested in forwarding or getting information on in relation to whatever the position is of the senator or congressperson. So be polite. The person on the other end taking that information is more likely to help you in that regard if you are polite. So make sure you do that. I'm sure all of us don't have that problem here. Um, but the other thing is to try to, before you make the phone call, perhaps write down some key points that you want to make to try to make the phone call more, how do you say, productive, when you are parsimonious in your speech, being precise, and that way it's easier for that person to follow. And remember, because they can't take down every word you say. So if you are precise and have these short little phrases, ways to organize and structure your thoughts, it'll be easier for them to write a more accurate reflection of what it is that you're trying to say. And the other thing is let them know in a very polite way that because you're a constituent, that you are going to expect to hear back from the senator or the congressperson, whatever, and let them know that you will be calling back every week until you get some sort of response, and even after that response, because you will want to follow up, and so make sure that they know that you definitely want a letter back. And that's very important, and kind of what Peter was talking about. There is that threshold. They start to sort of recognize if, I think it was something like every 100 people, or no, for every one physical letter written or something, they extrapolate that out to about, that is probably representative of at least 100 or so people. And that's important. They take handwritten letters very seriously because they think that that means you're taking the extra step. And this is not to say that they don't take seriously emails, but what I will say is that if you consistently only do those emails where they have the canned responses, and you don't personalize it in any way, make some sort of additional statement about why this issue matters to you specifically, um, they're going to take that a little bit less seriously than they do, say, handwritten letters or phone calls and stuff like that. So if you feel like you have to write an email, I would recommend to write one directly to your congressman or congressperson and senator, whatever. But make it personal if you can. Even if you take a canned one and edit it, it's easier to edit something than it is to write it from whole cloth. Um, there's nothing terribly wrong about that. Even use Chat GPT if you are stuck and you can't think of how to start it, but make it personal, make it yours, and they are more likely to respond to you. And then if you do that handwritten letter, you do that email, follow up with another email, then follow it up with a phone call, follow up your handwritten letter with a phone call. All of that shows them that you're serious, that you do care about this issue. And the more people they hear from in that regard, they are going to realize that they're going to have to probably take this issue very seriously, or more seriously perhaps than they were. And if your congressperson is doing a good job on Ukraine, thank them, because they don't hear that kind of stuff enough either. And they might be getting phone calls of, people saying that they don't want this funding, they don't want this. So please don't take for granted the fact that your congressperson or your senator is supporting this issue. And this goes for every democracy, because you all have MPs or whatever it is. Let the people that represent you know that you care about this issue. You thank them when they're doing the right thing. You strongly suggest that they take another action when they aren't doing what you want to see. So that's just my sort of attitude from somebody who had to field those phone calls day in and day out, and talk to people sometimes in person even. So hopefully that's helpful to anybody who might be listening.
Dr. Nick, I think it is super helpful. And I was going to say the same thing. If you're a member of Congress already supports Ukraine, thank them. Let them know you've noticed. Let them know it makes a difference to you. And the other thing I would suggest, anyone who writes a letter or sends an email, note in your email or letter that you will be following up with a phone call. In other words, you're letting your member of Congress know this is a concern of yours that's important, and you're going to keep talking to them. Keep talking to them. I'll tell you some funny stories someday, Dr. Nick, about those phone calls. I did the same thing just for the first few weeks when I worked on the Hill. And if you want to talk to someone who's really angry, go to work in a congressional office. Peter, then Brian. Peter.
Alan, Dr. Nick, what we have done right now was so important. We have explained how Washington listens to its bosses. We have explained how members of Congress respond. I'll tell you this, the threshold was 11 in Ileana Ross-Lehtman's office. If we got 11 emails or phone calls, we responded. And if we got a lot more, there would be a staff member who would be personally assigned to address that issue. Dr. Nick, Alan, I'm sure you have your war stories from me. Mine was the commercial fishermen of South Florida. We all have these stories where there's enough people who come together and say, hey, you work for us. We're not going to hire a lobbyist. We vote. Help us. We need your help. Members of Congress listen. That's their job, literally. All right. So, Dr. Nick, I also liked what you said. A couple points that I would underscore for others to pay attention to. Most importantly, be polite. Absolutely. Secondly, don't copy paste someone else's email. If you might see this where it's like, oh, copy this email and send it to your representative. That goes into a pile. No one cares. Make it personal. Dr. Nick, you were correct. And Alan, you were so accurate in just how important this communication is. This moves the world. I've seen it happen. I played a small role in some fights before. I've played a larger role in our current fight to help our friends in Ukraine. It's important. This is how you communicate to the people who work for you.
That's definitely true. And just one thing I would say is, I know when I was working for Senator Graham, while they would look at something like if one person sent in a letter, that for them it was like they would extrapolate that out to say at least 100 of their constituents probably feel the same way. But he would make it a thing where he responded to everybody. Of course, somebody who does that copy and paste thing, or somebody who isn't clear, or has things to say that don't really matter or whatever, um, because it's not something that's being dealt with at that point or whatever it is, right? He still would respond. It would typically be a canned letter. You're more likely to get something personal, maybe if you write something compelling, if you have a compelling case to make, an argument to make, and you can only do that if you make it personal. So that's the thing I would say. But this is super important. So please do it, everybody.
Dr. Nick, Peter, the other thing I would say is that your power as an American voter here in the United States is not limited only to those members of Congress you can vote for. So your representative in the House and your 2 senators, you should also write to chairs of various committees, be they Republican or Democratic, in the Senate or the House. These chairs of committees and subcommittees will also respond to you. And it is important for you to let them know how you feel about Ukraine. So in this case, it's really important you write to the chairs of the House Foreign Relations Committee and the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. This is where these 2 resolutions have been referred for hearings. Do they want to hear from you? They want to hear from you if you want to write and communicate to them. Let them know you are one of millions of Americans who support Ukraine. It's going to make them think. It's going to make them react and act differently. Let them know. And with that, Dr. Nick and Peter, I think we should go to Brian and then to Baza. Brian.
Quick question from the folks who have experience in this area. Where do tweets fall in the tweeting the account of a representative or a senator? Where does that fall in the? My impression is that the letter, a written letter, and a phone call to the office probably outrank those. But I'm just curious if tweets have any. Does anyone look at the tweets, and is that logged? And
Yes.
and does that go in the analytics?
Well, they do have somebody obviously monitoring these things because they have to, one, be careful in case somebody were to, make some sort of threatening comment or to say something, inappropriate or whatever it is. So there is always somebody monitoring the social media feeds. But what I would say is that because tweets are much easier, they may not necessarily look at it or rank it quite as high. But it's so I would say definitely do it, because what it does do, okay, is it shows that senator, it shows that congressperson or your MP if you live somewhere in Europe or wherever, okay, that you're going to talk about this and you're going to talk about it publicly. Okay. And so if you're somebody who were to do that on a consistent basis, for example, um, that might put them in a position where they might feel like they have to respond if enough people were to do it. The other thing I would say is that um, don't just tweet though. Pick up the phone, make a phone call. Again, if you don't want to have a long drawn out conversation with somebody, please just leave a voice message after hours. Because seriously, people do pick it up and they take notes of that, and they will log it into the computer system in their little database like I had to do. After I left the voicemail room, I would take my little pad that sometimes had more pages than I wanted to even imagine, and then go to the computer and then data entry all that. Say, okay, Joe Smith from, Clearwater, Florida has this to say. This is his address and he's expecting a letter back, and these are the main points of the issue or issues in some instances. And we were required to every if you brought up more than one issue, we had to, at least that's the way it was at Senator Bob Graham's office, we had to notate everything that you said as clearly as possible, and then put that right into the system because they take that seriously. So seriously, please, if you tweet, that's great, but don't just tweet. Then follow it up and let them know that you are tweeting when you do call, so that they know that there is something going out there in case somebody isn't paying attention with their name on it in a public domain related to this issue, and encourage other people to do that too. Um, so just multi-prong attacks is the best approach from my perspective, at least from when I was sitting in that seat. I know that the squeaky grease often got the wheel. I mean, the squeaky wheel got the grease more often than not. So just throwing that out there for everybody.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Dr. Nick, when I worked in the United States Senate, we didn't have Facebook, we didn't have Twitter, we didn't have social media. We were inundated with handwritten letters. And handwritten letters are still the most powerful way you can communicate with your member of Congress. And this is the reason why. In well-run congressional offices, the handwritten letter is always responded to first. It shows that you took time, you practiced your handwriting so it could be read by someone who opened your letter. But it also means you were thoughtful about what you were writing. Uh, and uh, and I would still encourage any listener to take time, sit down with an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper. You can fold it to fit into a number 10 envelope, and write out your thoughts. Mail it to your senator or your member of Congress. Tweets and Facebook posts are lowest in ranking because hundreds of thousands of people can do that. Next up the line would be a phone call, but still hundreds of thousands of people can do that because many phone calls can be automated. But there's nothing like a handwritten letter. If you cannot write neatly, as your Catholic nun taught you to write in elementary school or high school, type it out and sign your name. But handwrite a PS. It actually makes a difference.
I like that, Alan. Handwriting the PS. That's brilliant.
Well, I didn't write direct mail letters for 40 years for nothing. But the point is, find a way to communicate with your member of Congress. Tweet, Facebook post, make a phone call, write a letter. But don't just do it once. Do it again and again and again. That's what makes a difference. So I see Angry up here. Angry knows the hill. Let's go to Angry, then to Baza. Angry.
Hey, how are you doing, Alan? And Dr. Nick, great to see you up here having this incredibly important conversation about advocacy. And again, I'm going to talk a little bit about advocacy in the United States. But for anybody who's listening, figure out how to use these same methods in your home country, and figure ways to do it. But just to kind of to follow up with this thread that Dr. Nick was talking about. There's many different inflection points that we can use to engage our members of Congress, and it's more kind of the more creative sometimes the better. There's many factors that go into what type of correspondence you use to engage a member of Congress. Sometimes the speed of the matter is a necessity, and if we know, say for instance, right now there's in the thread that I put together, there was kind of a challenge gauntlet thrown down for May 9th when members of Congress will come back. Well, we need to figure out how between now and then to engage as many of our members of Congress as possible to get them to co-sponsor this one resolution, and then also the same thing with your senators. So, there's a lot of ways to do it. Phone calls. I think phone calls is an incredible way, but also, you need to make sure you make phone calls to your local office, both the DC office and your local office, right? And every time you make a phone call, let them know you talked to the other office. I've been trying to reach someone to really talk about this issue to get a call back. Those are the kind of things that you need to mention. Like, I've been trying to talk to somebody. I need to get a call back. I need to get an answer on this thing. Twitter, I think, is actually a very positive thing, especially if it's kind of low-hanging fruit, if you're just trying to pick up your fives, as we would call them, right? So people who we know support Ukraine, if you are very confident your member supports Ukraine, Twitter public engagement sometimes is actually very good. So using Twitter in a positive way to shoot messages daily at your member of Congress, but you've got to make sure you do a few things. Tag both their congressional side office and their political side. For folks who don't know, most members of Congress have two Twitter accounts. One is a political Twitter account, which is usually only their name, and then one has rep in front of it. So look up both your members of Congress's Twitter accounts. Something else that's really easy to do for us is to send emails. You can send an email, but make sure you always ask for a reply. It's very critical to do that, and sometimes give a deadline. I would like to have a reply within the next week. And then, if you don't have a reply, that's where Twitter actually can become, an actual very good leveraging tool. You take a picture of your email, block out your name, and then tweet them in public, especially their political account, and ask them, why have they not responded to a constituent's letter? So it's about how you use the tactics. It's not just simply, mass calling or mass email writing or letter writing. Letter writing is still the most effective way if you ask, to get a response. But unfortunately, that is it takes time sometimes. So if there is a process that you're trying to push, think about what tool you use. Lastly, and I'll let Dr. Nick talk real quick.
Oh, no, I was just going to sort of support what you were saying, and just sort of, again, underscore the need to be, number one, creative, and to use a multi-prong approach. Don't just get stuck in one method. And again, so for example, say you're in Europe, and you want to contact your MP and you don't know how to do that, just Google them real quick. How do I find my MP? I did that earlier in the war for people in different countries. I made this thread where I was like, okay, if you're in Ireland, this is how you contact your MP. If you're in England, this is how you do it. If you're in France, this is how you do it. And I went through some multiple countries and did that. And you can find them that way. Find out what all their different accounts are. They're obviously, like you said, they've got the local office where they're at and the DC office. And I love that. I had to laugh when you said that because, I always knew I had a smart caller when they're like, I've called that office down there in Tampa, or I called that office up in DC, and I haven't heard anything yet, and I need a response on this.
Exactly. And Dr. Nick, that
that's
local
yeah.
office is actually probably one of the most powerful tools we all have. Now, there are some districts that are very large geographically, and they don't have many offices. But most congressional office or districts have multiple offices within 50 miles or so of you. It's one of those things that find their hours of operation. Drive on down there. They don't get a lot of visitors most of the time, truthfully speaking. So drive on down there with that a copy of your resolution, copy of the resolution, copy of a few talking points that you've written down that you want to explain to these members of Congress, and just ask to talk to somebody, and someone will probably sit down and take notes from you. So those are kind of really important things. But again, remember what we're trying to do. We're trying to be persistent and consistent with a positive message, to give supporting fires to all of our members of Congress from both sides of the aisle, so that they can actually go out and make those hard calls when it comes to big budget items, passing bills that they'll know that some people in our district won't agree with. So we've got to be that supporting fire. And again, this this resolution, and the one that's companion in the Senate, are two pieces of legislation that really gives members of Congress the ability to truly say that they believe, and they truly believe in Ukraine and the idea of victory in Ukraine. And I'm really looking forward to seeing a lot of folks co-sponsor it. I know I was very lucky to talk to quite a few people today in random mini events. But the unfortunate problem was this is new out there. Most of the members I talked to still hadn't heard about this resolution. So again, this will be a work in progress over the next few days, but I'm really looking forward to staying tuned on that Congress.gov website that's attached to the thread, and watching that co-sponsorship go up throughout the next couple of weeks.
Peter, go ahead.
Angry Ants, great to see you in the space. That was the most important point. Ask your member to co-sponsor the legislation. That is so key. And, might I also suggest a tweet is not enough. Think about that effort. It doesn't take much. Think about what our friends in Ukraine are doing right now. Their lives have been upended. Many of them have suffered catastrophic events. Many of them are on the front lines. Others are dealing with the consequences of Russia's attempt to destroy their country. A tweet is not enough. So when Angry Ants said, hey, go into your congressional office, be polite, obviously, be respectful, have your talking points. Here's a good point. I would hope that my member co-sponsors this legislation. That is key. Always have the follow-up, always do the letter. And what does that cost you? compared to what our friends in Ukraine are dealing with on a daily basis. It's nothing compared to what they go through every day. This is why we exist as a community. This is why our mission is so important, so that we can share information just like this. How do we change policy? Remember, these members of Congress work for you. So be polite. You're their boss. Be respectful. Be succinct. But also remember, you have to direct them. Angry Ants, great to see you.
No, it's great to be on it. It's great to see, folks really taking, a call to action. It's great to see my Twitter, the tweets, because again, tweets are one part. Tweets are an easy, consistent thing that we can do. And it is very important in the overall, levels of engagement that we can do. We can't all every day go to Congress unless we get an opportunity. So again, publicly letting them see themselves being called out. There's a comms person working on that, and the more they see it, the better. But again, Peter's exactly right. It doesn't take that much effort to go do a few more things. It's 100% correct. And again, what's the sacrifice? What is sacrifice? Missing out, for an hour, after work to go down to your member of Congress's office. But again, we've got to think about the timing on this. We need to get this through the committee. And this is another point. Every American, all right, every American can engage congressional committee and committee members, because the work that they do in those committees is actually speaking for the entire Congress, right? They are the gatekeepers. So if you can engage, I think there's a hot mic. If you can engage the members, your member alone, many days, if you have time, start to engage the committee staff. That again, you can look through that website that you can find out how to engage the committee staff. There's multiple layers of things to do. But again, asking for that receipt, right? Not every day you can go in. Every day you can call. Every day you can send an email until you get a reply. But again, it's all about the co-sponsorship right now. When you look at those 3 points, what is a more powerful statement than those 3 points? Pure and utter victory for Ukraine. And the question is who's going to be the person who opposes that? And when they do oppose it, that's when we get into the next level of engagement, which I'll be happy to walk folks through. There'll be more threads on that. But also what I was thinking about, what Peter said also, is that this is a way to engage ourselves as a community, right? Many of us, we don't know who each other we are, and we don't have to, take pictures of our faces, things like that. But if you're going to go to your member of Congress's office, snap a picture of the office building, tag MriyaReport in it, show that the MriyaReport community is out and about, or NAFO or whoever you want to tag. When you send an email in, right, snap a picture of it, put it out, tag your member of Congress, tag MriyaReport, tag NAFO, little things like that, little creative things like that can actually, really engage, because, a staffer scrolling through, through Twitter, some things will pop out, right? And again, it's a great way for us as a community to show that we are, working in a direct action way, as individual, members of an electorate, of a society that's allowed to do these things, right? Something that Putin hates. So again, there's so many ways. Think creatively, and if you think of a creative way, throw it out to the group. There's plenty of people. Come up, tell them what you did. It's always good to hear what another activist does, but that's who we are. And it's just about us actually taking that step to do it. And I'm sorry for ranting on. This is something that's a little bit of a passion of mine.
No, it's great. I'll just want to throw in just one other little tactic that I've both done and have seen done. But so say you would like to go down to your MP's office or your senator's office or whatever, but you can't get there during office hours. Depending upon the location, and you can kind of vet this out on your own time by just Googling it and whatnot. you might still be able to either go to the building, it might be open, say you can go after work or something like that. You might still be able to have access to that building if it's in like a big skyscraper or something like that at 6 o'clock. And their office might close at 5 or 5:30 or whatever it is. That's okay because you can slide that letter right down into the under the door. uh, I can't tell you how many times I have walked into an office in the morning and there have been a couple of letters sitting there from somebody, and that's just as impactful too in a lot of ways as you going in person, because obviously we know that not everybody is privileged enough to be able to make it during office hours. You know, maybe they're working a hourly job, and so coming during office hours is prohibitive for them. But so that still makes a difference. And I've done it myself. I've had to do it before, sort of going in there, especially when you're talking about these time sensitive situations. And if you happen to be lucky enough to live near your MP or your senator or whatever, um, then that can work. So that's just another sort of creative way to let them know what you're thinking. And of course, if you're going to type it, I love that handwritten PS. That's brilliant, Alan. Definitely sign it and, whatever. Make sure they've got your phone number, your email, every imaginable way to get in contact with you.
Thanks, Dr. Nick. Angry, go ahead. Then we should go to Baza, who's been so patient. Then I
Go to
have some more communication ideas. Angry,
Oh,
go
I was
ahead.
just gonna say is for just real quick, and I think I put in the dates that are coming up. So right now, Congress is in session, so they're in Washington D.C. Next week, at the end of this week, they will be back in district. So if you really want to get active, if you really want to engage them, you can look at their congressional schedule, see what they're doing back in their district. Many of them will have town halls. Many of them will have maybe teletown halls. But most importantly, look up your whatever party your member of Congress is. Look up if they have any political fundraisers or any political events going on in your district, and show up. You don't usually have to spend any money to show up. You may even get a free cocktail, but you'll get one-on-one time with your member of Congress, almost a guaranteed. Because if they think that you can give them a check, they're definitely going to talk to you. But it's a great way to just be a very polite way to meet your member of Congress and just simply do it as a meet and greet and explain to them what priorities you have. And that will be happening. Those opportunities will happen between now and May 9th, before they come back and before this will have a chance to get a committee hearing.
Thank you, Angry. Baza, go ahead, and thank you for your patience.
That's all right. Good morning to everybody. Just a quick question. I just wondered whether there was any discernible change in the Fox News reporting on the Ukraine conflict.
Well, I think all in all, Baza, it's too early to tell. But one thing we don't hear is Tucker Carlson, one of the megaphones of Russian disinformation in the United States. He had 3 million viewers a night. He's no longer broadcasting. How Fox will fill that spot, we don't know. What Fox will say about this ongoing war that Russia is waging against Ukraine, we don't know. But without Tucker Carlson, it's an improvement, in my opinion.
I think the interesting part about it is that the Murdoch media have been virtually supportive of Ukraine in Australia, and from what I've also seen with the Sky network in Britain, it's been positive, but it's just been completely different in the US, I suppose, linked to Tucker Carlson. So hopefully the situation improves and maybe they get behind this legislation that's going to be discussed in the very near future.
Well, it's linked to profit for sure in the United States. And, Murdoch's empire is global, and he is very aware of what plays locally in a global market. Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, Baza. I would agree with Alan. Also, I would keep us focused on what's important, helping our friends in Ukraine. There was a great tweet thread that went around the world today, and it was a series of patently false things that Tucker said about Ukraine. And it is good that we now move ahead. It is very good that we take a big step forward and say, okay, well, Tucker was wrong on what he said about Ukraine. So now we take that next step. I'm sure he's going to have a great career. He was making about $15 to $20 million a year. I'm sure he's going to stay in the chips, but let's focus on what is most important, helping our friends in Ukraine. And, Alan, Dr. Nick, at Angry Ants, this was a fantastic conversation tonight. What did we learn? We learned how to get our bosses to pay attention to us. We learned how to communicate important concepts that will change policy outcomes. This is why we exist as a community, as a group, as a community. Let's stay focused on that.
Well, I'd agree with you, Peter. Nothing can make you feel more powerful and more engaged than writing a letter to your member of Congress and then following up with it. And the other thing I will say, your letter should be as personal as you can make it. Talk about the videos you've seen. Talk about the Ukrainian voices you've heard here on MriyaReport. Talk about what you know about Ukraine and how that has affected you. Don't write a doctoral thesis. Just be personal. Use emotional words. Don't be afraid to say that videos you've seen from Ukraine have broken your heart or made you cry. And those can be powerful reasons why you support these resolutions for victory in Ukraine and why you want your member of Congress to co-sponsor the same resolution. That's just in my experience. Angry, go ahead.
No, I can't agree more. We definitely have to stay focused on making sure that our members of Congress actually, are willing to put, the support of Ukraine in writing and hopefully in legislation that leads to, things like ATACMS and F-16s or F-18s, etc. But I really want to make sure that everybody on this space understands the urgency and the need for violence of action when it comes to advocating right now for Ukraine. And many times on this space, we like to just say that things are
peaceful but aggressive.
No.
Peaceful but aggressive.
100%. Violence of action is something that we use in the military. It is the idea of everything you do. When you wake up in the morning, every minute of your day needs to be brought about with the violence of action to make sure that you get through your day. And we need to do that, and we need to do it with a very big sense of urgency in the upcoming weeks. And I want to really, really emphasize this. This is not a time for us to sit back. We have got to make sure that the center holds. We can't just talk about it. We have to make sure that the center holds. And right now on Capitol Hill, there is a lot of folks that are still very, very wishy-washy. And I'm saying that from listening to Ukrainians who went and talked to them and were lied to their faces, from my own experiences on the Hill, where I am getting answers that just aren't going to jive, and it's because they're still trying to make their mind up. So the unfortunate thing is the mind is going to get made up very soon. And what we need to do is make sure that as they're making their mind up, as we move into the next couple of months, that we are helping support them, whether they're a Republican or a Democrat, whether we agree with all of their politics or not, that they know they have our support, at least on this issue, and that you're going to go out and talk to your neighbors. So every time we talk about this, we cannot just talk about it in a very kumbaya, easygoing way. We have got to talk about it in a violence of action way, in a sense of urgency, that we are going to do everything we can to support Ukraine. And that's, anything we can think of. And I hope Alan can talk about some more, but I just really wanted to emphasize that. And that is not just coming from a place of me just saying it. It's from an educated standpoint of what I've experienced over the last few weeks on the Hill, and what I experienced leading into the NDAA last year, and how difficult that was. So we need to, again, stay persistent, stay consistent, stay positive, but we have to move with the violence of action. And I just hope everybody will take that mantle up and understand that this is not a time that we can just sit on the sideline or just simply, talk about what we're going to do. I really appreciate the time. I'm going to hop down and put a little girl to bed. Thank you so much, and please just continue to push this message. It's so important right now for our elected officials.
Thank you, Angry. And you know what? Don't hesitate, especially if you write a handwritten letter. Don't hesitate to address your senator or member of Congress by their first name. Say, Dear Peter, Dear Brian, Dear Nancy, Dear Chris, Dear Alan, Dear Robin, whoever your member of Congress is, because if you start writing your letter that way, you will write it much more personally than you would if you started to the honorable member of Congress, to the honorable senator. Use their first name. Say, Dear Peter, I'm writing to you today because I care so much about Ukraine, and I'm wondering what your thoughts are. I'm wondering if you know about the resolutions introduced in the House and the Senate that call for Ukraine's victory in their war for freedom. But use your own words. Nothing is more powerful than your own words. Listen to yourself for a while, write your letter. Nothing is more powerful than the words you would use when you have breakfast at the coffee counter in your hometown. Peter?
Correct. Alan, I've been on the receiving end of those letters. I've been on the receiving end of those conversations. When you personalize it, when you just say it in your own words, it is powerful. Correct.
So, Dr. Nick, we have a lot of hands, and I think the order, but I really don't know. But I think the order is Robin, Chris, Nancy, Skykiss. And that's the order because it rhymes. Robin.
Hi, Alan. Thank you. I am so glad I tuned in. I was out of touch most of the evening, and you guys have given me such great ideas. I have been writing to my members of Congress and getting rather frustrated because from Chuck Schumer, I got a long, pretty detailed letter. I'm not happy with everything he said. He didn't include very much about providing ATACMS and F-16s, that kind of thing. But at least I got something. The other two, I have not gotten anything back from, and I'm going to definitely use some of your techniques tomorrow and get some letters in the mail off to them and see what I can do. Two other things quickly I wanted to mention. One is, I think it was Randy Mott who mentioned this. And I think it's important not only focus on the horror of the thing and what makes us rightly very upset about what's going on in Ukraine, but also to mention that it's in our national interest to take care of this problem in Ukraine and not let it spill over into the rest of Europe. That even if Congressman, whoever doesn't particularly care about Ukrainians, he or she ought to care about keeping, about not squandering our money on on drips and drabs all over Europe as Russia, God forbid, goes from one country to the other. And the one last thing, the Murdoch franchise in the states is not as bad as I think somebody was mentioning before. Tucker Carlson was an absolute horror. I mean, I don't know what happened to him. I used to think he was halfway reasonable, but he really went off the deep end. But also on Fox News is Mark Levin, who's an incredibly strong supporter of Ukraine. And the New York Post in New York City is a Murdoch paper, and it's hasn't been 100%, but it's been very good about Ukraine. So it's, there are. I'm hoping that Murdoch decided that Tucker was something that he couldn't afford to be carrying anymore. God, we'll see what happens, but I'm hoping that's the case. Anyway, thank you so much, and Slava Ukraini.
Heroam Slava. What was the rhyme again? I think it was Nancy Chris Skykiss. Nancy, go ahead.
Actually, I think Chris was before me, so I'll defer. Thanks.
Well, Chris might be before you, but it breaks the rhyme. Chris, go ahead.
Well, thank you. That's very kind. And good morning, all, from the middle of the night here in the UK. I woke up to a veritable masterclass in communicating with your congressman, senator, MP, etc. It was really wonderful. It made me think of a couple of things. I'm going to put those under the heading of quirkiness, Alan. And you being having all of the experience that you've got, that you can comment on this, right? But so I will just say to you that not only was that obviously a masterclass in lobbying and communicating with MPs, congressmen, etc., but it was also a masterclass in lead generation and sales. Right, which for anybody that ever needs it. So one little story I want to add to the letter writing, and that is that one of my fellow directors once used an ink pen letter. So instead of writing in ball pen or anything like that, very, very high quality letter with an ink pen. I don't know if you guys still have ink pens in America and that, but that definitely got the attention of an IT director that he was trying to get in contact with, and got us an actual meeting. And then I would just also add to remember the hashtags that we're using and the themes that we have been using. In other words, hashtag free the leopards, hashtag free the falcons, hashtag free the F-16, and I am now using, of course, hashtag Ukraine Pavilion for the Ukraine Pavilion in the Security and Cybersecurity Expo. And then, if I may just tell you a little story, if you like, which is that the girls who are the expo organisers for the Security and Cybersecurity Expo in London were getting ready to pack their bags to go over to America. That was it was last Friday, so because they were flying on Sunday. And I said, well, don't forget to pack your leopard skin print clothes and your blue and yellow clothes, right? Well, the blue and yellow clothes, they got that because they understood that was Ukraine, because they're going to be meeting with and have actually met now, because tomorrow's the last day of the RSA conference, right? So that they got, but the leopards they didn't really know about, right? So then I had to explain the Free the Leopards campaign, and then once they got that, that was it. The leopard skin stuff went in the suitcase as well, and has flown with them all the way to the RSA conference. So I thought you might like that little story as well.
I love that, Chris, but I'm not about to visit my senator's local office in a leopard skin. Gunny might do it, but I'm not going to do it. So Nancy Skykiss Amos. Nancy.
Thanks, Alan. Yeah, I have left a call for my U.S. representative, but have not heard back yet. I did that at lunchtime today, and I gently challenged, kind of, basically all you can do on a voice message is ask, are you planning to sign on to this bill as a co-sponsor? And if not, can we talk about why? Because here's why it matters to me. And I figured with the 30 odd seconds that I had for a voice message, that was the best that I could do. I really appreciated having the resolution number, because that is something that when I have done outreach with that representative before, his local staff has always pushed back on. I think they learned that tactic in the state House and state Senate, and that tends to be a default there. But are there any additional tips or techniques that folks could suggest for a rookie congressman? I was redistricted, I guess. I say that 3 times fast, last year. So I'm dealing with, rather than the congressman who I dealt with, who's now, on his second term, I'm dealing with a brand new rookie who's just getting his feet wet still in April after having been moved into that position in January. So are there any tips for dealing with rookie congressmen that I could take advantage of? Just tossing it out there. Thanks.
Angry may have better suggestions than I have, but every congressional office posts their publicly the staff members. So my suggestion is write 2 letters. I know that's more work for you, but write a letter to your member of Congress and CC their chief of staff, primarily their chief of staff.
Yeah, and Alan, if I can jump in there too, that's one of the things I was thinking about, because the local staff in this county has only really had experience with him as, a state level representative previously. And he does have I looked up the person who is his chief of staff in Washington, and that person has 20 plus years experience doing this type of role. So I started to think maybe I should, divide and conquer and contact both Washington and local office. But I've only started local and just kind of wanted to get a feeling for what works best in those situations. I'm new to this, just like he is.
So a lot of congressional members are experimenting with different kinds of staffing. A lot of members of Congress have a Washington staff. They also have a local staff. Well, they've always had a local staff, but those have mostly been constituent staff that work with individuals in their district or in their state that have an issue needing to be resolved. But now, because of the internet, because of remote working, you might find the chief of staff working locally, or you might find the press secretary working locally. Legislative aides will almost always be in Washington, but there can be very important people just around the corner from where you live in your members of Congress staff. So walk around the corner, knock on the door, get to know them. It's possible to get to know them. But my suggestion is, if you can, not only write a letter to your member of Congress or your senator, but write a letter to their chief of staff. And as Nancy points out, most professionals who lead a congressional office have been doing it for 10 or 20 or even 30 years. They are hired for their experience. Very rarely does a campaign staffer become a chief of staff or at the AA of a congressional office. It's almost always a professional with experience all around the hill. If they're going to pay attention to you, they know what makes a difference. So just let me break the order of hands, go to Angry, because I know he has experience on the Hill, and then we'll figure out the order. Angry.
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to jump in on this point. I think that there's a couple of things for folks who are writing emails or making phone calls. There's a couple of things you can do to really. The reality of it is the members of Congress don't read every single letter that you send in, and every email that you address to that member of Congress gets put in an email account where someone's got to go through it. It's usually kind of a general inbox that you have. But what you can do is look up the legislative director, chief of staff, and whoever the legislative assistant to that area is. Most members of Congress, have that as public information. Or when you make your phone call, one of the things you can do is ask for the email of the chief of staff and the legislative director. So whenever you send an email in, you also CC chief of staff, legislative director. Sometimes you can go straight to them if you really want to get impact. Write straight to the legislative director. Most members of Congress, you can look that up. The other thing is, if you have a freshman member of Congress, look up their party, look at other members of Congress from their party in your state, and find someone who is on the right side of this issue for Ukraine, right? So someone who's already been vocal, who maybe have already voted on one of the previous bills or packages. And, when you talk to or send your emails and say, look, what we'd like you to do is reach out to, member X over here, or listen to, here's the statement from member X about this issue. Someone that they can relate to, they may look up to. It's just a good tactic to do it. But I do recommend, if we say email, just send emails in. When I think about whenever I send the email in, I'm going to make sure that everybody that is in the need to know of that issue is tagged. So I always make sure the chief of staff is tagged, legislative director, and then whoever covers that specific issue in the office. It's just something that makes your emails much more effective.
Really great idea, Angry. And it's also a great idea to let your member of Congress know that you are aware of other members of Congress who are supporters of Ukraine. So, for example, say your member of Congress hasn't signed on to this resolution, but you're aware that Jared Golden launched a constituent letter to supply F-16s to Ukraine, or Don Bacon from Oklahoma was interviewed here at the MriyaReport, and the next day signed on to the same letter. Ask a key question. Ask, why haven't you followed Jared Golden and Don Bacon in supporting Ukraine? Express your surprise. I don't understand why you wouldn't already have done that. Ask them questions that put them on the spot. Ask them questions that put them on the spot. So let's go to
Alan,
with a follow-up, then to Peter.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, if I can follow up on that, I appreciate the recommendations from both of you. And Angry Ants, I very much appreciate you describing the legislative director. I'm sure that Aaron Bean has one of those, not only his chief of staff. So I now have homework to go hunt down. And I am relieved that there was a Republican representative in my state who has already signed on to the bill. She's from South Florida, and well, North Florida and South Florida might as well be two countries or two states. But for this, I can at least ask him, are you unified with her? And if not, she's in the same party. What do you need to get there? Let's talk. And that's kind of where I tried to at least get my voice message to is, are you already a sponsor or thinking about it? And if not, can you explain to me why, and let's talk about it. So I'll keep you guys updated and see how it goes. Thanks.
Great idea, Nancy. And that's always a great approach. Let's talk. Let's talk to our members of Congress. And let's talk right now to Peter Duran.
Nancy and Angry Ants stole my thunder. I will just echo, make sure you, if you have the point of contact, include the LD or the chief of staff. Very important. In many cases, the LD or the chief of staff, they are the power center in that office. It's very important to find them and talk to them as well. Also, what has been said on this in this conversation is true. Go to the events, go to the town halls, raise your hand. Remember, they work for you. Be polite, be respectful, but they work for you. So let them know what you think. Nancy, keep it up. If everyone did exactly what you're about to do, we will help our friends. That's what we must do.
Dr. Nick, go ahead, and thank you, Peter.
Just real quick, I have to laugh again because yes, go to those events. Like I said, I've had positive interactions with people who went to those events that wanted to bend my ear about what the senator was feeling or thinking about particular issues. Of course, had my trusty little pad and paper to get down people's names and addresses and all of that too, in that context. So absolutely. Unfortunately, I've also bore the brunt of people who were not so polite and were quite upset about XYZ PD or Q. The typically the senator's position on some issue or another. But do be nice, and you get more from out of a with honey. You get what is that term? It just completely left my brain. You get more using honey than vinegar. My mom
That's
used to say
correct.
that. Yeah, my mom used to say that when I was a kid, and I can't believe I can't. Probably because I didn't sleep at all last night. But I digress. So, yes, be nice. Go to those events if you can. For example, like my local representative, the in the gerrymander district that just got invented this last term, she's doing something new, which I think is kind of interesting. She's doing these sort of Zoom calls, but they're audio as a method of, I guess, doing more town halls, or I don't really know. It's interesting. Of course, the problem with that is they're only going to get to so many people, and your question may not get answered, and especially if it's on Ukraine and your senator or congressperson or MP or whoever it um, is not particularly inclined to talk about that publicly because maybe they are unsure, kind of like what Angry Ants was talking about a minute ago. Maybe they are trying to figure out how they're going to negotiate that if they are leaning support or if they're leaning against it. Again, if you can't go to some of these things, just be creative and find ways around that. And the conversation is something that's a really great approach too. Make it a disarming sort of conversation, of course serious, but at the same time make it friendly and formal. uh, though we all know it really is formal. So it's a great tactic.
And speaking of those events, definitely go to them. They usually have really good jumbo shrimp with decent cocktail sauce. The bars are cash only. So, Amos, you've been very patient. Please go ahead. Then Chris, then Sky Kiss. Amos.
I think maybe Sky Kiss was ahead of me. You want to go
Well,
first?
that may be, but I
Yeah.
think she was second. So go ahead, Amos.
All right. Well, so this is really great discussion here. Just so many great um, ideas from experienced people doing congressional, action. It's really good. I had a question in terms of, I've heard a couple of speakers a couple of times refer to this as legislation. I think we need to maybe clarify, number one, both of these are actually resolutions, not legislation, right? So is that correct?
That is correct, Amos. These are resolutions. They're non-binding resolutions. One introduced in the House, a companion resolution introduced in the Senate. They have been referred to committees, the foreign relations committees. All these resolutions do is express the sense of the House or the sense of the Senate uh, about what U.S. policy should be regarding Ukraine. But here's why such resolutions are important. When they gather hundreds of members of Congress as co sponsors, they truly do guide other important legislation, especially authorization and appropriation bills that direct money to U.S. policy, in this case, foreign policy. So these resolutions are important for that reason.
Yeah, that was exactly my point, because I'm wondering, when we're reaching out to our Congress people, our senators, would it be useful to talk about? I'm thinking about what Angry Ant said, the violence of action. It's kind of a weird term for those of us who aren't military, but in a sense, it's actually appropriate because we are actually asking for action that's going to make a difference on the battlefield, right? And increase the timeline for Ukrainian victory. So I'm wondering, number one, would it be appropriate to kind of emphasize the need for action above, following up on the rhetoric, because we don't just want rhetoric. We really want, the sense of the Senate, the sense of the House to be backed up by action. And if so, if that's appropriate, I'm sure we don't want to harp on it because the main thing is to get the resolution through. But would it maybe be important to, number one, just have a couple of real brief points about the kind of action that we want to see, and then kind of the tactic for doing that? I'm thinking maybe tack that on to the end of your letter, the end of your phone call, and say, I really hope you'll support this resolution. And, we really want to see this followed up by action. And the kind of the third part of that is, you mentioned it, Alan. So what are some of the specific things that we would want to be asking for in terms of action, either authorization, appropriations? I kind of feel, I was doing some reading on Twitter today and thinking about writing a tweet, and I didn't get around to it, but I just kind of feel like we're still a little bit behind the curve. There's talk about the offensive starting up soon, and I'm just a little worried that Ukraine doesn't have everything that they need. They still don't have ATACMS. Good grief. So I'll let you guys answer that.
Well, here are a couple of suggestions to follow up, Amos, and then we'll go to Angry and to Peter. But number one, let's get these resolutions passed decisively. And so that means with hundreds of members of Congress. Number two, when these resolutions have been passed, follow up with letters to members of defense appropriation and authorization committees and subcommittees, and start off by letting them know it is the sense of Congress, as a result of the passage of these resolutions, that the United States must do everything it can do to support Ukraine. Follow up with letters to members of foreign relations, authorization, and appropriations committees. You can even talk about humanitarian aid and rebuilding aid that needs to be given to Ukraine. So this is one way to follow up if these resolutions are passed. And as I said before, it's not only the members of Congress you vote for who will listen to you, it's members of Congress outside your district or outside your state who serve on key committees. They might not respond to you as quickly as your local senator or a local representative, but it makes a difference if you contact them. It makes a difference if you let them know you're one of millions of Americans who support Ukraine. So that's a couple of ideas about follow up. I think Angry might have some more ideas.
Yeah, definitely, and thanks for I think sometimes the word legislation sometimes accidentally slipped out. I went out of my way in the thread to make sure that we understood exactly what the resolution is, and that I put up that's in the nest. So what I would say the most important factor about this resolution, and maybe a very soon to be released more in depth. Dear colleague letter or sign-on letter to the administration from a few representatives, one being Jared Golden, really specific or making it very clear what we need, what Ukraine needs for to win in Ukraine, whether it's long-range weapons, etc., supporting their VA, lots of things that we can actually ask for. But a lot of that stuff can be done by simply creating the political will for it to get done. So what I see in these, why I'm so adamant about not just letting these resolutions sit out there without getting co-sponsors, and then we sit back and we see only 18 people have signed on to this, onto this as a co-sponsor, and we're trying to get it through a committee. Is we want to get as many as possible to put pressure first on the people in the leaders of the foreign affairs committee, but also to show that there's the political will growing in the members of Congress through their constituents, to be able to allow people like our administration, who's done a lot to get stuff out, but still needs a little bit more support, and that's what too many people are saying now, is that there's still a need for that political will. We've got to be able to build that political will. So that's what these things do, even though they're not direct pieces of legislation. They're very incredibly important in the actual overall political process of supporting Ukraine in the upcoming weeks and months.
Thank you, Angry. Chris, go ahead. Chris, being a Navy man, has to climb up really steep ladders from the lower deck to the upper deck.
Thank you, Alan. I'm glad to hear that me being adrift has translated over from European time to US time. Thank you for that, Alan. Yeah. I just wanted to say, just what a classic masterclass this is. And Amos was just bringing up, what we would call the call to action there, Alan. Hey, and what is the objective? What is the call to action? And I just wanted to applaud that. I'd also applaud Nancy as well for her research of the person that she's actually sending the information to, and her, massive attempts to personalize and customize to that person. This is just classic stuff. I think you'd agree, Alan.
I totally agree, Chris. It is classic stuff. And the most important point you just made is the call to action. The call to action right now is getting these resolutions passed. But when we get into the fall, into September, October, when authorization and appropriation bills will be passed, the call to action is money for Ukraine. That's the critical time. This is preparation. September, October, critical time. Dr. Nick.
Yes, I'm here. Yes. I agree with everything you said. I think it's fabulous. And, I think we've got a good call to action here in relation to these specific initiatives. And we've got lots of good strategies here. And one of the ones I want to highlight, and I don't know if maybe we should pivot to a different topic, but one of the things I want to highlight before, if that's possible for us to do, is something that Angry Ant said, and that would be to, if you're making social media posts, definitely not only tag your senators and whatever, but either retweet it and tag MriyaReport or NAFO, whoever it is that you want to do, because that's going to increase the reach of those posts and stuff like that, and get other people thinking about that and making other people aware of the things that you're doing, to be proactive, which I've got to go do in a minute. Was a brilliant idea, Angry. I don't know why I didn't think of it before myself. But I made a couple of posts today. I'm going to retweet them. Why not? And then tag MriyaReport and tag whoever else. And, challenge, like you said, other people to go ahead and follow your footsteps. And it's just a brilliant idea. And remember, for anybody that's in Europe or anywhere else, Australia, wherever you are, all of this stuff. And I can say this as somebody who teaches this stuff too. I was just teaching about a lot of this kind of stuff today, as a matter of fact. It translates whether you're in a presidential democracy, whether you're in a parliamentary democracy or a semi-presidential regime. A lot of these same mechanisms exist and are still relevant. So I would definitely recommend that, even though we're talking mainly in an American context, a lot of this does transfer over very nicely to your parliamentary regime or your semi-presidential regime if you're in France, etc. So, please understand that, and please also retweet things and share things, and if you go someplace, get a picture and tag us or whoever, and get this thing moving. I think it's a great idea.
Angry, go ahead.
Yep, I was just going to say that the most important thing we can do as folks who are engaged is to get other folks engaged. And I think that that's just a critical point. And if we can show, sometimes it takes seeing a friend of yours or somebody on that you interact with on social media to make yourself move to that next level of engagement. So I just encourage you to encourage other folks to get involved. And with that, I'm going to say goodnight. And it's great to be up here, and I'll be up here many times, speaking the gospel of advocacy in the upcoming days, and we'll be keeping track of that wonderful co-sponsor list that I know is going to go up, because so many people is going to take action and get a hold of their member and get them to sign on, and doing it quickly. So anyway, thank you so much, and Slava Ukraini.
Herom Slava.
Herom Slava.
And thank you for everything you do, Angry. Peter, go ahead, please.
I just wanted to compliment Dr. Nick. This has been an incredible conversation. Alan, Dr. Nick, you have guided this discourse perfectly. It's been so great to learn from you. And Angry Ants, as always, good to hear in the space.
Thanks, Peter. And it was great to hear your little war stories too, and your little bits that you added, because you definitely have lots of that experience as well. And so I know that the community loves to hear from you whenever you come up. But I see that Incognito has his hand up, and we'd love to hear from you.
Thanks, Dr. Nick. I just wanted to, I know that the subject pivot is about to happen, and I just wanted to mention to anyone who's tuned in over the last hour or so that this has been an extremely informative hour. It's germane almost exclusively to Americans, but it's been about how to contact congressmen and senators in a respectful and meaningful and impactful way. We all could use guidelines like this, maybe written down somewhere, but I just want to mention to everybody who's tuned in recently that all of this has pertained to House Resolution 322 and a corollary and a subsequent corollary Senate resolution, whose number I cannot recall at the moment as I speak. But if you are an American and you support Ukraine, please Google House Resolution 322 and add 118th Congress to the Google, or else you'll get something about eagle totems or something from the 117th Congress. And I want to thank everybody who has been enlightening us on how to speak to congressmen and senators over the last hour. It's been great. It's been really helpful and really informative. And that's it. Thank you. I'm eager for whatever the next topic is. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nico. You know, the most important thing is speak to your members of Congress in your own voice, in your own words, and with your own feelings. That's the most important thing. And you know what? Write to them by their first name. Dear Peter, dear Brian, dear Nancy, dear Chris. Who keeps hitting the mute everyone button? I swear it's not me.
It's me. It was me. Okay, I'm sorry. I was speaking into muted mic because I hit the thing. So I'm so sorry. I fat fingered it. You know how it is when you're co-hosting sometimes. There were some people that were trying to come up to speak and I kept trying to do it. And I don't know if you got it before me and then it went from request to mute. And so I'm really sorry about that. I'm so sorry, everybody.
And Dr. Nick, I know you don't have fat fingers like Daryl. Daryl has really fat fingers. I mean, but I really appreciate everyone joining us tonight. But I also want to say, here we are in overnight time in the U.S. It's almost 11 p.m. in the United States. Really important things are happening in Congress about Ukraine. And I wish we had a larger audience. I really do. I know the NBA playoffs are going on right now, but this is why it's important for each and every one of you to retweet this space and to bring anyone who has questions about Ukraine here to MriyaReport. Anyone who has questions about what Americans can do to show support, because you're going to learn so much here. I can't say it often enough. Just retweet this space. Listen together. Sit down in the evening, sit down with a glass of wine or a beer and listen together to MriyaReport, or on Saturday mornings when Peter Duran is here with stories of freedom. Listen together over a cup of coffee or breakfast. You're going to hear so much here that you can come up here and participate. It's something you can give an hour to a day, or two, or like some of us, 24 hours a day, right here at MriyaReport, because we're here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Helsinki, go ahead.
Yes, mic check.
Loud and clear.
Great, Alan, and great to hear from my American friends. And I think there was also one British and others. So good morning from cloudy Helsinki. We got rain and it's nice because it's a little bit dusty when the spring comes. I listened with a keen interest this kind of like ways and means to influence policy in US. And I think a lot of these tactics that you shared are very, very valuable, and they can be used also in European setting. And I have sort of experience also as an official and being involved in political campaigns. So this was very, very interesting and great discussion. I enjoyed it a lot. And I said to Doman the other day that I want to bring our president. I will write to our president. He's a kind of folksy guy, so he comes to the radio program. So I'm working him to come to the program. So wouldn't that be great to have President Sauli in the program? So I'm working on this. I brought a lot of guests to this space. So let's make it a success, and we can do it. We can do it. This is great, and I really like the spirit you guys have there in the USA. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Helsinki. Yes, we can get the president of Finland or the president of the United States here for an interview. I'm certain of it. We have had some really significant guests here at MriyaReport. Eventually, Joe Biden is going to talk to us. I have no doubt about that. I really have no doubt about that. It might only be 5 or 10 minutes, but he'll be here. Helsinki, follow up, and then to Lily.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. No, this is actually, yeah, I'm just having my second coffee and doing some boring admin here, but this discussion was very kind of like intellectual and very good that democracy is working and we have to work. Democracy has to work in our favor. But yeah, I'm quite serious. We got, I arranged General Lindbergh, who was the defense chief, and a couple of MPs, and Luke Harding, and these people. So completely doable. I'm 100% sure about it. So you just get Joe there, and I'll get Sauli. So we'll rock and roll. Thank you very much.
It would be a great show together. No question about that. Lily, go ahead, please.
Hi, everyone. I know we keep saying retweeting and we donate, but there are a lot of people in many communities who aren't on Twitter. So I printed out a screenshot I took of MriyaReport and the actually website and phone number. And a friend of mine has a cafe restaurant in Boston, and asked her just to like keep it by the counter. So there are a lot of ways that you can just like, you firebomb places with like leaflets or something. And I'm a very green person, but I feel like it's worthy to use paper in this way. And you can hit a lot more people that we're not thinking about.
Lily, you are completely right. And this is why MriyaReport is expanding, at least on social media, all the time. But yeah, leaflets and stapling paper announcements to telephone poles around your city. I'd do that for MriyaReport. I've done that. But you can find archived interviews on Spotify. Just search for MriyaReport. This live stream is also mirrored on YouTube every night and recorded there, so you can go back in time and catch up with content you want to hear about. Of course, MriyaReport has a Facebook page, and MriyaReport has a website. It's MriyaReport.org. MriyaReport.org. Easy to spell report, sometimes hard to spell Maria. It's MriyaReport.org. Make a visit, see who we are, see what we're about. Read about MriyaReport, tap the donate button, and make a contribution to help the Rubige Rapid Response Brigade. That's the campaign that's going right now. On the drop-down menu on PayPal, choose Toys for the Boys. It's really Toys for the Boys and Girls because, as Dr. Nick and I have talked about before, the Ukrainian military enlists both men and women, and both men and women are fighting every day to defend their country and fight for their freedom. So, Dr. Nick, I hope you don't mind if I say some people may not know you are a Marine.
Yes. Once a Marine, always a Marine. It's been many years. But as they say, once a Marine, always a Marine. It's been quite a long time, but it was a fun ride and I enjoyed it. And, they can do some great things. my daughter's actually thinking about now saying she might want to go in the either in the Marines or the Army or something like this as an officer. So it's a good thing. So thanks for pointing that out, and I definitely won't try to pretend that anything that I've ever done is comparison to anything that, say, you know, Chuck or Colonel Spencer or anybody else. But um, you know, I did do my little bit of time there, so thank you for pointing that out.
It's more than important to do that. And I have not served in the military, as you know, Dr. Nick. Uh, Grew up in a completely different time, and but as I've often said here at MriyaReport, um, my father and my mother would tell me, Alan, this is your 1939. What is your decision? What will you choose to do? And uh, I would look at them and say, I would choose to fight for Ukraine. Prince, welcome and go ahead. I think I know why you're here.
Yeah, dude, get out of the chair. Nick, I appreciate you so much coming and taking over when my replacement didn't arrive earlier for my short shift. And I have been sitting waiting, and I usually like to come up to co-host from a listener spot.
Sure.
And I appreciate the conversation you guys have had so much. It has been so, so, so informative, and it has been wonderful. But I don't want to impose upon your time anymore because I was supposed to take over almost an hour ago, and you
Oh
said
yeah.
you didn't sleep last night, and
Yeah,
I
no, I
so
didn't.
appreciate you. Yeah,
Yeah.
I so appreciate you jumping in, and I can hear you getting tired in your voice.
Yes, I
So
am.
yeah,
Thank you,
so I don't.
Prince.
I appreciate you so much, and I wanted to finally come up here because next thing you know, Alan would ask you all about your curriculum vitae, your CV, and
Oh
we would be here for another hour. I love
yeah,
Alan, I
yeah.
really do, and but he does this thing where he says I'm gonna step down, and then an hour later he says I'm gonna step down, and then a half an hour later he might do it. Um, Love Alan, and he is very, very dedicated to us, and I appreciate him so much. But I thought you guys might need a little bit of prompting to say, um, Primus and I are here to take over for you, and we are more than willing and happy to do that so
Oh,
that you
please.
guys can get some rest.
Yes. I definitely need it. I had too much coffee yesterday and I just did not get to sleep. And I even tried to lay down a little bit earlier for like just 2 hours and I just stared at the wall. So I'm gonna go take a pill to go to sleep. I don't know what they put in that coffee I bought yesterday, but I am still awake, though I'm also exhausted at the same time. You know, when you get so tired, your eyes water. So that's where I'm at. Um, but also awake at the same time. So I appreciate it, Prince. And it's been wonderful talking with everybody today and talking about how we can be um, active participants in our democracy, right? Because remember that democracy is not a it's not a spectator sport. You got to get in there and get some on you, and that's the way it works. That's how we keep democracy safe from those who would like to take it from us. And sometimes the enemy is coming from inside the house too. So wherever it's coming from, inside the house, outside the house, we need to keep ourselves safe and the country we love, whether it's the United States, whether it's France, whether it's England, whether it's Liechtenstein, wherever it is that you're calling from. Always be an active participant in your democracy, Ireland, etc. We see you and we love you all. Anyway, good night and all of that. I'll see you guys later.
Thank you, Dr. Nick. You can exit stage left. I'll exit stage right. Prince and Primus will be up to get into the spotlight. So, Dr. Nick and Peter, well, Dr. Nick is gone, but Peter, you speak Russian, and I think some Ukrainian. I've learned a little Russian, but if I say Dobry вечер, is that Russian or Ukrainian, or is it the same in both languages?
Добрый вечер. You have to trill the R, Alan.
Dobry вечер.
Excuse me, that almost sounded Romanian, but you're on the right path. Let's give a round of applause to Dr. Nick. She was incredible. Alan, that was really amazing.
Well, Dr. Nick and I had a great discussion. Angry Ants contributed to it. And Peter, I cannot speak a foreign language because I grew up on an island in the Atlantic Ocean off the coast of Maine. And you should have heard me trying to speak just English 60 years ago. Couldn't do it. But with that, I'm going to drop down. Welcome up, Primus. Welcome up, Prince. This is a wonderful space. Cannot believe I found it. So, Peter, don't judge my accent, but I want to say good night and Slava Ukraini.
Geroyam Slava.
Headroom Slava.
And to answer your
And Alan.
question, Alan, it's pretty much the same in Ukrainian. It's Dobry вечер. It's almost the same. I'm saying it too Russian-ish, I think. It's like вечер. And you do trill that R too.
Don't worry, Dr. Nick. When I try and speak Polish, I end up speaking with a very thick Russian accent. And Poles instruct me it is better to speak in English than try and speak their language with a heavy Russian accent.
Right. Yeah, that's what I worry about when I'm doing Ukrainian. So that's why I decided I was going to get this tutor because and sometimes my brain just will default to Russian and I'll accidentally say, whether it's 8, like, восемь instead of, вісім, because they say вісім in Ukrainian, so just whatever it is, sometimes my brain will accidentally default to Russian and then I feel really bad. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to say it. I didn't mean to
No, it's fine. Dr. Nick, all of my efforts to perfect a very respectable Moskovsky accent have now been rendered useless because it is our mission to understand our enemies and defeat them. But we shall do so while speaking in perfect Moskovsky accent.
Хорошо, молодец. Anyway, good night. And I'm really going to say goodbye this time. I just wanted to tell Alan how to say good night in Ukrainian since he did ask. So, but anyway, I'm out of here and I'm going to bed. I'm going to take a sleeping pill, just go right to bed. So, good night, everybody.
Good night, Dr. Nick. And once again, thank you so much. Good evening, Primus. It is good to see you. How are you, my friend?
Oh, I'm doing good. I've just been, listening with rapt attention to the last couple hours talking about some things that really matter here, which is how to, reach out and discuss things with your representatives and show them that you care because, we all do care, but we need to, make the extra effort to, write those letters and show up at those events, so that they can see us because it is all about the ratios for every, one letter that they get. They figure there's maybe 10, 12 people that are thinking that way. So it's important for your voice to be heard, here in many places. But I think a couple ways to summarize all of that is that's going to be a tough act to follow. But another thought on that, I think the best summary of it is something Thomas Jefferson said. The condition upon which God hath given liberty to man is eternal vigilance. And that vigilance is often, taking action, speaking out. So. And that's a lot of the reason that we're here. So, where are we tonight? guess I don't think either one of us has really much to add to that incredible conversation beyond that. So yeah, just gotta hit some basics on here. So right now it's 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time in the U.S. It's 6 a.m. in Kiev right now, and I guess it'd be about 1 p.m. in Sydney for our Australian listeners coming on here. And let's see here. Oh, we do have a hand, so let's go to that quick here. Go ahead, Chris.
Hi, Primus. Hello, Prince. Nice to see you. I just thought while you were thinking about what direction you would go in, I'd just hop up just quickly and just talk about, if I may, the Ukraine Pavilion and the RSA conference, if that's okay, Primus. So it's the last day of the RSA conference tomorrow. Well, today for me, the 27th, right? But for you, I guess it's tomorrow. What time is it there? Where you are?
It's 11 p.m. So can you
11.
explain to everyone what the RSA conference is?
Yeah, so well, the RSA conference is a very, very well established. Do you know what? I don't even know what RSA stands for, right? You know, so don't put me on the spot there, Primus. But it's basically a tech and cyber conference that everybody goes to from all over the world. So just Google RSA conference. It's a conference that people always saying, Chris, will you be at RSA conference? I go, no, I can't, you know, because I've for those people that know, I have, you know, virtually a farm here, so it's not easy to get away to these things and that. So anyway, but what I wanted to say about the RSA conference and that is that we have had some absolutely brilliant meetings. There's a Ukraine delegation that's been at the RSA conference, and there have been many Ukrainian companies as well. So what's happened is that the ladies who are the exhibition organisers for the Security and Cybersecurity Expo in London in September, Primus, where we're having the Ukraine Pavilion, they have been over there this week for the 4 days, and they have been meeting with some of the Ukrainian companies that want to come to the Ukrainian Pavilion in September. And so all of that has been going on this week. Obviously they're very busy. It's such a huge conference that actually finding people. I have been once or twice, by the way, in the past, but I just don't go regularly. So it's such a huge conference. There's so many lectures going on. There's so many people to go and talk to, and that people don't have time to give me reports, you know, on a regular basis. But I have had a few snippets of how well it has gone, and it's gone brilliantly. So I think it will be a fantastic springboard for the for us basically booking the companies to get there onto the Ukrainian Pavilion in September. That was about all I was going to say, Primus, unless you've got any questions.
Well, not really. I mean, cybersecurity is definitely important on there because the Russians have almost, they've definitely been leaning into, the cyber warfare on there, but also just, part of the modernization, part of the coordination war, a lot of it goes through, computers and networks. So, a lot of things have to be expanded on that. So, it's certainly very relevant, and it's good to get, reach out to other professionals and gain resources and so on. Nancy, go ahead.
Yeah, just really quick. RSA, gosh, Chris, you're right. It's been around so long, it's hard for many of us to remember the acronym that it's based on. But RSA Data Security Inc. was founded in 1982, and they've been having security conferences pretty much ever since. And The abbreviation stands for Rivest, Shamir, and Edelman, who were the inventors of the early public key encryption technology that was developed by RSA Data Security. So yeah, that's a blast from the past. And my husband will jokingly say it stands for Really Secure Algorithm. And well, yeah, that's pretty much it for the non-techies in the house.
Yeah, and does Ukraine have a lot of connections to the cybersecurity industry and so on, Nancy?
Yeah, they have been continuing to increase those, and I think Chris can attest to that pretty effectively. I think in the speaker we heard earlier today talking about infrastructure spoke a lot about their people assets and the technology focus that they want to have as a nation. And a lot of that, of course, is wrapped around security. And I am not a specialist in Ukrainian military security in particular, but I do recall that in 2014, that was one of the areas that needed expansion and improvement on. And right now, compared to the rest of the world, and Chris, tell me if you agree or disagree, but in my opinion, from what I've read, when it comes to securing your technology, they're knocking it out of the park. Over to you, Chris.
Nancy, I 100% agree with you on everything you've said. And by the way, thank you very much for the RSA explanation, which I would never have got in a million years, Nancy. And if you have time, if you could just quickly DM me with that not the whole description, but just what the RSA stands for. That is absolutely marvelous. I'm going to use that. I'm just going to remind people about that in a tweet or something. Yeah.
Do you want the real one, or do you prefer my husband's acronym? I'll send you both.
Yeah, send me both, Nancy. That's fantastic. And yeah, to go to what you said, Nancy, you're absolutely right. And if I may, let me just step back here a moment and just talk about Ukraine's tech sector primus, right? Which is, this is a fascinating story for me, really, because it obviously with the invasion and that I had loads and loads of questions about this. As I think I'm ex-Royal Navy, so I was in the Royal Navy until the middle of the 80s, and so to me, Ukraine was part of the Soviet Union, of course, at that time, right? And then I came out of the Navy, went into sort of like the defense industry for a while, and then into civilian sort of like computing and data networking and stuff like that. And so I didn't really, I wasn't really thinking about any, the Soviet Union or Ukraine or anything like that. And like the closest I think I got to Ukraine was being on an aircraft carrier anchored off Istanbul. I think that was probably the closest I got. I didn't even go into the Black Sea. So it was a bit of a mystery to me. But I did, in the tech world, I did start to hear about, and in particular, I'm thinking about Primus, an American company which is called OneScreen.ai. And I remember speaking to the CEO there, and he, at the time of the invasion and that, and his software development team was in Ukraine. And I basically was like saying to him, are you going to be okay? And that was when I first began to sort of understand the geography of Ukraine, because he said, yeah, I'll be fine, Chris. They're in Lviv, right? They're not, so they're on the west side of Ukraine, not the east side. And I went, oh, okay, cool. But that sort of then prompted me to go and look at the geography. And eventually, I went to look at like everything, the history and everything, because it was driving me nuts then that I didn't really know more about Ukraine. Right. So sorry for that little then, but let me just talk to you about the tech sector. So the tech sector in Ukraine has grown from sort of like a few hundreds of millions in the 90s to in 21-22 it was $7 billion. The fascinating thing, Primus, well, I hope people will find it fascinating anyway, is that over the last year they've actually grown the tech sector. So in 22-23 it's predicted to be $8 billion. And indeed, I was speaking to a software development company, talking to them about the pavilion, the Ukraine pavilion, and they were telling me that they actually grew 50% last year, which I think you'll agree is just amazing, right? Of course, cybersecurity, as Nancy exactly said, has been a main pillar of the tech sector, and of course it didn't start in 2014, but of course it started in anger, if you like, in the run up to 2014, and from then, and has grown and developed from then until now, right? Now, one of the things that I like made it my mission to do, if you like, my sort of give back to Ukraine, was that I would support the tech sector and the cybersecurity sector in Ukraine, particularly, in every way that I can. So just to give you an example of that, one way that I do that is I have a thing called the Cybersecurity Association newsletter that goes out every month. On LinkedIn, mainly. It has over 10,000 subscribers now. It also goes out on Substack, and it also goes out to a email list, a cybersecurity focused email list. And so what I do have done now since February last year is every month I will feature a Ukrainian tech or cybersecurity company, mainly cybersecurity. And again, just to pick up on what Nancy said, right, I realized, okay, we have got here companies who are literally at the front line of the cyber war, if you like, right? So there is no, in my opinion, and I say this to everybody, and I say it openly, there is nobody that has more experience of fighting a cyber war than the Ukrainian cybersecurity companies. Thank you, Nancy, for the 100%. Yeah, right. And so, indeed, and obviously, what goes on in the cyber world relates to what's going on in the kinetic world. Because I also believe that there's nobody in the world that knows as much about fighting against the Russians than the Ukrainians do as well, physically and kinetically. So anyway, with that, what I basically thought, right, was okay, what I need to do is I need to transmit, if you like, the learnings, the knowledge that the Ukrainians have to the rest of the cybersecurity community and anybody else that wants to read it, right? So what I basically started doing, I started interviewing the CISOs, the security information officers in Ukraine, it happened that I started with the CISO of a company called uControl. uControl is basically an open data company, and part of uControl is RU Assets that tracks Russian assets and is a very valuable part of the sanctions world. So most of the people that I speak to, they are on the Ukraine cyber defense team. So typically you'll find that the CISO in uControl is actually on the Ukraine cyber defense team and has been an advisor to Zelensky since 2016, for example. Right.
Now, a CISO would be a chief security officer.
Correct. Yeah.
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 I mean, to emphasize to people like, why cybersecurity is important. I mean, it isn't just about protecting like your bank account or whatever. I mean, they're protecting, where, assets are being based, where the munitions being held, where the MiGs flying out of, what kind of, support is coming in from the West, when and where and how, where is Zelensky today? Those kinds of things. So, it's very much a life or death thing. And, the Russians are very good at this. They'll have, they'll take, college students and, even younger, and, they'll actually, let them, encourage them to go hacking. And whoever some of the best hackers are, then they end up getting a job with the government, unofficially, doing a lot of these things. And, it's militarized hacking there, and then, doing things like ransomware. Ransomware can, do things like shut down infrastructure, and not just in Ukraine. They've done that in a pipeline in the US, and there's probably quite a few other places like hospitals and so on. So, I mean, information, I mean, this is the information age, and when you can play around with that switch, that's a very powerful tool. Unfortunately, Ukraine had the wherewithal to, resist a lot of that, both from, their own, internal investments, and also, quite a bit of investment and assistance from outside as well, because I mean, it's a joint effort. um, and just kind of speak to, Ukrainian, like IT industry. A good friend of mine, he's a senior manager at a software development company, and I was talking to him a little bit about, hey, I'm, working as a co-host at MriyaReport. He's like, what is that? He's like, we're talking about Ukraine and what's going on there. And, he said to me, it's like, oh yeah, we have a couple guys in our team who are remote workers out of Kiev, and this was like during the winter. And he'd say, all right, well, so and so had to drop off the call because unexpectedly, because the power went out, or they're not able to work today because they don't have electricity or internet access or whatever. Just simple things like that. So you have a lot of remote workers even that are in Ukraine who are also just trying to earn a living outside of it as well, which are part of companies that we may not even be aware of, but they're definitely out there. Yeah, but I mean, can you imagine just, I can't go, I can't sign into my Zoom meeting because, the Russians blew up my power plant or the transformer in my area, or, we don't have internet access for a couple days, that kind of situation. It's a very different life experience, and you really kind of got to think about what would that life be like in my life. And yeah.
Primus, you are absolutely spot on, my friend. Right, I can tell you this, right, that so if you think obviously about the fact that, as I said, I basically started talking to these people in February of last year, right, and I was doing so the first, I can't quite remember now, but I think the first interview that I did, I'm gonna say it was about June or July or something like that of last year, Primus, right? When I interviewed the CISO of uControl, right, and he gave me his 5 top tips for fighting the Russians, in cyber terms, right? And the Zoom call, right, of that interview was interrupted exactly as you've said, right? He basically said, I think we're going to lose the power here, Chris, right? So we're going to have to do this again. And obviously I said, no problem at all, right? You know, and obviously stay safe and all the rest of it. So you're absolutely right, and all of, not all of them. It actually, Primus, it's been amazing how their communications has stood up, and there's a long story about that which we've had on here before about, you know, how they've got their infrastructure fantastically sorted, you know, and it's a very distributed infrastructure, and they've managed to keep it up. It's just incredible what they've done during the war. So you're absolutely right there. Yeah. So basically, that now their cybersecurity industry, we should also say, Primus, that they the Five Eyes, particularly the British, the Americans, and the Canadians, did help Ukraine with their cybersecurity, right? I mean, at the beginning, I'm going back now to like 2014, right? And Ukraine also reached out, you know, to places like Romania, yeah, and they got help from there as well. So in the same way that we were helping them physically, you know, with like training of their soldiers and stuff like that, training their military, we were also helping them in the cyber world as well. And so that was going on. And actually, Primus, when I was doing some research on this, I found a report that had been written by I think it was somebody in West Point or something like that, and it was basically it was like something like a 2015 2016 review of Ukraine's cybersecurity situation type of thing, you know. So yeah, so we've actually been, you know, working with them since then, but they really are now the teachers, and that's what I try and do, Prime. So I try and get all of the learnings from various cybersecurity companies in Ukraine out to the rest of the world. So yeah, so thanks for that.
Yeah, a couple of other points that I just throw in here too. I mean, it's not just the Russians that, you know, the Ukrainians are having to worry about. It's, you know, hackers from North Korea. You know, it's hackers from Iran. You know, there's, you know, my understanding is there's been some elements that came in from Africa kind of randomly. And, you know, then there's always the what are the Chinese doing? You know, what is their level of support? Because the darn thing about cyber warfare is it's often very much deniable. You know, so it's a way for someone to support them without putting their fingerprints on it. And, you know, I think I'm not telling you anything you don't know, but a lot of this hardware that you buy cheaply from the Chinese, which forms the infrastructure backbone in a lot of areas, you know, from servers and routers and, you know, all these kinds of things, you know, a lot of them have back doors in there, which if you know how to use them, you can get into that hardware and do some damage. And the Chinese government, my understanding is, kind of encourages those things. That's why you don't see things like Huawei being particularly popular anymore. You know, so it's an element that things like that are definitely a security concern. So, but I think we should probably pivot away from that. But Nancy, do you have anything to add on that? I know you're kind of in the IT industry too.
Yeah, no, I think it's just a very good point to note that you've got to follow where systems mature from, where their threats are, and where their protections and preventions are. I know that, you know, back in the 2000s, when I was in systems performance testing, you could not ask for better capabilities than the Israeli software platforms for systems performance, scalability, and dealing with DDoS situations. Times change, risks change, and technology shifts. And that's where you've got to look at what are the current threats and where are the current countermeasures being presented most efficiently. That's never going to be the same country time over time. It's never going to be the same place. I would love to say, hey, it's always the USA, but I know that's not the case from a commercial perspective. And that's where what we're seeing out of the countermeasures that Ukraine is having to do just to survive are highly impressive compared to what I saw 20, 25 years ago from commercial IT from other countries. So I'll end it at that, but thanks.
All right. Thank you. Well, let's we'll go back to Chris for a couple minutes to wrap it up, and then we'll talk about a couple other news items on here. Okay. Go ahead, Chris.
Yes, so Primus,
Michael probably wants to jump on this too. So
okay, Primus,
go ahead.
Okay. Yes. So, yeah, it's interesting actually, Primus, that you mentioned China and also that Nancy mentions Israel. You know, so I mean, I talk about like Israel as sort of a model, if you like, for Ukraine for the future, and I'm sure Nancy would agree with that. You know, obviously the Israeli situation is very similar to the Ukrainian situation, and it's you know, so when I talk about, if you like, the growth of tech and cybersecurity in Ukraine, I often refer to Israel, and then I also refer to my Wales and Scotland as well. So you guys may or may not know, but there's been heavy initiatives in Wales and Scotland to build up their cyber and tech. And because you want to move on, Primus, I would just say to you as well that the Chinese influence in Ukraine is not well understood, right? But I've actually spent some time researching and talking about that. And the Chinese definitely had their fingers in the pot with Russia. For example, the Chinese tried to take over a company called Motor Sich in Ukraine, which basically manufactures aero engines, gas turbines, and that for helicopters and things like that. And the Chinese tried to take that over, but they were stopped from taking it over by the Ukrainian government. And so definitely, Primus, you're right. And there are other things that the Chinese were involved in Ukraine as well, stirring the pot.
Yeah, and particularly the Chinese, I feel that, you know, like many things, you know, economics or the cyber realm, they just view it as a, you know, a continuation of war by other means. Which, you know, I guess the best way to summarize a lot of this is the cyber situation right now is it very much is a, you know, a war within a war. So, all right, let's wrap this section up with Michael, and then we'll see what else I got. Or Prince.
Yes, I apologize. Hi, everyone. Primus, thank you. Chris, I enjoyed listening to you, but I caught it late. So Primus, if you really need to move on, if you feel compelled to move on, I can put in my 2 cents worth on the cybersecurity stuff at another time. So you let me know.
No, go right ahead. I'm always interested in what you have to say. Come on.
Well, so I know that Chris would know about this, and many other listeners would as well. This principle of people being in our networks, whether it's Ukrainian networks, whoever might be attacking the networks, whether it's the Russians or Chinese, or, you know, it's omnidirectional as far as where it comes from, right? It could be some teenager in the basement, or it could be a nation state. But this principle of like zero trust, and I'm assuming that people that are on this conversation now would understand what I say new, it's relative, it's in vogue now. It's called zero trust. It's basically a principle of designing systems and coordinated, you know, cybersecurity and systems, network management, monitoring, and reporting. Most of it is now able to be done with AI, or a lot of it is now able to be done with AI and systems rather than humans sitting looking at a screen trying to detect threats that are incoming from attackers that are external to your network. Basically, you know, I'm not trying to school people here or insult anybody's intelligence, because most of the folks, I guess, listening would probably know about this. That it's about eliminating sort of the implicit trust that we've always given. And you can go back to Edward Snowden and other breaches, or not breaches, but like stealing of information, or breaches from the external side into the internal side. The bottom line is that, and every cybersecurity person knows this, a breach is virtually inevitable. It's going to happen because there is no such thing as 100% cybersecurity. At least that's how people in the cyber world, that's how you approach it, because there are always leaks, sieves, gaps, all to do with the technology, but mostly to do with humans and the credentials that we use to, log into these systems. And really, this is an enormous, the scale of this problem, how we defend our networks, how we secure our networks, how we attack networks. And I can't, I don't want to go into my full background, but I mean, I come from no such agency and other agencies, and that is their forte. If you go to the National Security Agency website and you read their agency charter, it's about defending the communications of the United States, which means defending the communications of A, our Five Eyes partners, and B, our allies otherwise. But it's not just about defending, it's also about attacking. So this is a dynamic game that is played out on the world stage that does not make the papers. It's enormously enriching for people that are in the cyber world. So it's a very, I just really appreciate the conversation. And I'll shut up because I know you wanted to move on, but fascinating topic. I'd love to see a deep dive topic on it someday, and I'd love to participate in it. But thank you for all you guys do.
All right. Well, let me ask you a question on here about it. I mean, I was in no rush to necessarily move on from the topic, just hitting a couple other things to see what people are interested in. But can you, especially with your specialized background on this, can you give me like a worst case scenario of how bad cyber warfare could be? How damaging could that be?
Well, the mind wanders across a range of scenarios. The most vulnerable that you're going to be because of the security of networks these days, or the energy, the motivation, the investment that's put into securing these networks. And these are networks that are publicly available, but let's talk about networks that are not publicly available. So let's talk about, say, for example, inside any nation's intelligence and defense networks, they will be what we refer to as air gapped, meaning there should not be any way that the outside internet that everybody uses day to day should be able to tap in to an air gapped network, meaning air gapped, meaning there is no connectivity. Let's give an example. You can just assume that the British MOD, for example, does not have a direct connection from their defense intelligence unit to the outside internet. The way they do this is there's an internal network that you use for operations. If you're an employee there, either a contractor or a government person, and you're working at your job and you're on the highly classified internal network, if you want to go send an email home to the wife to say, hey, pick up a bag of groceries because I'm going to be working late, you have to leave the skiff, go outside to a cubicle that might have connection to the outside internet. And you can do that. The two shall not meet. Years ago, all laptops and desktops had USB ports, DVD-ROM drives, CD drives, whatever, and you could transfer things back and forth. But years ago, the intelligence communities of most nations, I'm sure, eliminated those. So now what you have inside the work centers, you just have a workstation, meaning a desk, a display, and a keyboard. And that is all typically optically connected to a server farm. So you don't have a computer sitting in front of you, like where you can like put in a DVD-ROM or a CD or a USB stick or whatever. That's not the case worldwide, unfortunately, because we still see some accidents happening as far as data spillage, but it's all become much more centrally managed, so that really, whether you're working at an intelligence agency or a DoD place for any nation, at least in the Five Eyes community, you sit down at a desk, you have a display and a keyboard. You don't have any way to inject something into the system. So that makes it much more complicated for some adversary nation to even get into the system. So now I'm talking about at the human level, because credentials, like stealing our password or our username, that's the number one way, or the most predominant way, that adversaries get in, if it's not by bribing people to just compromise things. So now
Yeah,
you're talking about,
unfortunately, if you end up leaving your password as password one, you're probably going to get into some issues with that. Having been the victim of that myself. Anyways, I'll just move this. I don't know. Let's see. Chris, we'll let you go back for one last rebuttal, and then we'll bounce back to Prince Heather, and we'll kind of work our way through some news here. Okay. All right, Chris, you have the last word on the cyber.
Yeah. Thanks. No, thanks to Michael for popping up and that. And I was just quickly looking at his profile, and I followed you as well, Michael. And great to see that you're an IBMer, and to let you know that I was in the IBM world for quite some time. My cybersecurity experience has been GCHQ and NCSC for a couple of years in the Cyber Accelerator, and working with the police over here as well. I've always been focused on SME, home and remote worker cybersecurity, Michael, and although I am an engineer in the past, I'm mainly a commercial guy, sales, marketing, and strategy. But the reason I mention that is because, Michael, you would be fascinated to know, and Nancy will be fascinated to know, that all of the things that we tried to tell people were important, right? And by the way, we in the UK, we mainly work with cyber essentials in the SME world rather than zero trust. But all of the things that we tried to tell people were important turned out to be important in Ukraine, right? Just to give you an example of that, right? When the Russians started attacking Ukraine, seriously, they tried to obviously to get to the critical infrastructure of Ukraine. You won't be surprised to know, Michael or Nancy or Primus, right, that one of the ways that they did that is they tried to get into the infrastructure via the employees, right? Now, if we just remember back, the employees were of course in a pandemic at that time, right? We sort of forget this, if you like, but we obviously the pandemic was basically in the UK it was like 2020 to 2022 basically, and so obviously that was the back end of the pandemic, but there were loads of people working from home in Ukraine. without going into it, right? You know, their infrastructure, the way that they had everything set up, is a very in a very distributed manner, and that allowed them to work from home pretty easily, in the same way that, you know, we were able to. But I can tell you that they, you know, some of the male employees got the typical open female, if you like, enticement pictures or something like that to attract them to open things and that, which were then phishing emails, which then implanted the virus, etc., right? Into and these were part of the attempts to get into Ukraine's infrastructure. But Ukrainians, because of their experience since 2014, they were ready for the Russians, and they had, for example, set up honeypots and that. So basically, they watched the Russians trying to hack into what were actually fabricated spaces and that, which was also fascinating. So it really is amazing, Michael, that all of the things that we tried to teach people for years and years have been vindicated. That is one of the reasons why I promote what the Ukrainians say, because it basically vindicates everything that we have been saying to people for many years.
Well, I think there's a lot of people, especially some of the ones that, you know, had experience in the Cold War and that kind of time period, are kind of looking at the situation and saying, well, I told you so when it came to Russia. So let's see. So Prince, any news you'd like to share with us today?
Well, one of the things we talked about mentioning a little bit was the anniversary of the Chernobyl disaster. Chernobyl is part of Ukraine, as you recall, from the beginning of the invasion, when it was occupied by the Russians until they left that area. And, you know, events are still held. There's still a candlelight vigil to mark the 37 years since the nuclear disaster, where people came and laid candles down and flowers down at a memorial remembering the people who died in that disaster. You, Primus, are probably too young to even remember when that whole disaster happened. But Chernobyl was a pretty big incident. It was the largest nuclear disaster, I believe, that has ever happened. So go ahead, Primus, real quick here. Go ahead.
Oh, no, keep going. I was just emoting.
You're laughing at me, I see. No, I see Nancy has something to contribute, and I have something. I have a feeling she has good things to contribute upon when it comes to this. So go ahead, Nancy.
Thank you, Prince. Yeah, Chernobyl was an issue that definitely hit me at a young age. I was old enough to be watching the television, trying to figure out the grainy video that was available at the time when the world was trying to figure out just how bad this issue was. And the USSR was doing their best to cover it up. And what's interesting is that before the full-scale invasion, of course, we had had the wonderful mini-series about Chernobyl, which really did a deep dive into what was going on. Still fictionalized, but very close to the reality of what had happened. And then to see, you know, so many of us had known for so long that the USSR had not been telling the truth. And the onion layer was peeled back. Okay, well, you know, we're seeing these ridiculously high radioactive numbers in another country. How could we get them if it were not for the explosions at Chernobyl? those types of things. But up until very recently, the USSR and then Russia had said, 30 people died. But what I found interesting was that in August of last year, when Russia was trying to use the fear of a nuclear accident as a provocation to get the world to pay attention and be afraid of them, they actually threw out some new statistics about Chernobyl. And whereas previously they had sworn up and down that only 30 people had died from direct exposure, in August of 2022, in front of the United Nations, they declared that, well, you should be more afraid of this because as a result of Chernobyl, some 4,000 people died from direct exposure versus 30. And this was documented in front of the United Nations. So how much of that is hyperbole now versus then? I think they're much more close to the truth with what they revealed with their metrics in 2022 than they ever were at the time of Chernobyl. I don't think that's a reason for panic, but I think it's very noteworthy on this 37th anniversary to be aware that Russia has never told the truth about nuclear risk, ever. And that they have consistently lied about the risks of Chernobyl. And now, 36 years later, they chose to use that or try to use that to their advantage to stoke fears about the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, which is fully within and still within Russia's control, despite everything that we have learned about nuclear power since that point in time. And it's just amazing to me that they still continue to use their original falsehoods to cover their trail and to use newer statistics to go, oh, you should be afraid of us because we're in control of something that you can't control. And it's just another pure example of the falsehoods and that Russia has pursued to try and hold the international community hostage to their fear. And I'm happy to put their original documents up in the nest from their August 2022 statements, if you like. So I'm happy to do that.
Yeah, please do. I think that would be great for people to see. And I'd also highly recommend everyone, take some time to watch Chernobyl. I believe it's on HBO at this point, but, that's not the only place you can find it per se. It's definitely one of those things where I'm really glad I watched it, but I never want to see it again. But what happened in Chernobyl, I mean, I think that caused kind of a generational trauma in Europe. I think that disaster had a lot to do with the anti-nuclear movement in Europe, particularly in Germany and some other areas, and certainly what happened in Fukushima afterwards is kind of a nail in the coffin for a lot of Greens, is my understanding of it. But one thing that always kind of struck me from the Chernobyl disaster isn't what happened that day 37 years ago, is what happened on May 1st, 1986. Was, there was a parade in Kharkiv, the International Workers' Day, and the Soviets knew what happened. They knew the radiation was spreading. And, they refused to acknowledge that there was a problem because they never wanted to acknowledge there was ever a problem on anything unless they absolutely had to, way past the point you couldn't deny it anymore. And, they had those Ukrainians go out there and do a stupid little parade because they didn't want to show, the world or anyone internally that there was a problem. And I believe a lot of those people ended up being pretty much a cancer cluster from that. I think that was quite harmful being out in the open air when people should have been sheltering, because it's really not all that far. And yeah, I mean, even now, Chernobyl is a lot of it is kind of a no-go zone. Although the Russians decided to go through there and at one point even started digging trenches in some of these areas, which caused a bit of a radiation cloud because, well, they're stupid. So, Nancy, anything else you'd like to add to that, or Prince?
Yeah, actually, I think that this is a very interesting thing, and I may be a sick and twisted person because I have watched Chernobyl more than once, and I've actually thought I should watch it again through all of this. But I think that maybe even more than what the fallout of the disaster was, and how many people were uh, sick and died, and all of those things. I think instructively at this point, one of the things that we can really look at this and see is the pattern of lies going back years and years and years. And so when we see this bluster and these lies now, um, we should be able to take some instruction from the lies that we have seen in the past when it comes to nuclear, where Russia and, well, the USSR previously and Russia are concerned. And it's interesting. I came across an article last night from the Kyiv Independent um, that had to do with Russia trying to conceal its dwindling nuclear stockpile. And there's just one quote that that I want to really quickly share with you, because it's a quote I think that really sort of speaks to Russia and how they are. In the last 3 years, Russia has been seeking to keep American inspectors away. The reason behind this is likely not Moscow's eagerness to bolster nuclear power, but the opposite: hiding the scale of its nuclear arsenal reduction. The Russian nuclear stockpile has been gradually dwindling for years. Basically, their nuclear arsenal is a paper tiger. Russia lies. We've seen it for years, and we can look at Chernobyl as an example of those lies. Was it accurate what they said years ago? Was it accurate what they said last year? I'm guessing neither one of them were accurate. I'm guessing somewhere in the middle might be. Um, but how do you trust? You can never trust what is said, because they have such a history of lying that it doesn't make any sense to. And so with this breaking of this nuclear treaty, along with the have American inspectors having a hard time accessing stuff and having recorded decline in their nuclear stockpile, we should, in them pulling out now, it's just more indication that they are, nuclearly speaking, a paper tiger that is not to be feared. Number one, they're not going to do it. They're stupid, but they're not that stupid. But number two, they don't have what the world assumes they have or has thought they had for many years. They do not have, they are not as powerful as they want everybody to believe. Go ahead, Nancy.
Yeah, thanks, Prince. That is such powerful wording. And I really appreciate you bringing that back to home, because the lies and the continued lies over nuclear risk from Chernobyl, was it 30? Was it 4,000 that died from direct exposure to radiation? Again, it's probably somewhere in the middle, but we can never expect Russia to tell us the truth. the same thing holds true to nuclear armament. And the United States and the UK both agreed to defend Ukraine and to support their protection. Okay, assurances versus guarantees. But we assured their borders from 1991 would be safe based on the Budapest Memorandum when they agreed to give up the nuclear power weaponry that they had and to cede that to Russia. So again, we're back to the world's fear of what nuclear risk truly is, and the fact that once again, we have allowed our agreements and our word to be held hostage in fear of what Russia will do with nuclear capability. And I'm sorry, I grew up in the Cold War. We moved to Florida in the late 60s when the Cuban Missile Crisis had ended in the early 60s. And just as Eastern Europe is many people we've heard from have said, you know, we don't believe that BS anymore. Well, I grew up in Florida at a time where we don't believe that BS anymore either. Should we be held in fear by somebody who's saber rattling? And I think the answer is no. And I think the history that Russia continues to saber rattle is expressed over and over again by what we see with Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, Chernobyl power plant, what Prince just read to us, what we've heard time and time again through the UN Security Council. This is our time to stand with Ukraine for what is right versus what we're afraid of. And I will continue that fight through, as we talked about earlier, through my Congress, through whoever gets in my way, because I believe it is the righteous fight. And yes, I understand what I'm saying and what the downside risk is. But the downside risk of being held prisoner of fear by Russia, no, that can't stand. We know that can't stand for Ukraine. Eastern Europe and much of the EU has already said, no, we cannot stand with that. And I stand with them. And I think all of us in this space do. Now it's just a matter of convincing everybody else. Thanks.
Thank you, Nancy. I did just put into the nest the story about the parade in Kharkiv. It's spelled Kharkov because it's the Russian version of it from when what it was at the time, but it's really Kharkiv, which I'm sure we're all familiar with, which Kharkiv being the proper Ukrainian pronunciation. All right. So, Prince, anything else you'd like to add on this subject?
No, I'm good at the moment, but I know that we have a couple of hands. So shall we go to
All
Aaron?
right, let's go to hands.
Yep, go ahead, Aaron.
Hi. Sometimes I listen to this space and sometimes I listen to a couple other spaces. One space brought up an interesting sort of discussion, and it was around the grain deal. So the grain deal with that's been halted is the first time the Russians have actually stopped the grain deal while they've had an agreement to have it. They've not renewed it and then renewed it, but in the middle of having it, stopped it and said we're going to stop it. And that's obviously there's a lot of poorer countries that need that grain.
Aaron,
Yeah.
They have stopped the grain deal. They have stopped the inspections multiple times in the last 2 to 3 weeks. This is just,
Okay.
yeah,
No worries.
yeah, this is
So
just,
I'll move on to the second part that
okay.
was of more interest, and that was that there's been a lot of talk about sanctions on military optics and the gas and coal and gas and oil, but there hasn't been as much focus on agriculture, and it seems like a lot of their agricultural machinery is coming to a stop, and that's one of the reasons they're saying the sanctions have to be lifted or eased, is because it's an area of production where it doesn't seem the Chinese have been able to supplement, and that it doesn't have as much of a buffer compared to oil and gas to weather these sanctions, and it may be becoming to a critical point for them.
The thing that they're focusing on as far as the sanction that they would like to have lifted, excuse me, has to do with them being able to export fertilizer. I haven't heard about the equipment. I could be wrong. I could have missed that. It's not something that I follow extremely closely, other than to have been tracking recently when it's been open and when it's been closed. And I do have an article in here somewhere indicating that it was shut down again today or yesterday, as time, depending on your time zone. But as far as the sanctions that I've seen that they're wanting to have lifted, it has to do with the things that they are able to export, and one of those things happens to be fertilizer, and that I think is their big point. I think it's sort of irrelevant and doesn't. I hope that they get it worked out. We have some time till the 18th. They're talking about starting to wind it down. We will see. We know that the head of the UN, whose name all I can think of is the name of the IAEA guy right now. Anyway, the head of the UN, Gutierrez. Thank you. I had it. That he sent a letter back to Russia with Lavrov and to Putin, and so we will see if that does anything to move the needle or to open up any dialogue to keep the grain corridor intact. In the meantime, there is a lot of work being done with Romania and Hungary and Poland and those other bordering countries. That to work on everybody being more comfortable with grain and agricultural products being transported through their countries for shipping to other locations. And I know that agricultural grain transports did resume yesterday or the day before through Poland. So that is progress. Any other questions, Aaron?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aaron. Let's go to Michael.
Thank you. I'm going to go back a couple of callers or a couple of contributors. And what I may say hopefully doesn't get me kicked off this space. That for people, I've been on here several times before. I'm an overhead reconnaissance sort of expert, but just getting back to the grotesqueness of the Russians and what they've done in violating Ukraine. It's, this systematic sort of annihilation of Ukrainian villages, cities, people. It's just a horrible, it's like, it's way worse, but it's as systematic as raising children when they're misbehaving. It's hard to watch. It's hard. It's vastly more grotesque than something like that, of course, but it's just things that are hard to watch. And I I'm going to be harsh here for some of our listeners. And we don't see this yet in our administrations that in the United States or in the West, this mindset change, or at least we don't see it reflected in the aid we're giving them, or at least we don't see it in the overt part, the open public part. There's always the covert part that we're not going to see as far as what we're supplying Ukraine to help them defend themselves. And we don't see the clandestine part, and we shouldn't see that. But you fight fire with fire sometimes. And when you find yourself fighting for survival, I hope this doesn't offend people, but sometimes there are people in large groups. And when I say that, I mean, say the Russian soldiers that are on the battlefield, however they arrived on the battlefield, whether they are just college students, which there are very few apparently, or they're convicts or Wagner private military contractors.
We say Wanger, but yes.
Oh yeah, wankers. Some people just need killing, and I had never heard that phrase until I was working for shall I call it Christians in Action, as the expression goes, for one of the agencies. And I've said this before, and if you've never heard it, it was an old, what we call a graybeard guy. He had fought the Cold War, but he never had a chance to actually engage the Russians on the battlefield. And he was at the agency, and we were watching a drone strike or something going on in real time. And he just sat back and he said, there we go. Some people just need killing. There's evil in the world, and evil it's comprised of a lot of things. And we have a lot of people in this space that are psychologists, psychiatrists, experts in geopolitical history. But it's a sad fact that some people just need eliminating. And I would hate to think that my two sons would be in that category. Thankfully, they're not. But these people that Russians are sending to the battlefield, because they're an extension of the policy from the Kremlin, whoever is to blame, the only way Ukraine is going to get through this is by killing them, because they're not going to back down, apparently. And I'm just trying to express this reality to people. It's a very harsh reality, and I'm sure it's not lost on people. I'm sure I'm not saying anything new, but it's something we kind of have to unfortunately get beyond. It's incredible to me, man's inhumanity to mankind. But here we are in 2023 dealing with something that's out of 1943. So we all need to brace ourselves. It's ugly. We need to give. We need to donate. We need to call our congressmen, our senators, our elected officials in whatever country, and urge them to put more effort into this, to get rid of this scourge that's like a plague in Ukraine.
Thank you, Michael. I mean, I'm going to take a minute with this. I mean, what you're saying on there, I mean, if that is hard for anyone to hear, unfortunately, that is the reality. We're past the point of, diplomacy or strongly worded letters or feelings or anything like that on here, because the Russians, they don't negotiate. If they ever negotiate, it's because they're out of options, and they'll run away from that negotiated settlement and try again at their first opportunity. There's really no other way to win a war except by killing the enemy. That's That's the reality of war. History has been defined by the aggressive use of force and the defense against it on there. And on a micro level, people some people do need killing, and in this case it's the Russians, the invaders on there, and it's not civilians, it's not prisoners of war, it's not maybe the wounded or whatever, it's the soldiers on the Russian side that have came into Ukraine, have raped and pillaged and committed, literally thousands of war crimes on there, and they're not going to politely leave because the international community wants them to, or because we take away their ability to buy iPhones. It's something that we're having to deal with a 1939 situation, 1941 situation, but I mean even further back on there, it's a very very much a primal war, but it's also, from a Ukrainian perspective, it's a just war. Or what can be more just than defending your home from invaders? And this isn't normal how the Russians are doing it. This isn't how civilizations fight wars, and you know cutting off the heads of prisoners, or you know bombing schools, and doing all these horrible things that the Russians are doing. That's the Russian way of war. That's an older, savage, Mongolian horde kind of form of warfare. There, that's not what civilized countries practice. I mean, it's as close to evil, and it is, that you're ever going to see in your lifetime. And if you look at the situation, you think, well, why can't they just stop fighting? I mean, let's get a ceasefire now so we can just stop all these horrible things from happening on there. And I tell you this, a bad peace is going to mean a war tomorrow. This has to be fought to the conclusion of of a Ukrainian victory, of them regaining 100% of their land. And then, the West and NATO, bringing them in, Ukraine into the fold and arming them so this doesn't happen again. There, because, the best way to prepare for peace, to have peace, is to prepare for war, through a strong defense. There, and, it's the old, guns versus butter situation. And yeah, for every tank that you buy, that might be a school you're not able to build. But that's the reality that the Russians, have created, and there's no choice but to, look that in the face, and and realize it for what it is, because this isn't something you can turn away from. It's not going to get better if you know force some sort of ceasefire out of the situation now. That's Chairman Xi was finally talked to Zelensky today about the possibility of a ceasefire, and they sent over I guess they're sending over an ambassador to China. And I guess it's good that the Chinese get engaged, but that's what the Chinese are trying to push. Is they're trying to push a ceasefire, because all this is going to do is it's going to solidify the territorial gains of the Russians in that area. You know, because you still have about 10% of Ukraine, which is in the hands of the occupiers, and it's not just, well, I guess we'll just have to redraw the map. There's hundreds of thousands of people who live in those areas, and that could be tens of thousands, if not more, of those people who are in mass graves, or their children kidnapped, and who knows what happens to them. Because that's the reality of Russian occupation. So yes, sometimes people do need killing.
Well,
That's the reality of it, and that's probably
it,
even a harder edge than what you were thinking, Michael. And it's the reality of it. But Prince, why don't we go back to you? If any comments, and we'll go back to Hans.
Can I have
I'm
a
just going to
follow up to
just calm
that?
down a minute.
Promise. Do you mind if I have
Sure.
a follow up? But I agree with you 100%. But I think it goes deeper a bit. I won't get it. We can talk about it later about the Chinese and their interests, because I think mostly theirs is trade, because they don't have any visions, in my mind, of taking over Russia, moving north and going into eastern Russia, or they don't have territorial claims on their minds. That they want to be involved as being seen as the peacemakers and business wise. But the greater thing for me, the greater picture, involves this concept of national security versus national survival. And I can tell you from being in the community and still being cleared, there is a difference. We read all the time and see articles, about defense procurements and things that are in our national security interest. But there's another layer that is above that. There's national security, and then there's something called national survival. And at the national survival level, and that's where Ukraine is. That's an existential thing. In the United States, we have things that we can do and would do to ensure our national survival. That is above and beyond things we would do to secure our national security and interests. So if you translate that over to Ukraine, they're already at the warning level. They're at the top. The lights are blinking red. National survival, right? So it's a concept. There's a framework for defense and offense, defense, intelligence-wise, about national survival. We don't ever hear this talked about on this space, but it's a very compelling topic. It's a very deep topic. It's a very interesting topic. But if you just translate us over, if we were inside Zelensky's compound, that's what they're dealing with. They're dealing with national survival, not just national security.
Oh yeah, I think we're all here and on board of it with the concept of understanding it's about national survival on here. I don't think that's been a question since day one, for people who know, and I think it's become a lot more apparent to people who are just, effectively tuning in some areas. But let's move on for that kind of grim subject here. We'll go to Nancy and Daniel.
Yeah, thanks. No, I do really appreciate what you just said, Michael. And I think it is important for us to respect that delineation that you just provided between national security and national survival. Because I know that there have been acts in the United States history that were stated as national security that are absolutely not what Ukraine is facing here. What Ukraine is facing here is truly national survival. An example I can provide is cluster ammunitions. Of all things, I am a pacifist. I believe that if you can avoid war and destroying the hopes and futures of multiple generations, well, by God, do that. But if a war has to be fought because of unreasonable aggression, which is what we're seeing here, then by God, give the defending country what they need to defend themselves. And for years, it flummoxed me. Why would we need cluster ammunitions? Why would the United States not reach an international agreement to prevent their use? But now I've seen what Russia is doing with their waves of attacks of just human cannon fodder. And unfortunately, now I understand what, as a civilian, I understand what cluster ammunitions can be useful for. I regret the fact that I understand that. I wish that time had never come, but that time has come for Ukraine now. That may not have been the case in prior combat. And prior combat situations probably would have been a lame excuse, but this is a valid situation where that type of horrible munition may be appropriate. But it's a fine line, and we all need to be cognizant of what that means. And I have learned so much from this space, so much from our military experts. And at this point, I know that if the United States has spare cluster ammunitions, by God, send them to Ukraine, let them use them in Bakhmut today. And that is an appropriate cause. Other situations, if I'm going to use that in Nicaragua, I'm going to argue with you. But for the appropriate situation, unfortunately, those munition types are appropriate. But we have to be cognizant of they're not one size fits all in all circumstances. And Michael, I appreciate you making sure that we're cognizant of those delineations when we talk about these types of weaponry. So thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you,
and
Nancy.
of course, we always have to be careful of the delineation between soldiers and civilians and that kind of thing, because there are laws of war which are important to follow, and that's that divide is really what separates civilization from not. The the Russians don't are showing really no signs of caring about that. And it's cost them a lot in terms of their soft power. It's cost them a lot in their own morale, because when people start when your own soldiers start doing horrible things, then they start being human and having terrible times dealing with that, and they're drinking and fighting with each other and that kind of things, and atrocity degrades morale. So I mean, there's a very practical reason for it, and then there's just the humane reason for it of you know just don't. I mean, that shouldn't require any explanation. Just to touch on what Nancy was saying though about cluster bombs, the problem with cluster bombs isn't that they're really good at their job on there, which I mean, I think we all understand the job of a cluster munition at this point. It's the well, maybe we don't. I mean, it's something where if you take a one artillery round and hit in an area, it can clear out that area pretty effectively. Where you might need to shoot 10 or 15 rounds to have a similar effect. There's a whole bunch of little grenades which will come down on there, and especially for Ukraine dealing with a shortage of ammunition on there, being able to give them one round that'll do the job of 12, there's certainly some benefits to that, from both a supply perspective and barrel longevity on the artillery, right? But the problem with them really is the UXO problem, the unexploded ordnance on there, because the unclassified figure is things like DPICM, dual purpose improved cluster munitions, have a failure rate of about 45%. And not 45%, 5%, excuse me, but it's something that's probably the real number is probably a bit higher. It can just be things as just using them on muddy ground and it might not detonate, and then it gets stomped into the ground or washed over with mud. You don't see it, and then a year later, 10 years later, or whatever, a kid comes by and steps on it, or a farmer hits it with their tractor or whatever. These a lot of times these things are anti-armor weapons. They'll take out the top of the tank on here. They're going to do a number on your foot or a John Deere. And, when you start using thousands of these munitions carrying hundreds of cluster bombs per, that can be quite dangerous. It's very difficult to clean up. Now, I think they should send them to Ukraine anyways, because, the situation merits it. But I definitely understand why people don't want to do it, because I mean, it's also effectively a landmine, you know. But I mean,
Well,
this is a conventional peer on peer war, so you gotta have national survival first to worry about unexploded ordnance later. But Daniel has been waiting patiently on here, so let's go to him.
I'm not sure you will like what I want to tell you. So let's drop the cluster ammunition here. But when you listen Ukrainian military telling they have a problem with shells, it's not about 155 or 105. If you talk with an artillery officer, they will tell you the problem is the wind is too powerful.
I'm sorry, there's some wind. I couldn't hear you there, sir.
Daniel, your mic is muted and you got a little windy there.
You can hear me better. I just dropped my headphones. I know.
We hear you better.
Okay. Okay, Primus. I hear Ukrainian artillery officers. I hear foreign legion about problem with ammunition. Problem with ammunition are not the shells for the big guns, 155 or 105. The problem is mortars. Because artillery mission for big guns means you fire 3, 4, 5 times to some targets, usually with guided ammunition. And it's not big problem there. The problem is mortars. If you ask an artilleryman, they will say about mortars, they are artillery. And when you fire with mortars, you don't need the permission from the company commander. You don't get the missions from high officers. You fire when it's needed. And you say this is RTM, they are irrelevant. If you have a human wave attack, you stop with mortars. Not a single attack. So this topic is stupid. Talk about 81 millimeters, 120 millimeters, and smaller mortar rounds. These are extremely important. These are the ammunition Ukrainians need excessively. Mortar rounds, more mortar rounds. Because when you fire mortar, you can fire 10 rounds in less than 1 minute. Until you call the guns. So you need to contact, get the order, and fire. That infantry cannot be that. It is important because I still hear this topic about cluster ammunition. These are very specific and very situational. The mortars, in fact, if 80% of the deaths are because artillery, 75% of all artillery are mortars. This is the nightmare of the infantry. Mortars. Second, we talk about existential fight. Ukraine will not lose its Bakhmut or in Crimea or in Melitopol. They will lose in United States because the calling for peace are not coming, from usual suspects, but the governor of the Sunshine State of Florida. Second time, don't project of Xi Jinping. The talk with Xi Jinping is a middle finger addressed to extreme right of the Republican Party and extreme left of Democratic Party, telling, okay, in the worst situation, we have Chinese government. Sorry to be so harsh. Have a great day.
Daniel, I appreciate you. You say exactly what you think and exactly what is on your mind, and you're right about the munitions that are needed. You are right about the quantity that is needed. We weren't talking necessarily about the level of ammunition being needed. We were talking specifically about the effects of a certain kind of ammunition. So that's where that conversation was coming from, and it led from a different place rather than the stock of what was available and the stock versus the capability of a specific munition. So we all agree with you 100%. They need those rounds that you were mentioning, and they need them in vast quantities, and they need them yesterday. Absolutely, no argument at all. And I appreciate the way you emphasize that. I also agree with Nancy that cluster munitions in certain circumstances are a tool to be used. And and I agree with Nancy. I didn't, try to say anything after Nancy because she pretty much said everything I was going to say. So I basically just agree with what Nancy said. It's all about the tool to be used for the specific time and in the specific instance, and for a specific reason. In having those available to be able to use in those times would be very, very nice, and is something that Ukraine needs, in addition to the masses of artillery and mortars that you have mentioned. As far as the conversation with Xi Jinping, I haven't thought about it a whole lot. I think your take is very interesting. But like I said, I haven't thought about it. I will have to think about it a little bit more. I've actually been thinking a lot today about my personal congressman and senator and where they fit on this spectrum of centrist Democrat to the far left of the party. And I feel like I'm going to have to do some more research than I would like to. I've just always known they were strong Democrats and would vote Democratic, but I also could see them leaning a little bit to the far extreme of the left, and that concerns me when it comes to Ukraine. Um, so I hope that sort of answered what you were thinking about there. Nancy, go ahead. Unless Primus, you have something to add. Do you have anything to add, Primus, or should we go to Nancy?
No, we'll go to Nancy.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, and thank you, Daniel. I understand and agree completely with where you're coming from. And as an American, there are many things that I think our nation should be doing more and being more effective about. I can't fix that. I can't change that right now. But as a resident and long-time voter of that sunshine state that you described, I can say that I will hold and I will ask every person I know to hold any and all future elected representatives accountable for where they stand on Ukraine. And if they don't know, that they should not try and cast judgment until they have gone to Bucha and Irpin and so many of the other locations that we have heard about on this space daily. And if somebody wants to gain election here and get my vote, and they have not done that, or at least respected what that impact is, then I'll spit at their feet before I vote for them. And that's all I can do, but I will hold them accountable to understanding what this fight has meant for Ukraine and for the free world. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm going to follow up on that. I mean, I think we've kind of established I'm probably not a hippie at this point, but I definitely think I'm very much a single issue voter. When it comes to Ukraine, and I would say like any congressman who can't figure out where they stand at this point, either has a broken moral compass or just isn't listening to their briefings, and probably both on here. But ones that are trying to play for advantage or whatever. It's like I just have no respect for that, because how can anyone with a heart just look at the situation and be like, this doesn't concern me? I mean, it concerns all of us because we're all part of the human race. I mean, what good are our values on here if we're not willing to defend them? What good are our values if we're willing to just sit back and watch and say, well, that's really against what our values are, but it's not our personal problem, so whatever. That's a deeply wrong way to look at things. That's why I can't look away at this, because my mom and dad raised raised a good person, you know. Anyways, that's my reaction on that. But a quick follow up and then a slightly longer follow up on that. I guess I could have just said a follow up on that, couldn't I? Department of Redundancy Department. That's where I work. So, one thing you're talking about cluster munitions, I would say generally speaking, it's a sad situation when people who are civilians, which is the vast majority of the people here, have fairly detailed knowledge about when and where cluster munitions or these kinds of things should be used, and have legitimate thoughts, and been thinking deeply about the laws of war or whatever, that we're in a place where that's something relevant to what you're thinking about on any given day. That's not something anyone who's a civilian should have to think about on here. That's just, unfortunately, it's sad on here that we're in that kind of place, but that's where we're at. Peter Duran posted something the other day I found quite moving. It was a small Ukrainian child on here, talking to, like a soldier. I think it was one of their parents, but he was also explaining, what to do in the case of a artillery strike. How, where's a safe place to hide from the fragments and so on going on. That's just the reality of Ukrainian children living anywhere near the front line, that can happen. It's not something children should have to deal with. I can't imagine the trauma these children are going to have to deal with later in life from that. And we can talk about 155 millimeters, 152 millimeter cluster bombs on or whatever. It's that's all really besides the point. It's what the human toll of these things really are. But unfortunately, we do have to talk about them. And since we're talking about ammunition, at a point, I posted an article to the Nest. I would encourage everyone to read it, but the highlights of it are that the U.S. has provided over 4 million rounds of heavy ammunition so far. But that's included artillery shells, rockets, a lot of mortars, tank rounds, and up to 200 million small arms rounds on here. So basically, your standard like 5.56 millimeter for things like your M16 kind of rifles, or for machine guns and that kind of thing. So yeah, I mean, Ukraine is still being very well supplied, and they're going into this upcoming offensive, in a very good position, which is something I believe the current head of the U.S. Army in Europe on here noted that everyone is you know looking at the situation and thinking that the Ukrainian counteroffensive is in a very good position, and not underestimating it's going to be a tough fight, but that the Ukrainians have been well prepared and well stocked for this. So let's go to. We'll go back to you.
Actually, really quick,
Yeah.
Primus.
Yes.
I'm gonna swap seats with Tim. So I'm gonna swap seats with Tim, and he will take over co-hosting. And thank you all very much. It's been very engaging. I will be listening. I may come back up to listen or to speak if I feel so moved. But I wanted to thank you all for a great discussion and great conversation, and being respectful and kind to each other, even when we don't always 100% agree. And so with that, I will bid you good night and say Slava Ukraini, and I will see you tomorrow.
All right, Principal, thank you for flying with me tonight. Very much appreciate the company on here, and look forward to probably working together again next week. I should be on Friday with you, so we shall see. All right. Well, thank you very much. Tim Sennett will be up with us soon as the next co-host, and he's already here already. Tim, would you like to introduce yourself for the evening?
Very good morning, everybody. Good evening to our American friends. Good afternoon to Australia and Asia. Probably easier just to say hello, isn't it? So joining you in the co-host spot, taking over Prince. Those of you who don't know who I am, I am from the UK, although I live in Estonia. I've been on the MriyaReport co-hosting team since August. I've done a few things in Ukraine, so I've done a couple of aid trips, and I've spent a month there filming. Professionally, I'm in financial services, but I also spent some years in the British Army in an I-star role, mainly in green and white profile surveillance. So that's who I am.
And what does green and white profile surveillance mean?
So it's two different environments. So you think about green profile. Well, green profile means in the field, so in nature. White profile essentially means in an urban setting, or at least in a sociological setting. So it's two different kinds of surveillance. So you're watching for different things. So when you're in green profile, you're watching for kind of basically any activity. When you're in the white profile, you're watching for unusual activity, suspicious activity, anything that doesn't blend in. Is essentially the difference. So crudely, in green profile, you're watching things. In white profile, you have to. In green profile, you're watching everything. In white profile, you have to focus very much more on people and kind of their behavior rather than just their movement.
All right. Well, thank you for the explanation there. So yeah, it's definitely a form of people watching. Let me put it that way. There, so there's a lot of information out in the world. All right, so I'm going to be stepping down in about 15-20 minutes, but there's a couple news items I wanted to hit on the way out the door here, if we don't mind. So let's see here. In no particular order, let's see. We talked about Zelensky holding his first phone call with Xi Jinping, the premier of China, on here. So, what does that mean? I don't know, but it means something. I think China is really one of the only, probably the only country that can really have any influence on the Russians, but I don't know what that influence really is, what their agenda really is on that. No, I don't think the Chinese want a part of Ukraine. I don't think they want a part of Russia, but I do not know what they want overall. I mean, do they want the war to continue longer to distract the West? Do they want to make sure that their allies, the Russians, aren't defeated because that could be bad for them geopolitically? I don't know. I'm sure there's intelligent people who have a much better idea on that than I do on here, and I'm sure it's subject to debate, but it definitely means something, and it's probably better that they talked than they didn't, because that's something that hadn't happened in over a year. And I'm glad the Chinese are finally, showing the responsibility of the member of the UN Security Council of actually picking up the phone. A couple other things on here. Let's see. The U.S. Navy is reporting that Russian submarines have been deploying at a faster rate than they have in quite a while, so that they're deploying out into the Atlantic. So despite everything going on in Ukraine, they're showing a high degree of activity. What that means, I don't know, but it means that they still have a high enough state of readiness to go out there. So that is what it is. But I mean, I think we all know that sanctions are having a big impact on things. And sophisticated machines like submarines definitely eat parts and depend on a lot of things which may be provided by the West. So don't be terribly surprised if you end up hearing about a accident at some point. So, but we'll see. I mean, they're out there. The Russian Navy is probably the most competent branch that they have, particularly the submarine force, because if you're not competent, you're not going to survive long at sea where you're underwater. On that. So there's that. Let's see here. H.I. Sutton from Covert Shores reported that the Ukrainians have they've at least shown a example of a new weapon called the Toloka, Toloka. And what that is it's a armed uncrewed underwater vehicle. So basically, it's a torpedo shaped device with basically some propulsors or some propellers on the side of it, a big keel, and it's maybe called semi-submersible because it does have a basically an antenna with a camera on top of it for navigation. So that could be a real threat to things like Sevastopol and the anchorages there, because they may be able to put up boom nets to keep out the murder kayaks, the as I like to call them, the unmanned surface vessels, which those things have some very impressive speed. I've watched some videos of those things moving around, and they can really put on some speed there. And substantial warhead on that, but an underwater vehicle that can go underneath those booms, and they may never even know it's in the harbor till it blows up something. So we'll see how that works. It's actually a technology the Iranians had played around with. So it's not something necessarily new, but I'm sure this is probably a refinement of the capability on here, because the best way to sink ships is to put a hole in the bottom rather than a hole in the top. So we shall see how that goes. I know Reznikov was kind of hinting at something submersible a couple of months ago. I just figured he was trolling the Russians, but maybe they actually have something now. Why they actually disclose that, I don't know. But it is what it is. There's a picture of it. You can go on to covertshores.com and take a look. Let's see. Otherwise, in the stack of stuff here. So Prigozhin, the head of Wagner there, he was interviewed, and I'll just read this out a little bit here. So he said, "What's going on now of the Ukrainian armed forces counteroffensive? It's raining today, and the last of the rain is forecast for May 2nd. Another week will be needed for the winds to drive the ground. After that, the Ukrainian army will be able to move." So he also said, also complained about ammunition shortages. Saying ammo is stacked high in warehouses, as I said already before. Scumbags who made the decision should be answerable to the mothers of those killed in action. And he went on to say he figured they were probably losing, 5 soldiers instead of 1 soldier due to the lack of supply on there. And I think we all know that the ratio for the Wagner Group mercenaries, which are mainly just, a penal battalion at this point, or low skilled volunteers, has been quite high. So he's been making some noise. The Russians in general have been cracking down on people who are discrediting the army. Apparently, even Igor Girkin, Strelkov, as you may follow him, he's a Russian war criminal who's been involved in, quite a bit, in 2014, and had a hand in the downing of the Malaysian Airlines flight. He too is apparently under investigation, although that hasn't stopped him from, I don't know, going into a depression tailspin on video. So that's always been interesting. Beyond that, it's a lot of the same. We're waiting for more information on what's going on the Dnipro crossing. That's probably a good sign that is happening, but we won't know what it means for probably a while still. All right, so we have Yehuda up.
Good
So
morning, good evening.
Good morning. How are you doing today, sir?
I had a communication problem earlier. Stood in apparently my signal thing. Anyway, shuts everything down, but everything's fine now. Offload it. And I heard you talking about Dnipro. We're going to talk after some hands probably about Ukraine's greatest supporter on the internet, an unlikely ally, Mr. Prigozhin, who seems to be down and out, sad. But he seems to know that they're going to lose real quick, the Russians, and that's okay. That's okay. Prigozhin, if you're listening, here's a wink at you. But we'll talk about Mr. Prigozhin, the war criminal, and he sees the writing on the wall. Tim, you see, he's been reading the Bible. I think it's Daniel, something like that.
Well, I think he's definitely headed for some biblical style comeuppance pretty soon.
Oh, I think so. I think so, and how glorious it will be. But he seems to be calling it. He's giving dates even, May 2nd. apparently he's the weatherman now. It'll rain for 1 more week, then I'll take a week for the wind. He thinks the wind is the only thing that dries the ground. Could be just the sun. Sometimes water evaporates, but I don't think Prigozhin was a keener in his school days. Something tells me he's not a superstar student, but he thinks it's coming soon. Obviously, what he doesn't know, because he's not a professional soldier, is in all weather and conditions, be closed with and destroy the enemy. But anyway, that's for a discussion after. We'll get some hands. I think Daniel was up in here and all those people. So I don't want to jump in. I just wanted to share that good news. It's always fun to see the enemy, or a very bad guy. You don't even have to be a pro-Ukrainian person to know that killing children in Africa and Syria and everywhere and murdering their families and committing a genocide in Ukraine, yeah, that's not a good thing. You're not a good person, mister. And hopefully, I mean, maybe he won't make it to The Hague. Maybe the thieves will gather around and sort themselves out. Who knows? But over to you, Tim and Pramis.
I think an appointment with the double glazing salesman is on the cards for Mr. Prigozhin, because that's how the Russians like to do things, apparently. Aaron, you've got your hand up. Aaron? Aaron?
Sorry about that. I had my phone on charge, and so I just wanted to correct Prince. I think she was a little bit off with some of her. She might have just done a quick search on Twitter. So I did a bit of a search. If you look back and you look at sanctions, you look at around about February last year or even June and so forth, they were talking about the machinery sanctions that were on for Russia would affect their agriculture, and you'd expect that they could run into problems around 2023. So that's what the articles were writing about, a year ago. And then in Lavrov's last statement, further down on the page, part of opening up the grain deal was agricultural machinery exports to Russia. So I think that probably does signal that their agricultural parts are running into problems, especially since it was predicted a year ago that in 2023 it would be a problem. And some were hypothesizing that China may be able to fill that gap, but I think some of the parts obviously they haven't been able to fill. And the idea was that as far as the Russian gas and petroleum industry has resources to cover what the parts they don't have, and they've got bank balance to do so, the agricultural sector probably doesn't. And I wouldn't go as extreme as that, but what do they say about revolutions? You don't feed people for a couple of days, and that's when you start to see turmoil. But I'll step down because that's just the information I picked up. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much, Aaron. All right. So I'm going to be heading out soon, but not quite yet.
I can pop on if you want. Go in if you need there.
I think Will is going to be coming up shortly.
Okay,
Here to join
perfect.
us. But you're always welcome. What do you think is going on with the Dnipro river crossing? I've been kind of scratching my head a little bit about that the Russians haven't been opposing that. And that's been kind of my biggest surprise of that, because you would think they'd see that and they'd just be hammering the area with artillery. I mean, are they waiting until the Ukrainians cross in numbers and then try to disrupt it, or do they just not have the capacity because they've fallen back?
Yeah, I think so. That's the $64,000 question that vexes many people. And I spoke about this a couple days ago, without getting into details, without getting to how many bridgeheads have been established by the Ukrainians. The Ukrainians have shared with the world that there's one, and it's quite large actually. It's bigger than a brigade size frontage, but whatever. Let's leave it at that. Why, when we were discussing it, I was trying to steer the conversation to what does it mean? What does the effect of this mean? So, not so much why are they there? I think we know why they're there. They're not going on a summer holiday. They're there to liberate Ukraine. But really, one of the really important things is, what does this say? What does this allow us to infer of Russian strength on the east bank of the Dnieper, or the left bank, because they look at it from the direction of Kyiv going down. So it's the left bank. It's not intuitive to those listening. So often you might hear a Ukrainian talk about the right bank and the left bank. It's if the map was upside down. Anyway, so on the east bank of the Dnipro, we know there are Russians. We also know anecdotally from people in the space and just the news that the Ukrainians have been conducting reconnaissance and special forces operations on the east bank for quite a while. In fact, since Kherson was taken. Just because you can go somewhere doesn't mean you do go somewhere. So their ability to ford the river and establish some form of reconnaissance and ISTAR capabilities doesn't mean you go in force. I would say that the Ukrainians are clearly in force already on the other side. So it begs the question: what are the Russians doing? Are they trying to hammer those positions? Yes, they are. Ukrainians have said that there are all sorts of attacks by air and by sea. That was interesting to me because I don't know what the Russians have at sea that could cause a ruckus. But the fact that the Russians haven't been able to dislodge them tells me a handful of things. And these are just it's speculation. So I'm not sharing something that's a secret. It means they're too far back. It means they don't have the supplies or capability. Really, that's what it comes down to. Also, it could mean that the Russians have mined everything. They can't get to where the Ukrainians are because they've mined everything. And maybe the Ukrainians intend on using their engineers to create lanes and corridors, avenues of approach to advance across that region. And it could be that the Russians, because they, in their haste and their stupidness, really, haven't marked out where their mines are. They can't even conduct a counter move, right? Because you think that if they had 1,000 Ukrainians on one bridgehead, that the Russians could muster 10,000 troops somewhere. They do have the forces in the area, and they could drive there within a day, a few hours, and do something, but they're not. So it says a lot about, it's everything. It could be from sheer stupidity, incompetence, which is obviously, not one of those things you used to consider, but watching the Russians fight for a year now, it's up there with one of the main reasons why anything happens on the Russian side, is just because how incompetent they are. Or it could be their capabilities don't exist, or it could be the Ukrainians have sufficiently suppressed Russian capabilities through artillery, air, all sorts of things. So, but either way, whatever the reason, the effect is clear. The Ukrainians clearly dominate the battle space, and they're dictating when they cross that river, which is bizarre because it is supremely more easy to defend your side of a river from an opposing force trying to cross it. So it boggles the mind. It boggles the mind. And I don't say this in any way to denigrate the capabilities of the Ukrainian armed forces. They are amazing. It's incredible what they're doing. But they must benefit from the sheer stupidity of the Russian forces. But even that in itself is a problem because you can't plan for stupid. You have to work into your plan that the enemy will do something most likely or most dangerous. There's no such thing as an enemy COA most stupid or stupider, which isn't a word. But that's what the Ukrainians have to deal with respect to the Russian composition of their forces. It just means though that they're dictating operational tempo. Why the Russians aren't conducting counter moves, just simply like dismounted counter moves, is bizarre to me, and it does confirm, in my opinion, a lot of what we've heard from the Russian military bloggers, that much of the Russian forces east of the Dnipro have vacated, they've withdrawn. They initially were said to have gone to Melitopol or Melitopol in that area. And then we heard from the same military telegram, Russian channels who have big mouths, that they've actually gone to Crimea. A lot of these forces have gone to Crimea to reinforce Crimea. I think that's something that scares the crap out of these local area commanders, is the fact that Crimea is under threat. But the funny thing is, they can put as many people in Crimea as they want, and it won't help them a jot, because when the Ukrainians cut off the Kerch Bridge permanently, it won't matter how many people are in Crimea. They have to eat someday. So I think the important thing to remember is that the Ukrainians are supremely positioned. The Russians, for many reasons, could be just incompetence, could be lack of resources, lack of artillery, um, uh, are not able to dislodge those Ukrainians. And that in itself is a huge strategic victory already for the Ukrainians. And I'm sure they'll exploit that in the days to come. Daniel had to get off. He did send me a message. It's 20 degrees Celsius in and around Zaporizhia, Kherson, Luhansk. Next week, that'll dry the ground out for sure, make it a lot easier for things to move. But at any rate, we're looking at Ukrainians positioning themselves on the east bank, Russians not being able to do anything. It doesn't mean the Ukrainians could explode right through. Again, mind everything, right? Everything is mined. So it will involve engineers to clear the way, but nonetheless, the conditions are being set as we speak for Ukrainian counteroffensive. That's all I got to add there, Prem.
Yehuda.
Oh, thank you for the insight on that. Go ahead, Tim.
Hey, I had a quick question. Speaking of this bridgehead, why would you fight across a river if you don't have to? This is something I've been wondering about this.
The Ukrainians, why are they crossing the river if they don't
Yeah, I
have
mean,
to?
why would you choose a mile-wide river as your axis of advance when you don't have to do that?
So there's maybe some premise here that isn't agreed on. I'm not sure you don't have to. Is it easier to push from Zaporizhia south and split the Russians? Sure it is, but and they're not going at areas that are a mile wide, and really the distance. I've not crossed a river like that. In some cases, it's half a kilometer. But either way, the distance on the water is only is part of it. It's really establishing the bridgehead on the other side to create that really is more important. And if it's under covered by fire, whether you're in a boat going or some kind of barge, going a certain speed, whether it's an extra 7 minutes or 12 minutes on the water. I'm not sure it changes the calculus too much. It does, obviously, if it's a mile versus 10 feet, yes, it does. But there are plenty of places that they can get over pretty quickly. I think what'll matter is the ability to create pontoon bridges and to rebuild the Antonovsky Bridge or to connect it, make it passable. That's really something I look at. But if they've done it, it means they can, and the risk assessment is well within the commander's comfort level. So that commander feels, you know what, although I would prefer not to, I'd like a permissive environment to go across. It means that maybe it is a permissive environment. Maybe they're able to suppress Russian counter moves so greatly that they were able to say, you know what, we didn't expect this. I mean, I personally, looking at a map a month ago, thought to myself, Ukrainians will be poised. That spring will be definitely wound up quite taut. And as soon as the Ukrainians kick off in Zaporizhia and push south to cut the Russian forces in half, and the Russian forces west of that salient and east of the Dnipro start to panic and withdraw, that's when the Ukrainians will cross the river. That was my kind of armchair quarterback assessment, because it just seems too risky. But if they've done it already, it means, wow, it means they've said, hey, guess what? There's no one there. And not only that, we can supply ourselves in such a way that we can fend off a Russian counter move. That's nuts. That means the Russians are so bad or so poorly positioned, don't know what they're doing, that the Ukrainians have said, yeah, we can bring brigade-sized strength units over the Dnipro. We can sit there. We can reinforce ourselves. We could have pontoon bridges. We can, have a constant like ferry service across. We could rebuild the Antonovsky Bridge. I don't know. I don't know where they're at. I'm not going to get into it. I do know where one of them is, according to the Ukrainian military, but let's just leave it there. That's pretty powerful, and it also means they probably feel they have enough fires to stop anything serious. Maybe it's a feint. Maybe it's a demonstration. Maybe they want to suck more Russians west, right? Maybe they're trying to trick the Russians and thinking that they've got more stuff on the East Bank, and they want the Russians to divert forces away from Melitopol. Who knows? There are a lot of things that could be, but assuming they're there to fight, and it says a lot. It says, wow, it means they've noticed, right, that they can do it, and they said we will do it, and the Russians can't oppose us. So you got to take your enemy has a vote, and if they make a stupid move, it doesn't mean because initially it was a bad idea that it's not going to be a good idea. And I think that's what's happened here. They realize it is a good idea, it is possible, so let's go.
I mean, you kind of covered what option number 2 is, right? Because I mean, my point wasn't about the side of the river. It's about the existence of the river and about the inherent risk in doing something that's essentially amphibious when, the breakout is far from clear because the East Bank is so heavily mined. So it speaks of a very high level of confidence on the part of Ukrainians that the Russians can't touch them in a significant way where they are on the left hand side. Or this is not the real attack, right?
Yeah, it's also, I mean, for the Ukrainians did post a map, the Southern Command. It's quite a marshy area where they did occupy east of the Dnieper, so maybe the Russians didn't even mind them. They thought they're not coming there, so we're just going to put our minds on all these roads over here instead. And who knows? I mean, for months, you got to remember, the Ukrainian engineering recce could have been demining a staging area for the Ukrainians for the last 6 months, and we don't know about it. And neither do the Russians, right? So there are so many moving parts. There's so many what ifs. But either way, it's a good thing either way. If this is a feint or a demonstration where the Ukrainians literally have moved, like, paper mache tanks over, and they're just saying that we're here on the east bank of the Dnieper to bait the Russians to, part of a deception plan. That's great too. Either way, they've done stuff on the other side, and that says something really, really. It's very telling of Russian incapabilities, I should call it. Russians don't get the term capabilities anymore. It's Russian incapabilities and how bad or good they are.
Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, I thought it was a little risky to discount, the competence of the Russian army. But I mean, at this point, you have to take into account for it because you have, the most dangerous thing and the most intelligent thing and the stupid thing, that they may do. I don't know if anyone's ever played poker with someone who doesn't know what they're doing, but they're really the most annoying opponent at the table because you really don't know what they're going to do because they're not really following any patterns of behavior there. But yeah, with the whole river crossing, I didn't really expect the counteroffensive for them to lead the counteroffensive off with a river crossing in an area I would have thought would be opposed because I hear river crossing and I think of a couple times when the Russians tried to cross that river and the Ukrainians absolutely hammered them because Ukrainian engineers understood where they'd be crossing, you know. But maybe it's just something as simple as they sent some people across and realized, hey, there's nobody here. We can bring the rest of the company and then the battalion, and they're still not reacting to this. And now we have a bridgehead. Well, that was unexpected. I expect it was probably that, but we won't know till we really see the history books, I suppose. But yeah. That being said, I'm going to be stepping down for the evening, promoting myself to listener. Here and Will be coming up and going from there. So, pleasure talking with everyone tonight. We've had some great discussions earlier. Dr. Nick was on, along with Alan, talking about, basically effective ways to, communicate with your member of Congress or senator, how to get their attention and bring to mind important issues. We talked about, basically cyber warfare and crypto. We talked about the anniversary of Chernobyl and what that means and the effect of that. That's that's something that's very much in the in the living memory of all of Europe on here. That's certainly a legacy. And then, talking about Dnipro and cluster bombs and so on. So we've had a very good evening tonight, and I'll leave it in the capable hands of Tim and Will and Yehuda. Have a good evening, everyone.
Thank you very much, Primus. It's always a pleasure to catch the back end of you in the morning, so to speak. Who misses?
I'm not sure how to take that, Tim.
That's not what the lavatory walls are telling me. Anyway, horrible jokes aside, I would like to venture a quick correction. Putting a brigade across the Dnipro is not a river crossing, right? That's like a miniature D-Day. That's not just getting your
Can
boots
you
wet.
explain, as I'm stepping down, can you explain how big a brigade is to people who don't know how big a brigade is?
It's like 2 battalions with bits on, so it's like about 3,000 men. Varies according to whose battalion it is, but yeah, it's like according to whose brigade it is, but it's 2, maybe 3 battalions with support elements, with artillery, with cavalry, that sort of thing. Oh, and he's gone. Anyway, let's go to Leonard. Leonard, a very good morning to you.
Good morning. Yeah, I think it's absolutely right when we talk about the river crossing, that they tried something, it worked, it was not opposed, and then you basically exploit it. And the fact that Russians are unable to repel it when they realized what was going on tells a lot. That means that they can't. If they could repel it, they would. So it's basically they're unable to oppose it. The proof is in the pudding. They are not doing it. So you don't need to know much more. Why? Correct?
I will add this. There was a certain person in and around the area who did say, boy, the Russians are mad, and boy, they're launching everything at us, but they're not hitting them. So not because they're precision guided. Precision in Russian, if you translate precision guided missile, it means like hopefully it gets their missile. So the Russians apparently have been launching a lot of stuff from sea and air, thinking that they can dislodge the Ukrainians or disrupt them, and they've been hitting the river, they've been hitting everywhere else. So it also means that probably these were never predetermined targets of areas of interest for the Russians, because they just didn't think the Ukrainians would cross there. That's pretty incredibly stupid.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't say that they didn't try, but they can't oppose it. They probably tried with their feeble efforts, but unable to do it.
And I agree with you. Yeah, no, I agree with you 100%. The fact they didn't dislodge them is all you need to know.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there is just to jump in on that, there is a second possibility there, is that you remember back in sorry, Leonard, I'm just going to mute you because you're hot micing there. Remember back in, when was it, October-ish, when the Russian bag on the right hand side of the Dnipro was collapsing, around Kherson city. The general thinking was, particularly among us here on the MriyaReport, was that the Russians are not going to be able to execute an orderly withdrawal back across the Dnipro River, and the more people they put on the right-hand side of the river, the more people are going to get, the more forces are going to get destroyed in place or be forced to surrender. And so, we were thinking, great, okay, so the more people they put there, the more people they're going to lose. So let's hope they build up significant force on the right-hand side. That situation could be playing out again here. It could be that the Russians are deliberately holding back to ensure that Ukrainians get as much as possible back on the left-hand side of the river, gambling on the idea that, working on the assumption that the Ukrainians are not going to be able to withdraw in an orderly manner, and whatever forces they've already put across will have to surrender. And perhaps then the military logic would be that the more force the Russians allow them to get across the river, the better, right? So kind of a devil's advocate point to that. What do you think, Yehuda?
Not at all. The Ukrainians wouldn't commit those troops unless they had really significant ISTAR results that demonstrated that the Russians just do not have the force posture to do it, and also the Russians have mined everything as well. So I think the Russians thought, well, the Ukrainians will cross later, and so let's mine the whole area to keep that, to deny them access or to slow them down considerably. I don't think the Ukrainians would risk even one company of soldiers on the East Bank unless they were able to be extricated very quickly and safely, or if they knew they could sustain themselves in those positions. I really believe that. I think because it's not something they had to do, right? They could have just, held that river, that obstacle on one side, made sure the Russians didn't move west. Believe it or not, that's still a consideration you have to have. And I think that the Russians just certainly don't have the planning capabilities to execute the ambush there that you have painted as the devil, as an advocate for the devil, rather. But I see your point. I think that unless the Ukrainians, if they believe the Russians could conduct counter moves, had a special plan to overcome their own crappily made, not a word, crappily made obstacle plan, then maybe the Ukrainians put in a bunch of dummy tanks and dummy, like inflatable devices to trick them. But I suspect they're on force. They're gonna, once if counteroffensive kicks off, you're going to see forces from Zaporizhia push south, cut off the Russians, put them in a bit of a rout, and then you'll see the Ukrainians just slowly start demining their way east and pushing through. Right, so a lot of what ifs again. I just don't see the Russians. I mean, nothing at all to me demonstrates the Russian capability to plan and execute a competent plan. Operation. I just don't see it, and I'm not trying to be, oh, Russia sucks. Actually, it just doesn't. It's not in the cards for Russia. Their biggest, every victory the Russians had was a World War II style creeping artillery barrage, hundreds of thousands of shells, kill everything in its way just because of artillery, and then move on to the terrain that's destroyed. That's Russia's plan. That's the only thing that Russia has been effective in. At no point has Russia been effective in maneuver warfare. So ever since World War II ended, when maneuver warfare was created in and around that time, I guess you could say, and plans were made to integrate these different combat arms. Ever since that occurred, the West and a lot of places in the world have moved forward almost as if time marches on. Tim, it's been accused of doing that. So as time marches on, everyone else learns how to integrate and use their capabilities wisely. The Russians are the only ones who haven't done it, because the Russians have drank their own Kool-Aid. They've been telling their people since 1946, great patriotic war, number one, we save everyone. And they think that all we have to do is throw people at a problem and we'll win. Well, guess what? Your demographics has changed, Russia. And also people's lives matter. So if you can't conduct combined arms attacks, you shouldn't be in the warfighting business. That's my take on it. Tim, I might have gone too far. I apologize.
Yeah, not a problem. I mean, I like it when people pour cold water on theories that benefit Russia. So entirely happy with that. Will Teal, a very good morning to you. How are things?
Very well, Tim. Thanks very much. Good morning to you in Estonia. Yehuda, everybody knows that I'm.
I had something to tell you. I had something to tell you, Will, but I'll tell you later.
Okay. Okay. I want to add on to something you said, because as anybody who's a regular listener here would know, I have the like infinite military experience in this sort of stuff. And I'm absolutely positively not interested in talking about what Ukraine is doing on the east bank of the Dnipro, because we've been told not to participate in that, and I have a very good idea, but I would happy to talk to you offline, Yoda, about it. But I won't be doing that here. But what I will do is add to what you said. Like, oftentimes we get a bit jokey and snarky on here about stuff, but what you said about Russia not successfully being able to complete any combined arms operations in this war is 100% correct. Whether we're talking about their initial advance to attempt to cross Kherson to Mykolaiv, fail. If they tried to take Hostomel and move in there, fail. tried to secure the roads between Kiev and out to the Sumy area through Bucha, failed. Tried to cross the river at Bilahorivka. Remember seeing that? You want to see how bad a river crossing can go? Go look back about 6 months ago, when they tried to cross the Bilahorivka, and how many pieces of armor and men died that day. So yeah, they haven't proven, I don't think, and as you said, the only capability they have is extermination of everything in front of them with artillery, and moving on to the destroyed ground. That is the only capability they have. And I'll add, they're not even quite good at that, Yehuda, because they've grounded out for now over 11 months. They've been trying to take Bakhmut, and they're going to grind it out to the bitter end. But yeah, I mean, speaking objectively, as no military expert at all, but being a compendious reader and collector of facts and things, I 100% support your position, and it's no laughing matter, right? It will be an incredibly difficult task to mount a counteroffensive of any sort wherever they do it, and I hope they hold off as long as they can, so that they're as prepared as they want to be, and not doing anything early or feeling like they have to do anything. And that's the point that you've made too, that I 100% support, that Ukraine's not doing anything at this point that's foolhardy, or that they don't feel they have to do. So yeah, just wanted to chip on there, and back to you, Tim, and carry on this discussion. I think it's really interesting, and Primus wants to get back in.
Sure. I just would like I'd like a little clarity on this, actually. What have the Ukrainian government actually asked us not to do at this point? I understand they want kind of silence. Basically, they don't want people publishing pictures of stuff moving around. They don't want people analyzing situations. I mean, does that include speculation as well? Because I mean, this stuff is reported in the press. That's ultimately, I don't feel like we're breaking any new ground here.
Well, it's okay for you, and it's okay for you and Yehuda to speculate, Tim. But I usually pick things correctly.
There you go. So denial ain't just a river in Egypt; it's also a river in Will's mind. Listen, where the OPSEC thing comes from the Ukrainian side is the young, super excited, infantryman or woman who is sitting in a trench somewhere, sending messages back on Telegram, or "Yay, look where we are! Ha ha ha! Russians, your days are numbered. I've got your ticket or number." That's really what it comes down to. I mean, when we quote the Southern Command of the Ukrainian Army, and then speculate what it means, this is just wargaming, right? Gosh, if the Russians don't know, hey, if the Ukrainians are on the east bank of the Dnieper, you're screwed. And if they need to hear it from me, or you, or anyone, oh my goodness, we've heard it on MriyaReport. The same information. It means it's bad, Sergey. What do you mean? I thought it's good that the Ukrainians are on. No, that's because it's east and left bank is actually the east bank, you dummy. And they all got confused. Who knows, really? Yeah, we can speculate. I mean, I don't think this is very controversial. There are only so many places the Ukrainians can attack from, and ironically, I suspect they're going to attack in all of them. So, eat your heart out, Russia. Goodbye. Sergei Lavrov asked, "How may we end the conflict? Get out of Ukraine. It's really simple. That's how you end the conflict. Leave. Isn't that so simple, Tim? It's such a complicated question, but the solution is so simple. Get out." Ta-da! Can I get a Nobel Prize? Anyone?
Now, I've got some real insider information on this. I have heard from highest sources that the attack will happen in Ukraine.
This is true. Unconfirmed reports have been filtering in. There will be a counteroffensive between now and 2024. There you go. Special information.
You heard it here first, folks. We've got a few hands, so let's go to Pauli, please. Pauli, good morning to you.
Yeah, good morning, Tim and Yehuda and Will and Chris. It's actually the National Veterans Day in Finland today, so big day, and we give thanks to our men and women who served on behalf of our country. So it's a big day in Finland.
Can I ask, Pauli, is it the anniversary of something? Is it the anniversary of something?
Yeah, it's the anniversary of the ending of the Lapland War. So we basically had 3 wars in the Second World War. First the Winter War, then the Continental War, and then the Lapland War. And that's like the end date. And that was basically a fake war against the Germans due to the the peace treaty. But still, there were some casualties, minor casualties, but still.
I have a fun story about that, if you'll indulge me for 30 seconds.
Yes.
Now, if you come to Tallinn, you will see the city of Tallinn, which is just across the NATO lake from Helsinki, has 2 very distinct styles of cobblestones on its streets. Now, one of the styles of cobblestone are natural volcanic round stones, and the other style is the kind of squared, the square machine stones that you see more often these days. And they're all mixed and matched. There's no particular plan. You'll often see 2 different styles of cobblestone on the same street, one side in the rough style, the other side in the neat style. And the sifts, the machine square cobblestones, actually came to Tallinn as war reparations from Lord von Mannerheim to Stalin as part of the price of ending the Second World War between Finland, or rather the Lapland War between Finland and the Soviet Union. Finland didn't have an enormous amount of money. Her capacity to pay reparations was limited, and so the reparations were largely symbolic. And one of them was Stalin got Finland to dig up the streets of Helsinki and Turku and give all the cobblestones to the Estonian Soviet Socialist Republic, where they were used to pave the streets of Tallinn. Fun fact.
Yeah, I think that's correct. We were basically the only country in Second World War that paid the war reparations in full. And then, funny fact is also that for the Germans, they burned our northern Finland, so we also forgive the war reparations that we agreed with the Germans. So we actually also forgave the war reparations for the Germans. So, yeah,
Paul,
that was that.
Can I ask
Yeah.
a question?
Of course.
It's not about a cracker, don't worry. It's about the 200th Motorized Rifle Brigade hanging around somewhere in Finland, near Finland. And I don't know, growing up, like, is it something that the Finns said, oh gosh, there's the elite 200th Motorized Separate Rifle, but distinct brigade. And apparently it is no longer. And not only that, it's been reconstituted a couple of times, and it is no longer again. Is there word, like in Finland, for our audience, this is a very famous Russian force that has been like a sword of Damocles hanging over parts of Eastern Europe. People talked it and they touted its prowess. And it's no more. It was destroyed a long time ago, and then its remnants were destroyed again, just for good measure. Do the Finns go, wow, like there's nothing on the other side of the border? Not that you're going to, invade Russia or take back parts of Finland. But is it something that Finns talk about, right? I mean, I know that's one of those, like the mystique of the Russian and the Soviet military, and this was like one of the premier fighting forces, supposedly. Are the Finns cognizant of that? Is that something that comes out in Finnish news at all, or is it, are you not aware? Does the average Finn not care or know the names of these famous Russian units stationed close to its border?
Yeah, thank you, Yehuda. That's a really good question. And on average, I think this has been covered in the media quite widely and quite regularly. And I think on average, people discuss about the the regions and cities where the barracks are located at. They're not necessarily familiar with the rank numbers or specific numbers of the regiments. And I would say on average, the people are just, how to say, amazed that the Eastern troops were so soft, that they were so unprofessional. Because I think many non-military persons were taught to believe by the yellow media that the Eastern troops are like SEAL Team 6 type of squads, and they're really capable, which they were not. And I would say the military persons in Finland are quite regularly discussing how empty the barracks are now, and what would happen if we just would have a broken compass and go east, and not west. Joking aside, I think we're just we are really satisfied, and every day it gives us satisfactions that Ukrainian army was able to demolish the VDV and the Eastern troops, and I think we are also forever grateful for that. It was a big thing, and I don't think that many countries necessarily understand how big and important fight in the north, in the Kiev and in Hostomel area, how big it was, how crucial it was also for Finland. Yeah, so that's my take on the matter. Thank you, Eero.
Thanks so much for that.
Thank you. Pauli, you actually had a question, or was that what you wanted to say?
Yeah, there's a long segue or intro, but Yehuda, if we try to analyze the situation of the Ruski forces now in the south of Kherson, and let's try to analyze it a bit. What's their situation? Because last autumn, I think, like north of Kherson, they were more prepared. They were a bit more focused. I would say the equipment they had before they getting routed, I think that was in a better state. So how would you analyze the situation now, maybe between the forces and especially with the Ruski forces south of Kherson and in the Melitopol area? How like prepared are they now, and what's the situation with the forces now? How would you like analyze it, or if you had to make any wild guesses? Thank you.
I mean, okay, so I'll just go on a limb here and say something crazy. Again, there's no special capabilities that I think Tim or anyone here possess that you don't. We're not clairvoyant. We don't have special super duper intelligence reports. A lot of it comes from, believe it or not, Russian military bloggers who are repeating things they probably shouldn't. And it's units. It's not just one or two; it's hundreds of different, reports from people talking about where they're going. And that'll be a lesson for communication security, ComSec, moving forward in future conflicts, because it's incredible how ridiculous, people are on the Russian side. Like you'll have 100 people in a unit of 1,000 just literally telling everyone back in Russia, yeah, we're leaving here and going here. Now it could be coordinated. I doubt it, because we end up seeing those units in those cities where they say they're going. So a lot of the information we get for where Russians are certainly not the Ukrainians sharing it with the world. It's the Russians sharing it with themselves, and obviously they know it's just them and the other 18,000 people in that Telegram channel. Definitely no screenshots are getting out. And we'd heard reports of them thinning out in Kherson and Zaporizhia and heading towards Melitopol. And then we'd heard of them going to Crimea by their own admission. So if you can guesstimate, that if there was 50,000 Russian troops, near that area and in here close to the river, let's just say, or in and around that area, and then you hear of units 20 units, 20 BTGs or 30 BTGs moving, and then you hear that they're going to Melitopol, and then they're complaining that they don't know the ground there. Well, that's a good thing. That means that leaves about 10,000 troops for quite a large area, covering all the way across the Dnipro from an Ohidar all the way down to the mouth where Kherson is. It's a very, very small amount of troops to do a thing to be able to defend that area. And I suspect they're not arrayed properly. I suspect they're set like at least 50 to 100 kilometers worth of mines in depth that the Russians have dropped. So I think that they assume that'll blunt a Ukrainian advance, and it'll slow it down for sure, but I don't think it'll stop it. So their force posture and the composition, I'd say, has been significantly reduced. We also hear just from them, this is from the Ukrainian military, that up to 200 kilometers east of the Dnipro, they've been stripping civilian buildings of everything, copper wires, toilets, washing machines, stuff that they don't have in Russia, of course, gold, the veritable gold. So that means that I think they suspect, just like Kherson was going to be lost, or reclaimed or liberated by Ukraine, that they started stripping Kherson. So it's a good indicator that the Russians don't intend to hold it. It doesn't mean they don't intend to fight. It means they're going to put people there to die in order to slow down or destroy Ukrainian capabilities or to attrit them. But they're not really good at doing that. I mean, fighting a delay and attriting the enemy, it involves planning. And just all too often, you just hear hundreds and hundreds of Russians who will say, it's on the TV there, and they'll say, we've been told, sit there and shoot at anything that comes, and you're not allowed to retreat. I mean, these aren't orders, right? These are just weird comments that are made. I've never heard of that. Okay, you're gonna die. I just need you to shoot in that direction. We don't have radars. You don't need them. Okay, bye. And that's a Russian defensive position. So how that's going to stop a motivated professional army from rolling over them? It's not. It really isn't. So the question is, I think the factors that would dictate the speed in which the Ukrainians advance, which clearly be the how they deal with obstacles between the Dnipro and Melitopol. I don't think the whole damn thing's been mined, but I suspect large portions of areas the Russians suspect the Ukrainians will use have been clearly mined willy-nilly. Yeah, that's all I can say. I think they've greatly reduced by probably up to 80% of their forces in that area. They moved them towards Melitopol and then to Crimea. Hope that helps, Polly.
Yeah, thank you, Ian. That was great. Absolutely brilliant analysis. And just just to follow up, if you compare the scenario or the state between autumn and now, because I think many people were saying in the autumn that, like the north of Kherson, that it's going to be a bloody fight. It's going to last for 1 year, and the Ruskies going to fight till the last man, and it's going to be really, really bad for Ukrainian army. I would say that the situation now is better for the Ukrainian army in a sense that they have more equipment, better equipment, more capabilities, in a sense, more training in their sleeve. And whereas the Ruskies, they don't have the same capabilities they had during the autumn. So I would say that the situation is in a way polarized and favors Ukraine. Yeah, that's my brief analysis.
That's another important thing to mention. So besides the fact that never on the defense have the Russians been any good anywhere in Ukraine, on the offense, when they've had overwhelming artillery capabilities, sure, they were able to just destroy everything just by artillery. And that's not really it's a tactic, it's a strategy, it's not maintainable, right? They themselves don't have the shells to do that anymore. So there now is the problem, right? The Russians, their capability have been neutered. They don't know how to fight properly. They don't have the training, and I'm not talking about the conscripts. They just, as a general, the army is clearly poorly trained. They expected that they'd get in on clout alone and fear, and that hasn't worked out so well for them. And in a unique happenstance, a unique quirk of history, in this war, genocidal invasion the Russians have conducted, as the war has continued, their capabilities have completely dropped off. And the exact opposite has happened for Ukraine. Their capabilities have increased. They've gotten stronger, not just in terms of strength and resources, personnel, but in terms of technology, armament, training on that particular stuff. Tens of thousands of Ukrainians are being retrained and trained in NATO countries with the best of the best, on the best of equipment. And the difference between this time today and this time last year is incomparable. And gosh, the Russians are, if the Ukrainians had the same thing that they had today last year, they wouldn't use them as effectively as they are, because the Russian military is so degraded now. It's so disorganized. BTGs, Russian battalions are mixed, filled with a mixture of people who've never been with each other, never fought with each other, aren't even the same trade. You've got chefs from the Navy who are driving tanks. You've got it's just a madhouse. It's just bizarre. So you're gonna see how crappy that reconstitution of forces, the force generation. I mean, they should maybe create a branch, in the three cells of the Russian army called force generation, because they don't know what they're doing. Like they've just literally hobbled together people. They still think that they're Russia, and have you heard of us? Or you may have heard of us. We're Russia. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. It hasn't worked. It's not going to work on the battlefield. Ukrainians can kick off in Kherson. They can kick off in Zaporizhia, Bakhmut. They're fixing the Russians in Bakhmut. I'm not saying they're toying with them, but they're definitely forcing the Russians to engage the better part of their most sophisticated troops, or their battle-hardened troops. And that's great, because the rest of it's going to be a turkey shoot, I suspect.
Fully agree. Thank you, Yehuda. And I will step down. Have a nice day, everyone.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Prince, please, because Prince is presumably circling her bed, and then we'll go to Chris, then incognito. Prince.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, actually, also. There's a quote from the Deputy Defense Minister a couple of days ago that sort of makes me giggle, and I think applies very well to the counteroffensive and what people say. And I think it's very interesting and something to keep in mind. The quote goes like this: numerous counteroffensive scenarios that are being made public can be used as the basis of movie plots. I think we may need Chuck Farr for that. But that is not our history. We will write ours ourselves. So they're going to write their own history, and everybody can speculate as much as they want. But, they can make some great movies, I bet, out of some of them. But it's going to be up to the Ukrainians what the Ukrainians do and when the Ukrainians do it. If you are on Telegram and do not follow Hannah Mailer, the Deputy Minister of Defense, I suggest you do, because she puts out some very good and interesting things, very direct and very to the point, and very, very entertaining at times. So I just thought I'd share that, and I see Yehuda dropped away, so I won't ask my second question that I had for him. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prince, for that clarification. Chris, good morning.
Good morning, Tim. And I'll just say everyone, because there's so many. I can see at least 4 rows of people that I could say good morning to individually. So I'll just say good morning, everyone. If Yehuda is still there, is Yehuda still there?
Nope.
Has he gone, Tim, or is he still there?
Yeah, he's gone. Well, he's dropped down anyway. but we are a bit glitchy this morning, so maybe he was booted off by accident.
Okay. Well, anyway, Tim. I was just thinking this, right? That I mean, obviously, Yehuda has talked before about the Russians withdrawing anyway, right? Just to clarify what you said, Tim, right? So you said that they've now landed a substantial force the Ukrainians have on the east bank, correct? Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
Well, we don't really know, but Yehuda was saying the frontage looks like a brigade.
Okay. Right. Okay. Now, so my question, Tim, which I'll give to you, is to say that so it looks like they'll probably withdraw to Crimea, where the like the front line would be maybe the old 2014 front line to kick off with, maybe, and then what do you think, Tim, would be like the eastern boundary, if you like, of where they would withdraw to? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, this is an interesting question. It presupposes that there's any particular plan. I mean, if I were in Ukraine's shoes, I would want to achieve two things in the very short term. I would want to secure Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, and I would want to cut the Russian front in half by getting to the Sea of Azov. As a secondary objective, I would probably want to take Melitopol as well, simply because it's a major population center. Mariupol, slightly less of a priority, because there aren't as many people living there, because the Russians have killed them all. But yeah, I mean, I would want to take Zaporizhia nuclear power plant to secure it, simply to remove that bone of contention. And I would want to cut the Russian front in half by going all the way to the Sea of Azov and establishing my fronts kind of there, right? So as wide a corridor as I can manage, cut the Russian supply line to Crimea, the only one that doesn't go over the Kerch Bridge. There's a major railway line that goes all the way along the south coast there, or near as damn it. Protecting that railway line is a very, very key Russian priority. We know that because of the Battle of Vuhledar. Now, the purpose of Vuhledar, the purpose of the Russian attacks on Vuhledar is because at present, from Vuhledar or from the Vuhledar AO, the Ukrainians are able to shell the railway. So they're able to damage the railway with conventional artillery. The purpose of the attack on Vuhledar was essentially to push the Ukrainian front back out of artillery range and therefore protect the railway. Now, obviously, the Battle of Vuhledar, the assault on Vuhledar has failed, but nevertheless, that was the objective. That railway is crucially important. Russian logistics is very, very heavily reliant on rail. It is said that they can't operate more than 50 kilometers away from a railway line, and I think that's true. They're also losing lorries at a rate of knots. So if you can cut that railway line, you will cause major supply issues to remaining forces in both Kherson and Crimea. So those would kind of be my objectives. In terms of where Russia are going to make their stand or where they're going to draw new lines, I don't know. I could see a retreat back to Crimea happening. I could see a retreat back and a reinforcement of Crimea happening. Certainly, there are kind of economic reasons to keep the southern corridor of just the kind of that corridor along the Sea of Azov coast. There are economic reasons for that as well. You think about the steel industries in Mariupol, what's left of them. Think about Vuhledar as well, has very significant mining coal mines, for example. That's what Vuhledar means. It means the gift of coal. So there's lots of interesting economic stuff there that will probably be of interest to oligarchs, etc. that if Russia are going to attempt to freeze that conflict, then they probably want to freeze it with their lines on the other side of the economically interesting stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure exactly. It's a matter in which Russia gets a vote, but I don't think Russia will get the final say, because this counteroffensive, I firmly believe, is going to change the picture in Ukraine, shall we say? Does that answer your question, Krish?
Yes, Tim. I'm just reminded of a discussion a while back where they were talking about. I think there's a river, sort of like, not as big as the Dnipro, but there's a river, sort of like Melitopol area or something like that. So that maybe that's the place, but obviously I don't know either, Tim. The other thing I was going to say, though, Tim, just before I finish, is do you think also that the supply lines for the Russians into, like, the West there have been pretty degraded, do you think?
I don't really know. Yeah, it's not really something I've followed, I'm afraid. But certainly they felt enough pressure to attempt a very large assault on, a reasonably sized assault on Vuhledar, and a reasonably sophisticated assault on Vuhledar as well. And I mean, I would say a general rule of thumb would be that Russian supply lines are always under pressure, right? Because they've bitten off far more than they can chew. Their way of doing logistics is not particularly modern. So you think about a NATO logistics chain, it's going to be very heavily palletized, very heavily automated. Russian logistics seems to operate on the basis of blokes picking stuff up and moving it over somewhere else and putting it down. So there's a limited degree of mechanization to their logistics chain. On the plus side, they don't have as much stuff as they used to, right? So the extent to which they can actually strain their supply lines is fairly limited, because you look at the rate at which they're firing artillery. They've gone down from 70,000-80,000 rounds a day, all the way down to under 20,000 rounds a day being fired. You think about the logistics efforts involved in that. A 152 millimeter shell weighs about 40 kilos, something like that. It's a big, heavy thing. They come in boxes of 2. So one box, 2 rounds, is a lift for 2 reasonably strong guys, or 4 smaller guys. Yeah, I mean, this is a heck of a lot of stuff. And whether their logistical inefficiency is a cause or an effect, is a cause of their inability to fire as many rounds, I'm not sure. I think it's probably more about shortage. But yeah, safe to assume that Russian logistics are under pressure always and everywhere, I think. What do you think, Will?
Well, what I'd add to that is stuff that I've read on the Russian use of the train lines and things in the areas where they have occupied, particularly the line from Mariupol out to Rostov-on-Don. And I understand that their maintenance hasn't been fantastic, I guess, shall we say, comparable to what it was getting in the Ukrainians, and that it is also being flogged with a lot of traffic, which would make a lot of sense given what we've, obviously the logistics needs. So you do see attacks fairly regularly, between Melitopol and Mariupol. And I'll note that when you look at, like, the Institute of Study of War maps that are there, the partisan activities around those areas have also always been recorded as being spatially large compared to what you see in other areas. So I suspect that the Russian use of logistics that obviously they were trying to do an assault at Villadar, because that is the place, the crux of where they could cover a lot of logistics routes with artillery. But I don't think at this point, given Gimlers, that there's virtually a line up to Mariupol or down close to somewhere down Crimea along the Azov that can't be hit with a Gimlers or that Strelka that they've got of their own.
Sure, but you have to think about the assets that are more numerous, right? So it's all very well saying that they could hit this with Gimlers. You know, would they want to hit that with Gimlers if they have a limited number of Gimlers, which they do, right? So it's kind of being within the range of tubed artillery, particularly domestically capable tubed artillery, is always going to be a massive win. Yeah, it's always going to be a massive win for the Ukrainian side.
Indeed, but note the amount of assistance they would have probably getting, particularly around Mariupol, but in that corridor between Mariupol and Melitopol, there's a lot of unexplained attacks through there. So and as you say, if they're not using Gimlers on that stuff, there's either partisan or special operations that's doing it, and I suspect the former, I would guess.
Sure. Yeah. Okay, Chris, was that helpful? Nope, I guess he's malamuting. Okay.
We left him in stunned silence, so it must have been good.
Absolutely. I think it was Incognito. No, Incognito was next. Incognito, good morning.
Thanks, Tim. Actually, for me, it's good evening or good night, but thank you very much. I am risking offering a nothing burger, but possibly not, because something just happened where I live that might be of significance. I live at the literal junction of Puget Sound and the Strait of Juan de Fuca in western Washington state, and have two significant military air bases near me. And the last time I heard as much quiet, thunderous activity over my little peninsula as I did tonight, and it just ended, by the way. It was as if they had scheduled it for 9 to 11 on purpose to make a point. Was after one of the jackass Ovs, I can't remember if it was Peskov or Lavrov, threatened nuclear war about a year ago. And we got a whole lot of military air activity that I think was designed to say to the Kremlin, we're on watch, don't F around. And it happened again tonight, and I don't know what happened. I don't know what possibly could have precipitated a reaction like that, or it just simply could be it could be entirely coincidental, and the naval air stations and whatnot were just doing exercises. But it has been months since I've heard that much quiet thunder from the military over my little town, and I'm not violating OPSEC because this is a highly populated area and there's not a chance that Russian spies don't live near here. So I just wanted to share that as a sort of pick-me-up for everybody, that the United States, despite how stupid the slowness of our arming of Ukraine is going, are at least on watch and doing something, maybe, hopefully, because we need to pick it up. We need to. I have no idea why they don't have F-16s in Ukraine yet. But anyhow, I wanted to share that, and I wanted to share it because I'm heading for bed soon. So thanks for putting up with me, and I'll be listening to you overnight while I twist and turn in my bed. Thanks, everybody.
That is indeed the best way to absorb information. It's like expectant mothers putting the Beethoven on their stomachs. If you listen to the Maria Report while you sleep, you become wiser. you become more morally sound. You just overall become a better person. So I do thoroughly encourage our listeners to do that while they sleep. I'm teasing, but only slightly. Yeah, it is very, very comforting to learn that the United States does indeed still have an Air Force. That's always good news. I like to remind myself of that from time to time, because my own country, shall we say, is something of an underspender. When I did an exercise when I was serving with some guys from the U.S. Air Force Pararescue, which is a very, very interesting capability that the U.S. Air Force has. Basically, they are para-capable, airborne capable paramedics. And so if you've got a bloke who's down in an isolated area and you've got a bit of a wait until the cavalry arrives to medevac him, they will send in a pararescueman. They will drop him from an aeroplane. He will arrive with all his fancy gear and keep your guy alive until the helicopter arrives. And one of these guys, this was an exercise in the UK. Their little joke was the Royal Air Force. It's like an Air Force, but it's smaller, which I thought was quite funny. But anyway, good to know the US still has an Air Force. This kind of activity, it could be kind of just run of the mill messing about. I mean, there's a tit for tat thing going on. They buzz us, we put air assets up to look at them, chase them away. We do the same thing to them the next day. It's kind of this little dance we did with the Soviet Union. We now do with Russia. Fly offensive assets near to their borders and see what happens. It's partly to annoy them. It's partly exercising freedom of navigation. And it's partly testing their response time, right? So it's testing exactly what their capabilities are, how alert they are, how quickly they're able to put assets in the air. So it has a kind of intelligence gathering and planning aspect to it as well. Incognito, you're better placed to say whether there was an unusual degree of activity, seeing as you live next to an airbase. But I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't see this as anything abnormal. I mean, the Russians buzz us all the time. We buzz them all the time, right? What do you reckon, Will?
Look, it is the United States has both the capability to continually do all of its regular activities while supporting Ukraine through supply of materials. It's certainly not that, and I don't know. I wouldn't want to speculate. They absolutely run exercises all the time. Maybe it's a regular one. Maybe it's a special one to get them up over the Alaska to remind Russia that we're still here. I guess I don't know, and nor do I care. But actually, I don't mean that I don't care, because of course a big nuclear war would be a really bad big deal. But here's the thing: Putin and his entourage have threatened nuclear war. I think we're up to a dozen times, Tim. I'll stand corrected, but I think we're up to a dozen times where they've threatened NATO or the United States with nuclear weapons. And there's everybody's saying, well, there's this pretext. Well, we won't send ATACMS or F-16s because people are worried that it's the new red line. But I'm done worrying about red lines, because here's the thing: whether or not Vladimir Putin would or would not use nuclear weapons is of no significance, because I believe he won't. And all the people in his whole group won't. B, everybody knows that it won't be effective even if they did use it. And C, I'm not sure they would be with him to do that sort of act, knowing the retribution that they would get just conventionally militarily. So I think it's a big foofy scare thing. But whether or not the United States military is out flying patrols to wind up or reassure Russia that the nuclear deterrent is still in place while he makes these threats that are not going to come to pass. I just don't believe Russia will use nuclear weapons at all, regardless, tactical or strategic. Russia faces no real existential threat, which is what those are maintained for. Ukraine doesn't have any intent of entering Russia's territory or taking any of its territory past the 1991 borders that were set, and any threat of use of nuclear weapons that continues just goes on the list of reasons why after this war Russia needs to be isolated until it's also denuclearized. Would be my take. Probably more than you wanted to hear.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. It's bold to assume that Russia's nuclear weaponry works as advertised. Still bolder to think that the people around Putin would let him use it. And in any case, it would have no effect, and it would mean the end of Russia. So we can safely discount that as a threat, I think, despite the saber rattling. I mean, they seem to that dreadful man. What's his name? Soloviev. He threatens to nuke the UK every week or something like that. He's obviously a deeply troubled man.
Yeah, and Medvedev. They're regularly beating that drum, which is why, Tim, I'd say if more people than one are beating that drum, that's the reason why it's just bluster.
Absolutely. Incognito.
Thanks. Yeah, really quickly, just I agree with everything Will just said. I just want to embellish that tonight's aerial demonstration was unusual. I mean, it's not entirely uncommon. It's just that we haven't had one in months around here. And as I said, I live just a few miles away from two military bases. But also, I've been tracking the threats, the nuclear war threats from Russia for basically since the war began, and it isn't 12 times. It's pretty much 6 out of 7 days a week. Somebody from the Kremlin, like Medvedev or some other junior jackass, mentions that we've got nuclear weapons and we can use them, so don't fuck with us. Excuse my language. And yeah, so I think it's chronic. But thank you. I'm gonna shut up and let smarter people than me speak, and I will listen. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Incognito.
Guess that's the last you've heard out of me then. If only the smart people get to speak now. Go ahead, Tim.
Ah, dearie me. Nala, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. And hello, everybody, too. Tim, do you want a good story about war reparations?
Yes, I do. Does it involve
Okay.
terrifying fermented fish?
No, because that's a Swedish thing. But when Finland was required to pay these, one of the payments was cargo ships built here in our shipyards in Finland. So every ship, of course, has a sauna in it. And the requirement was that the sauna walls and the benches in the sauna and the wash room should be made out of thick copper plate. They're usually wood, for those of you who don't know, or always wooden structures. So that was one of the ways for the Russians to make it more expensive for us to build. And then when the ship went to Russia, they tore all the copper out and put the wooden stuff in themselves. So that's how shifted they are. Yeah, and only a Finn could be proud of paying war reparations to the aggressor. It's not a good thing that we did that. And they should actually pay us back. But there we go.
For the last time, Nala, you're not getting your cobblestones back. That's never going to happen. Sorry. Tallinn needs them.
No, you can keep those since we paved the roads here. We don't have cobblestones anymore.
Dear. Okay, thank you very much for that, Nala. Bearded Brit, very good morning.
Hello, everybody, and good evening from the island of Hawaii. A couple of things I thought I'd chip in. What the heck? First thing, in regards to all that Air Force activity, it was reported earlier today that there's an exercise operation going on running out of MacDill Air Force Base, which involved 18 KC-135 tankers. That's a lot of fuel to be sloshing around in the air. I know in the past they've done these readiness exercises where they've at times got 25, 30 tankers up in the air across the whole of the continental United States. So yes, lots going on there. My second point was the sound of silence. CJ, haven't heard him on here for a while. In the early days when it was about HIMARS, it was tick tock, tick tock. We're all wondering what's going to happen. There's no noise. There's good OPSEC. For the Russians, tick tock. Where they're going to go, where they're going to come from, what they're going to attack. Tick tock. The pressure is just beginning to crank. So enjoy the silence because it's going to get very noisy soon. Back to you, Tim.
Thank you, Bearded Brit. Now, we had a discussion on other means about the topic of, what are the Russians going to do next, right? And this is something that Chris asked as well, is that, where is the Russian line of retreat? Where will the Ukrainian army stop for a breather? Did you get any interesting takes on that question on our other channels?
David came in about the economic imperative will have to be weighed in, and obviously, I mean, it's three sides really. In this almost four sides. There is the protagonists at the moment. There's the West, and then there's Russia and Russia's supporters. But yes, whatever plays out on the ground, whether Russia decline to the combat or get stuck in, eventually going to have to understand what is the relationship we're going to have, and how the potential of a frozen border pretty much gives us the wrong end of the shitty stick with NATO rules regarding countries joining where they've got when they're not at peace. But yeah, nothing more than that really at the moment. Axel was going to have a go, but he worked a bit late when he was on co-host duties, so perhaps we'll pick up with him tomorrow.
Absolutely. Yehuda, welcome back to the panel. Chris asked us an interesting question. Where do you think, this follows on from what Bearded Brit was just discussing, where do you think the Russian line of retreat will be? And where do you think Russia will attempt to regroup after this attack is, shall we say, tactically paused?
Sorry, I couldn't get to the mic button. So after which attack is tactically paused?
After the offensive counter is presumably it's not the Ukrainian aim to liberate all of their territory in one stroke in the next 2 weeks. So somewhere there will be, a consolidation, a pause, a preparation for the next phase of the war, right? Where do you think that might be? What do you think that might look like?
I don't think there will be a pause, frankly. I don't know if that's controversial. I actually don't. Look at the lines, Tim. Look at the distance. We're not talking about 1 or 2 brigades. We're not talking about 3 brigades or a brigade group in Kharkiv. We're talking about over 100 battle groups. I suspect the Russians will be routed. I think the Russians will collapse. I think Prigozhin's right. I think um, I think the Ukrainians will hit everywhere. No, it's not in one place. I think it's theirs for the taking. I think they're going to breach all across Ukraine. I think that kind of marries up with the political situation as well. I think the Ukrainians, here's something controversial. I think the Ukrainians can do wonders with the armor, the thousands of tanks they already have, to be honest with you. Remember, you haven't seen pitched armored battles between the Ukrainians and the Russians, right? You've seen Russian tanks get lit up by anti-armor. There goes the anti-armor platoon. They have like anti-armor brigades, not brigades, but they have anti-armor companies, battalions. They have a lot going on. I think if you look at, how far a brigade can go in a couple of days, and you look at where, um, where following forces will pick up, there's only so many kilometers to traverse. So do I think the clearing operation would be quite substantial? Sure. I think you're going to see Ukrainians like leapfrog well over company-sized detachments of Russians. I don't think the Russians are organized properly, so I don't think that even if they do have thousands of troops in a particular area, I don't think they're effective. I think that you're going to see, striking forces penetrate deep within occupied Ukraine. You're going to see the flanking forces protect supply lines, and then you're going to see follow-on forces smash and clear things that are in the way. Will there be pockets of? I think the realistic answer is that there will be pockets of Russian forces that will be isolated and they'll be forced to surrender or be destroyed in place. But I think they're in it to win it. I really think that this is game over. I think they'll, if you want to talk about consolidation or limit of exploitation is the actual term, I think that would be the mouth of the road, the entrance to Crimea will be one. I think that's something that's not controversial because Ukrainian government has already stated that. But I think they're well within their capabilities to push right to the IB, the international border. The deepest would be between the Route 66 and the international border with Russia, with Luhansk Oblast. That would be the longest in depth. There might be some political considerations on how to deal with. Russians have flooded into occupied Ukraine for the last 8 years, living there, and that's probably problematic. Not because the Russians will valiantly defend stolen territory, Russian citizens will valiantly defend stolen territory, but the optics of it are that perhaps the limit of exploitation would be the 24th of February line in Donbass. That's a possibility, but it's not military. It's not militarily related. Not because the Ukrainians couldn't do it, but I mean, I suspect it would be the counteroffensive would be, like one huge push in. You would have, it doesn't matter if you have those lead mount units or lead mount formations consolidate, because right after there, Ukrainians aren't going to give up. The Russians are going to be in complete disarray. They're not postured defensively. Prigozhin's right. It's funny. Who thought that we'd have the greatest, armchair quarterback in Prigozhin? But he's right. So once those initial penetrations all across the line of contact are conducted, the Russians are toast. I think bearded Brit said it there. Enjoy the calm before the storm, because what happens when 300,000 Ukrainian troops are behind the line of contact, and then they're cutting left and they're cutting right, they're going north and south and they're clearing. The Russians are going to get caught. They'll be routed. I mean, it's funny they didn't have this huge mass surrender as people had hoped in Kherson, because they did the right thing. They chickened out, they bugged out, and they took off. A lot of Russians died, obviously, trying to delay Ukrainian forces, but the Ukrainians got to the river so fast, right? I mean, that's only 50, 60 kilometers, but they got there so fast that they were able to fix like 4 Russian BTGs, 10 Russian BTGs on the east bank of the Dnieper. They couldn't disengage because the Ukrainians were shelling them, right? They couldn't move. The Russians, that's going to be that on steroids. So they push through down Zaporizhia. They push east across, the plains there in Kherson towards Melitopol, and they're getting hit from the north and from the west. Plus, all of a sudden, you're going to see Ukrainian artillery and HIMARS and all sorts of cool things, and close air support. You're going to see air defense umbrellas created as those forces advance, which will mitigate the risk to Ukrainian close air support. I think it's going to be a whirlwind of doom for the Russians, and the question is what happens. Right? Are Russians going to withdraw to Crimea? I suspect as many of them already have. Are they going to head across to Rostov-on-Don? Are they going to beat the retreat? And I think they will. I think that the limit of exploitation will be dependent on operational realities, and but the Ukrainians are prepared with follow-on forces, all of their supply lines. They're bringing their A1 and A2 Eshes up. They're going to fight. They're going to be prepared. I don't think they're planning on just going in 50 kilometers, consolidating, and then here, let's do this again in 3 weeks. I think they have to strike while the iron's hot. I think, Prigozhin is saying it. Everyone's saying it. The Russians are not in a defensive position. They're in offensive postures. They're preparing, lines of departure. That's where they're at. So they're not prepared to fight off a really sophisticated attack, and it would behoove the Ukrainians to exploit that lack of preparedness on the Russian side. So once they penetrate, that's the golden moment there. To say we'll consolidate in 50 clicks, just to be safe and bring up our lines. I think their lines are real close. I think they're going to be pulling them just as they go across, and the Russians won't know what hit them. I think this will be an historic route. Again, people say, "Oh, you're being, too optimistic. It's a bit of hyperbole." I don't think so. I really don't think so. I think that we've known again the Russians to have culminated. People say, when will the Russians conduct their offensive? They already tried. They've been trying it for months. It's literally gotten nowhere. So I think the real straw that'll break the camel's back is when Ukraine pushes east across Route 66 towards Starobilsk. They'll want to interdict the rail lines going south into Donbass. They're going to push towards Severodonetsk. They're going to cut off the forces in Bakhmut. They're going to push around Bakhmut, and they'll isolate whatever Wagner and other forces are in Bakhmut. Prigozhin's freaking out about it. He's saying it clearly. Our flanks are not protected. We do not have flanks. We have a bulge of people in Bakhmut. We keep fighting. People assume that the Ukrainians are not going to push on our flanks, which they will. And they'll do it in Zaporizhia, and they'll push down, and Kherson, they'll go east. There's not much left. There's no defense in depth for the Russians there. So that's why I think so many Russians are fleeing or withdrawing to Crimea. But I suspect, the Ukrainians, to answer going back, maybe I'll reword my answer. The mouth of Crimea would be a good place to give the Russians an opportunity to surrender or to evacuate. And in Donbass, it would be the 24th of February lines, or perhaps the international border. Nothing stops them militarily. There aren't more Russians, sat in eastern Donbass waiting for a Ukrainian counteroffensive. They're all postured forward, and once their lines are broken, it'll be a crap show. Tim, that's me. I don't know if that's controversial, but that's my opinion.
Thank you very much for that, Yehuda. Let's go to Bearded Brit.
Phew, I don't know how I can follow that. It's interesting in the fact that by following Yehuda's direction of travel, let's go with it. Okay, so what we're going to see. Rapid advance, so that means bypass, envelop, isolate pockets, leave it for a follow-on force, the TDVs, who are most probably champing at the bit, and that's when you're going to get the mass surrenders. Because as much as Ukraine will be fired up here, if you're sitting in a position and you know you're totally surrounded and there is no other option, they will be given the option to surrender. So you've got all that admin activity going on while everything else is happening at the front. And that will enable the momentum from this mass, and it's going to be a hell of a mass, as Yehuda said, on multiple fronts, to drive to key terrain, seize key terrain, and then consolidate as you go. People talk about a pause with consolidation, or you have to pause to consolidate. No, you can consolidate on the go. You can have rolling forming up areas. Everything gets done on the fly, and this is me banging that drum again, ladies and gents, all about the training. Being able to respond quickly to verbal orders, fragos, and continue on with your particular small part. Yeah, it's if they leave a covering force, the covering force is going to be shattered. There's no two ways about it. As to where, ground will dictate that, and the intermediate objectives that Joint Force Headquarters is set for the Land Force Commander. Yeah, interesting.
No, I agree. I think covering force battle. I mean, you got to remember, the we've seen what Russian positions look like. We saw it in Kharkiv. We've seen the shell scrapes. Platoon sat there just ready for the next bound forward, not prepared. There's no sighted positions. I very rarely see company company weapons like whether anti-armor or heavy machine guns. You don't see them sat in front of obstacles. They're just people sitting in open fields. It's really bizarre, and you're going to see a NATO style battle group, a squadron of tanks, two companies of mounted infantry, mechanized infantry, infantry fighting vehicles. What is a crappy little company detachment size of Russians, ill-placed, not oriented correctly? What are they going to do when that battle group comes flying down the trace towards it? Bypass, sure. Generally bypass policies are particular to the size of the force, or related to the size of the force that are doing the attack. So you obviously, you want to, you're gonna have, you want to make sure that the force you bypass is not going to cause a threat to you. But when you have a brigade group going in, the size of things you can bypass to get to that key terrain, it gets bigger, because the follow-on forces will clear those forces. So that'll enable you to not have to, halt or have what Tim says, a tactical pause to consolidate. Those follow-on forces are primed; they're ready to go. That spring is taut. It's really wound up, and the Ukrainians are not going to want to lose that momentum. They want to hit the Blacks. They want to get to the Black Sea quickly. They want to then, set up cutoffs and guards, and then fallen forces just push through to their objectives, whatever they are. Thanks, Bradford.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if we take, for example, a brigade we've been concentrating on of late, which is the 82nd, 5 infantry battalions, armoured, 2 of them in Marder, 3 of them in Striker, supported by a squadron of Challenger 2 and artillery and all the integral assets that you'd get brigade level. That's potent coming at you. And if it's at night, and I'm assuming it will be, if let's say that particular brigade's in the vanguard of it all, Challenger 2, you can feel the vibration of a squadron of armour moving at about 5-6 miles. You can hear them from about 3-4 miles, the turbos screaming, but you have not got a clue where they are, because you're looking at close to 900 tons moving on a narrow front. And it is, speaking to colleagues in the infantry, when we were moving at night, it was terrifying for them. So you've got that psychological effect. What are people going to do? What's coming, sort of thing. So very interesting. This mass, we keep talking about mass, punching through that weak line. fight or die, fight and die or surrender, up to you, and everything moves on. And quickly, there's a tactic in the game called rugby called the flying wedge, and it's where somebody picks up the ball close to the scoring line, and he's got a couple of big burly people to the left and right of him, and they initially hit the defensive line, but behind it there's 5 or 6 other burly guys, and that mass of people just pushes over the line. That's the sort of thing I'm envisaging happening, with the follow-on forces being up pretty close, not too close so they can't maneuver, but to actually give that punch to push through. It's a thought.
Good thought.
Certainly bolster your point about heavy armor being really scary. Yeah, one of them nearly ran over a shell scrape I was in. That was quite terrifying. I say nearly ran over. He was a good 50 yards away, but it was still pretty scary. So yeah, these things, these big heavy armor assets do have quite a profound psychological effect. And you think about their engagement range as well. But Challenger 2 can fire accurately over 2.5 miles. They can kill at a surprising distance, right, Bearded Brit?
Yes, depending on ammunition natures, but yes, they can reach out as far as their sights will allow them to go.
Bad day to be a Russian. Chris.
I knew you were going to do that, Tim. I was just sneaking a cup of tea up to my wife. So I'm going to be very quick. I'm going to be very quick here, Yehuda. Just for the sake of argument, the Russians are going to try and hold a line basically at Melitopol, where the Azov Sea comes up in a big estuary. So it's quite a short distance between there and the front line. So the Russians are going to hold there. I just put that to you, just to see what you say. And then one of the other questions, and thanks, Tim, for bringing the questions up again. And then one of the other things I was asking Yehuda was, do you think that the Russian supply lines have been severely degraded, in fact?
Yeah, sure. So I mean, look, the Russians might try to create some defend. Well, they have created defensive positions in Melitopol, but you can bypass it as well. And where they tend to go, they're going to go south. They'll skirt Melitopol completely. They're expecting the Ukrainians from the west and the northwest. I think that a good bet is to push right down and to double back and come hit them from the south. They haven't I don't think their defensive positions in Melitopol are going to do very much. I think the Ukrainians are going to want to clearly avoid obstacles, and I know, as we know, the Russians have a ton of mines laid and obstacles everywhere, and that's a problem, I guess you could say, for the Ukrainians. I don't see Russian defensive positions really doing much. They're not very well in place, and you can bypass them. Their obstacles and their anti-tank ditches are pretty juvenile, very amateurish. I definitely think that we're going to see pretty explosive and robust Ukrainian attack. They're obviously going to bypass where they can, and the Russian supplies have been under deep fires, mass fires from the Ukrainians for a good 6 months. You'll see that. If you thought you saw some action earlier, wait till you see when the Ukrainians are advancing, and just when they are is when those deep fires are going to knock out more command and control, anti-air radars, supply lines, depots. It's going to be quite bad. Prigozhin did say something which was weird. He said that they know, and he probably does know, that there are warehouses in Russia stacked full with ammunition. They're not getting it. It could very well be that the Russians are just saving it, in case they fear that they're being invaded themselves. which it won't happen. It's not in the cards for Ukraine. They're not genocidal maniacs. But if that's the case, then you're not going to see resupply on the levels that Russians would require to fight off a Ukrainian counteroffensive. It won't happen. So I just, again, the defensive lines around Melitopol are situated a certain way, assuming that they were constructed when Ukraine took Kherson west of the Dnieper. I don't think they expected that they'd completely fall back and withdraw, and that's what they've done. So definitely not positioned, not oriented properly, and really not important. They can be gone around, and if once the Ukrainians pass Melitopol to the south and pass it through the east, there's no resupply from Melitopol. It's over. It'll be liberated. Those Russians will have to surrender or face an urban warfare campaign. But I don't think it's going to get that far. I think Bearded said it earlier. I've said it before. Many people have said it. The Russians. I think this will be a pretty spectacular rout, or a very quick and hasty retreat for the Russians.
Yeah.
I mean, this is sorry, just to jump in there very quickly. Melitopol is something that Ukraine needs to play very carefully, right? Because they're going to want to avoid a protracted urban battle in a major population center, which it still is, right? Unlike Mariupol, there's still an awful lot of people live in Melitopol. The city was surrendered, as I understand it. It wasn't fought over, and there's an awful lot of Ukrainian citizens living there, and it would be easier to defend. It's easier to defend a city than it is to defend a trench outside a city. So this coming surrender of Melitopol, if and when it's surrounded, I mean, I do hope and pray that actually happens, because this could get very messy indeed, right?
Well, if Ukrainian forces isolate or envelop Melitopol, there's only so much the Russians can do in there, right? And I have a feeling, whilst the Russians are planning what to do in Melitopol, you're going to see all the Russian lines collapse, right? You're going to see, or pockets of resistance. You're going to see the Russians might hold out here or there wherever they coalesced as a group in error. But I think you're going to see major forces push towards Crimea, to the mouth of Crimea, and therefore cut off. Just look at a map and look at where the Ukrainians would have to go to get to Crimea, to cut off the mouth of Crimea there. Melitopol, not an issue. Clearing operation from west to east, from the Dnieper towards Melitopol. Forces going in between Melitopol and Mariupol, cutting off resupply for any Russians in any cities. And I suspect that for the most part, by then you're going to see a lot of Russians cutting and running towards Crimea and towards Rostov-on-Don. There is no fight in them. They're not those who are poised in the offensive positions. That's where the Russians are not going to be able to withstand the Ukrainian counteroffensive. And those that are dug in pretty hard positions like Bakhmut, they'll be surrounded or encircled, enveloped, depending on which mission task verb you want to use, and there will be nothing. Listen, it's funny. Prigozhin, I don't know if he's mad that he knows that he's going to lose, and he's trying to create, making his excuses to the Russian people now. But he's saying it. I have no idea how he's saying it, and because he's being pretty. He's not accusing Putin. He's saying other people under Putin are traitors. He's even said that there are treasonous actions being conducted in Russia, and he's saying that because he's not getting the ammunition. He's declared that he's got 2 weeks of ammunition, and that the flanks are completely bare. So his north and southern flanks are completely exposed, and he knows it. And so that means that Ukraine doesn't have to do anything more in Bakhmut. The Russians' colossal operational failure by committing so many resources to Bakhmut to get nothing, and now their flanks are bare. I could talk about it all day, but I'll pass it back to you.
Bearded Brit, you wanted to jump in there. Sorry to cut you off.
In the past, people were speculating about thunder runs. We're not going to see a thunder run. We're going to see a speed march or a thunder march where it's just going to be constant. And it's going to be setting at a pace that the Ukrainians are comfortable to go at. And to support all of this, and you who do know what I'm talking about here, the people back at the headquarters wearing red tabs are not Captain Darlings from Blackadder. They're actually doing their job, and they bloody better be. So there's going to be mobility plans, there's going to be counter mobility plans, there's going to be target lists, there's going to be priority target areas, artillery restricted areas, everything synchronizing together to achieve that effect. And yeah, wherever their defenses lines are with the J2 intelligence picture that they're looking at, fine tuning now. Yeah, it is what it is. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Bearded Brits. Aaron, you've got your hand up. Oh no, Aaron's just gone. Aaron's just gone. Yeah, it's interesting what you said, Yehuda, about about Prigozhin whining. I'm going to go back to the Henry VIII analogy, right? If you're not happy with the leadership, you don't criticize the king, right? You always claim to be acting in the name of the king, and you always claim to be against his corrupt counsels. But always and everywhere, this is this is an attack on the king, right? Because he's the bloke who's ultimately in charge, and the king tends to have absolutely no sense of humor about this, and then the heads start to roll. Yeah, it kind of looks like Mr. Prigozhin is circling the drain a bit there, right? If he's flailing around like this.
You know, Tim, I want to agree with you, but I almost can't. I think this is kind of some strange characteristic of Russian politics. You can get away with criticizing the mechanism, but not the the mechanic, perhaps, not the leader. They've done this for years, right? You criticized you didn't criticize the Secretary General, the whatever General Secretary of the Communist Party. You criticize the bureaucracy of it. It's not Stalin, it's not Lenin, it's not Khrushchev. It's the policy hacks that are limiting the great Soviet enterprise. I know it hasn't fared well for some, but others have been able to skirt by it, right? And then sometimes when that leader is out of favor, it's just the leader. It's not the party. It was totally the leader. Oh boy, that's Stalin, not Khrushchev, not Brezhnev. It's always someone else. But so in normal circumstances, you're right. Anyone could see a criticism of something like the ministerial responsibility concept, right? In normal countries, I remember there are times in Canada where a mid-level manager in the ministry of fill in the blank did something, the minister would resign because the minister would say that this is my ministry, it happened on my watch, and I take ministerial responsibility and I resign. That's when politics was a little more sophisticated and polite. I would think you'd agree, Tim. But I don't think that's ever been a feature of Russian politics. People have gotten away with saying Putin's great, but it just happens to be the people that are around him are betraying the great leader. But obviously, we know that it's an attack on Putin. The question is, how is Prigozhin still walking around? I mean, he said some pretty spicy stuff about the Russian military, and it's usually geared towards attacking the Ministry of Defense. But what I've heard him say in the last week or so seems outright treasonous, right? Like for Russia, and he's getting away with it. I don't know. He's outright saying we are going to lose. He's saying it, but not saying it. He's saying that we have been betrayed. There are traitors in Russia, plural. So he's obviously trying to not, or maybe he is inferring Putin, but I think he'll survive the war. To be honest with you, I don't think I think his chances of surviving this war alive are greater than Putin's. I really do. Or else I don't think he would be saying what he's saying.
Yeah. I mean, I guess this is the thing, right? So having your own PMC, having your own contribution to the war effort is it's one of the ways you can guarantee your physical security, but it's also one of the ways you can shore up your political clout. And I don't know. I mean, I look at Prigozhin and I see a man who is in the last chance saloon, simply because it seems clear to me that he made a promise to Putin that he has failed to deliver on. And that promise would be to score a major victory on the battlefield in general, Bakhmut in particular. His battle with
Tim,
the MOD.
Tim, let me just jump in there. Do you think that maybe he's been saying it, he's trying to say, Putin, it's Gerasimov, it's Shoigu. They're not giving me the stuff I need, bro. Help me out. It's their fault. Do you think he's not doing that all the way?
Yeah, I mean, he's doing that, but it's going to ring hollow, because what we've seen with Wagner is not that they've been undersupplied, is that they've been supplied at a rate which is normal for the rest of the Russian armed forces, right? They've lost a privilege. They've not been kicked in the nuts here. They've lost their privileged access to men, to materiel, and to weapon systems. And this is, this is very key to the way Wagner fights. So to go into a little detail, the way small unit tactics usually work with Wagner is they have an 8-man section divided into 2 fire teams. When they're attacking, one of the fire teams goes light. So you have 3 riflemen, maybe a rifle grenadier, and then the other fire team is, a heavy machine gun, 2 medium machine guns, and a grenade launcher. And the way they compensate for the relatively low quality of their infantry and the relatively low morale of their infantry is by that kind of overwhelming supportive fire of any advance at the very micro level. And this only works if you have 4 crew-served weapons per fire team, right? And if per section. And if you don't have access to that kind of weaponry anymore, and more particularly the kind of ammunition you need, then your tactical effectiveness starts to fall apart, because they don't really know any other way to fight, and the men themselves are of relatively low quality. So he can blame Gerasimov and Shoigu, but the grown-ups are going to know that is just, that's just excuses. That's not a reason. The real reason is that Prigozhin overpromised and underdelivered, and his men are incapable of fighting in a way that is effective unless they have super privileged access to all of the stuff they need, right?
No, agreed, 100%. I mean, Prigozhin can complain and make excuses for a lot of things. What would be an interesting question, Tim, if we had every bit of intelligence available to us, and it would actually tell me a lot about the purpose of what Prigozhin is saying and the truth behind it. Is he just really self-aware? Do you know what that one bit of information is?
Shoot.
How many? So I would want to know, if I could get any answer right now, I'd want to know how many times. First of all, where's Prigozhin? How long has he been there? And has he been back to Russia proper, like Moscow, not just on the other side of the border, like not in Rostov-on-Don or Belgorod? When was the last time Prigozhin was in Moscow or St. Petersburg? That would tell me a lot. And you know why, right?
Tell me.
Well, I mean, because is he saying what he's saying in the comfort of his own security and protection within his PMC? Or is he saying the same thing, in the Kremlin? Right? Does he think he's not going back to the Kremlin as a guest? Right? As an esteemed guest. Is he imagining that he has to stick around his own security detail because he's been naughty? Do you get what I'm saying? If tomorrow I saw pictures of Prigozhin shaking Putin's hand in Moscow and then smiling and him going back unmolested, I would be shocked. I'd be like, wow, this is weird. If he's saying this from the safety of his units in eastern Ukraine, that's a different story. Does that make sense?
Sure. But I mean, how much of a practical difference does this make, right? Because if Putin wants to get him, then he's got Rosgvardia and he's got the Russian army to do that.
I don't think so.
Having a few Wagnerites kicking about doesn't make a difference, surely.
No, I don't think so. I think he is completely enveloped by his team. I think the Russian military is completely garbage. I think the Rosgvardia can't do anything to him. I think if there was a standoff, he would order his PMC to kill any Russian military personnel personally. I think I'm not saying he's rogue, but I think he's protecting himself. Now that is all. That is if he's never been to Moscow or St. Petersburg again. In my mind, because the things he has said in the last week alone are probably the most controversial things he said throughout the entire invasion. You see what I mean? Like he's literally saying we are going to lose, and it's traitors in Russia's fault. So he's got, as you said, he's got a lot of chutzpah to do that. I'm wondering if he has no intent to go back to Russia while Putin's there. That's what I'm trying to say. I think he has his own, close protection forces, and I think, and I can tell you one thing: I'm sure there have been attempts on his life from the Ministry of Defense already. I just wonder. I'm just saying, if we had that information, and that information showed that he's been nowhere near Russia for a month or two, that would make me more. I'd be more optimistic at just how bad the Russian forces are. That's all. It's just an academic philosophical debate. There's nothing really important to glean from it, but just food for thought.
It is interesting, and it does kind of shore up the medieval court analogy, right? If he's in his castle somewhere, he's kind of untouchable by the king to an extent. At least it's an effort for the king to get him, and therefore he's in a more secure position than he would be at court, I guess. I don't know, Chris, you've got your hand up. What do you think?
Well, I think it's very interesting what Yehuda says. Yehuda, I have two questions on it, right? When and where was Prigozhin last heard of, for sure? And where would he be safe-ish, do you think?
Well, I mean, yeah, that's a question. I don't know. I don't know where he's last been seen or heard of. I know we see him near Bakhmut talking, and the questions are, in my mind, are well, I mean, he has his own forces. He has his own, I'm sure he has a tactical CP, like a mobile command post where he's going around. I don't think he stays in many places very long, just for his own personal safety from Ukrainian attack. But I wonder if he's not wondering if the Russian military is out for him, just like Steven Seagal is out for pizza or out for justice. Who knows anymore? But yeah, it's a very, very interesting question. I don't know the answer, if I'm being honest, but I suspect, especially after Ukrainian counteroffensive, I think that's when you see the knives are going to come out for Putin. I really do. I think that's where the knives will come out for Putin, because people will just be, you know what? We're going to lose Crimea. The Ukrainians are everywhere. We've lost every territorial gain we've made in Ukraine, and then some. We've lost land, parts of the Donbass that we occupied for 8 years. Now Crimea is on the verge of being completely cut off. I think we talked about this last year. Palace coups. When is enough enough, right? And the Russian, government and people and society have been obviously willing to do a lot for Putin, accept a lot of defeat, accept hundreds of thousands of deaths, accept being completely degraded as a military to the point where that it is no longer. First of all, it's not been a superpower since '91. I know words count. I may or may not have a couple of friends of professors of international relations and stuff, and so technically one superpower since '91. And obviously, Russia being a large regional power, it's based on its ability to project actual force around the world. So in that case, Russia had, I don't even know if they ever had that capability, but they sure as heck made people believe it. Now, Russia's military and capabilities will be relegated to that of a small power. It's not even a regional player. Its forces have been completely destroyed. Its military is in shambles. It can't resupply. It's pulling T-55s. It's pulling museum pieces out en masse. The world was told that Russia's 20,000, 30,000, 800 million tanks. They have the Armada. I mean, I remember 10 years ago when that thing came out, people said, whoa, look, this is a Terminator of tanks. Oh my goodness, how many of them? And then we're like, why do they have battle buddies? I didn't know tanks need tractors to pull them off the parade square. Wow, that's neat. That's odd. And then when you got the T-80s and the 90s, junk being destroyed by RPGs. You know, the same RPGs the Russians flood the terrorist market with, take out their own crappy tanks. What does Russia bring to the table? You know,
IS-3.
yeah, sure. You know, LMNOP, the you know, the Matryoshka 702 doll. It's just and they've gone to the point there's only one other doll with inside the doll. There isn't 15 anymore. Anyway. How the world changes. Back to you, Tim and Will. Sorry, I'm in it for the evening. I think I'm gonna burn the midnight oil.
Chris.
Yeah, so in the absence of any concrete information, Yehuda, I'm just going to go, well, the last time that we saw him 2 or 3 weeks ago, wherever it was, he was in the Donbass, and he's now done a runner to Africa. I'm just going to say for fun.
Yeah, who knows? I don't know how to get to Africa. It means you'd have to be in control of the Russian, state by traversing through Russia to get there. But not sure. I don't want to make too much. Place too much import on where Prigozhin is. Where in the world is Prigozhin? San Diego. It's just interesting to me that he's getting a little mouthier, and I wonder if there aren't cracks there. But more importantly is the self-aware comments he's made about his flanks. Russia is in a very precarious position, and the best of their best, which isn't saying much, is tied up in Bakhmut, and we know that the Ukrainians are going to be, most likely hitting all sorts of positions all across the line of contact. The Russians won't be able to do very much. That's my take.
On that bombshell, I am going to abandon you and pass you over to Will and the Dominator, who is lurking in the listener space down there waiting to be promoted. It's been a pleasure co-hosting with you all this morning. Thank you to Yehuda for coming up and talking, and thank you to all our panelists and my co-hosts. Cheerio, everybody. I will see you tomorrow morning.
Thank you,
Yep.
Tim.
Beautiful.
Always a pleasure. Tim is the rock in which I can say the Wales does have talent. The best of Wales. Tim Sennett comes from a family of senators, but not very political. Anyway, thanks, Tim.
We used to be, but not anymore.
The worshipful company of senators. I love it.
Yes. So yeah, it's time for the Dumbin Show, and he'll have riddles and questions for us all. And Yehuda, did you say you're ready to burn the midnight oil, meaning you're staying with us for a while, or are you?
Yes.
Super. Well, welcome up, Doman. And while he collects his thoughts, I'll say good day to Shaggy. What would you like to add, Shaggy?
Yeah, good morning. I'm just kind of waking up rather than burning the midnight oil. Yehuda, just a little note for you. I'm doing looking at your site. A little bit of housekeeping, and that's it. And have a great day, everybody. I'll be listening today, and hopefully hear some lovely information and lovely guests and stuff. Morning, Doman, as well. Get some coffee.
Morning, all. Brilliant.
Good morning. I have a question, Yehuda. How long can Ukraine sit and wait to start its offensive? Can they wait until June, until they have enough ammunition and everything? What is the level of urgency they have, or what level of patience they have? That's interesting, because everybody's talking about it. I wonder how patient they are and how patient we should be.
Well, I think they can wait as long as they want, to be honest with you. I don't think they're going to. Why would they want to wait longer than they have to? The Russians are raping and murdering and committing genocide in occupied Ukraine. So there's a moral imperative, if not just a military one. Can they wait for better conditions? Sure. Do I know what they are? No. Do I know what the trigger or triggers are that will kick off a Ukrainian counteroffensive? Obviously not. Do I think it's as simple as terrain or correction weather? No, I don't think so. And I'm not. I mean, I would never say, "Oh, don't give Ukraine things." It's not my point. You give Ukraine everything, but I don't think Ukraine has to wait until we have 462 leopards. That's the magic number. I think it's a combination of different things. I know it's a combination of many factors, and those factors have to be, estimates have to be made, battle procedure has to be gone through, and the commanders of the Ukrainian army have to say, okay, this is our best shot. All things considered, what we've got in our pocket, the troops, the equipment, and what the Russians have in their pocket, and the weather, and the timing, and the intelligence that says Russians will have a lull in getting this and that to the battlefield. So now's the time to go. The lights green, kick off, drop the order. There are a lot of factors. I wish I could. I don't know them myself, so I can't explain them. But I hope that helps.
Brilliant.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking, because also the media I'm reading, for example, this morning I read an article in a Swiss newspaper basically saying, yeah, the counteroffensive has not started because they haven't gotten enough material. They're lacking ammunition. They haven't have the trained troops, so on in force. I wonder how much merit is to this argument, how ready they are. And as you said, they're ready when they're ready. I understand that, and we wouldn't know. But all this type of strange narratives are now going around. And the article was saying, yes, they have to win now because otherwise Western support is broken. So on and forth. So
That Herzog, I don't believe. I believe
yeah, I know.
none of that part.
I know.
Lot. Yeah, just so you know, I don't believe it's one factor I didn't mention. I don't believe at any point do they worry about Western support. I don't think that's it at all.
I think it's not this roll the dice, win or lose type situation. It is not as dramatic. And the argument is, and I finished the argument, and I know I'm talking also to this space to get better argument and better views on things I know little about, such as military matters. Is they have to wait until they really win this, because sort of this is this one shot or it's over. And I was always thinking, no, that doesn't ring true. And in the other question from that is the way this is like a crescendo, and then in a music piece is rising and rising, but there's not just one symphony. There's not just one act. I think there will be multiple acts of offensives this coming summer, and not just one. Correct?
I have to be right back. Sorry.
In the meantime, no worries. So, Florian, obviously, I'm no military expert, but I'm gonna go ahead and join you in speculation as well. I mean, I think there will be as many acts as necessary for Ukraine to play out their offensive based on how it proceeds. Obviously, if you get ready to take the land down to the Azov and carve a chunk out of there to carve those forces in half, but you see that they are collapsing and retreating in front of you, they will press that as far as their supply lines and their command and control will extend, and then potentially pause at that point, regroup, or as Bearded Brit said, facilitate regrouping on the supply, because they are planned and trained to do so. And then so I don't think there is a static single campaign for offensive that this will happen if that happens, and then they're done. Even if the offensive went poorly for Ukraine, they are not going to stop. They will regroup, decide what they're going to do next, and carry on.
Let me jump in there. Sorry, I had a 4-year-old come out of the side of the house at 3 a.m. looking for me. So I was like, and I was in the car, and that's not acceptable. Jeez Louise, can anyone babysit for a few years? These are very precocious children, and I need help. No, I'm just kidding. So I had to attend to that, but I heard a lot of things I wanted to jump in and say. So there's no regroup. I'm not sure what that means. Look, it's very simple. The Ukrainians have the critical mass to finish the job. I personally believe that. Does that mean that 200 leopards is enough? No, no, no. Is everything. Send more and many and much. Everything. The better systems allow for Ukrainians to increase their chances of survivability. With the tanks they have, they can do the job, but more people will die. And these are the future. These people constitute the future of Ukraine. So it behooves the Ukrainian military to give them the best chance they have to make sure that they survive this war. So the more leopards, the more Bradleys, the more everything, the better. I suspect there are thousands of tanks that the Ukrainians possess and have up armored and have trained on, where they are going to make sure that they roll over the Russians in these combined arms brigades and formations. I don't see it's not going to be a slogfest. They're not going to take piecemeal parts of Ukraine back. It'll be large swaths of territory that are liberated, followed by follow-on forces that will clear. So in other words, you might have an explosive thrust of Ukrainians. Just give an example from Zaporizhia to the Black Sea. Boom. Here we are. We're at the Black Sea. Plant the flag. But meanwhile, you have brigades just funneling in and going west and east. Okay, filling it in, and those brigades are going to be the ones that have to clear, a forest, a copse of trees that has 100 Russians sat in really crappy defensive positions. That dirty work has to be done, but nothing is stopping the Ukrainians from large territorial expansions and liberations of their territory. It's not going to be, we're going to advance 10 kilometers and stop and see how it's going. Okay, another 10 kilometers. It's not going to happen like that, right? You have mechanized, you have combined arms and maneuver elements that are going to be pushing really hard, and you're going to have follow-on forces that are clearing. So I suspect that'll be probably some of the hardest parts of this counteroffensive, is how to organize the follow-on forces and have them clear what they need to, because there will be bypasses, right? And it's not because of the worry of Western support drying up. It's kind of like in Arab-Israeli wars, where the Israelis had to make large, big, risky decisions because they couldn't afford as an economy, as a country, to be at war for months. So they had to get it done quickly, right? They had to say, this is the plan. Here's our end state. We're going to do this and this and this, and we're going to clear as we move. It doesn't have to be 0 Russian soldiers in a piece of territory before the Ukrainians advance. It's going to be outmaneuver them, go around them, encircle them, hit them from the positions that they didn't expect Ukrainians to be hitting them from, force their surrender, or destroy them in place. So it behooves Ukraine to do this quickly. The momentum is on their side. The Russians react very poorly to being outmaneuvered, to be outflanked. They don't do well. Kharkiv, we saw that. If once the post-mortem is conducted, the after-action review, lessons learned, gleaned from the Ukrainian counteroffensive in Kharkiv, you're going to see what was a relatively smaller force of Ukrainians were able to outmaneuver a force of Russians 3-4 times bigger than them. Outmaneuver them, get behind them, and then hit them from the inside. And the Russians went bananas. They were running helter-skelter, Liman, Izium. They're like, where am I? Where are my pants? How do I get home? Who am I? It really caught them off guard. Now, take that force and multiply it by 50. And that's what the Ukrainians are going to be doing to the Russians in other parts of occupied Ukraine. They're not stopping. The limit of exploitation, as Tim asked earlier, is probably going to be the roadways into Crimea, right at the base there. Maybe the Donbass lines of 24, of February 22. But the reality is, the Ukrainians are going to want to exploit those penetrations. The depth isn't crazy. 50 kilometers in a day is not unheard of for maneuver warfare. You do that for a few days, a couple weeks. You could feasibly say that large parts of almost all of occupied Ukraine could be easily liberated. Not fully cleared, right? You'll have holdouts, but they won't last. They don't have a supply system. They just have whatever they have in their position to defend themselves. But it's that obvious. And I'm not trying to sound optimistic. It's that the Russians are not even defensively postured. They're not set up in defensive positions. That's something that everyone knows. Even the Russians themselves are complaining. Anyway, I hope that helps.
Bearded?
Hi, yeah. Florin, I just wanted to pick up on a thing you said there. You said about a lucky roll of the dice. Believe you me, there is no lucky roll here. What is going on, which we've already seen, is the setting of conditions. Various things being taken out, reinforcements and the like. Now, within a headquarters, at various levels, you undertake operational analysis where you're basically feed the machine, the computer which has got the software where you're set levels for various sorts of conditions, and that will be fed in and it will give you an output. Various commanders like different views, some like a spider diagram, those who've seen that in Excel, and you can actually see the progress of meeting the conditions to be able to then say go. But what's happening at the lower level, as you said, all that tactical movement of bypassing, enveloping, overrunning, creating pockets which will be taken out over follow-on forces, all that planning is going on as well. Yeah, so there's no lucky roll of the dice here. There will be an attrition level for particular phase lines that will be met. That's the biggest trigger. So there's no lucky roll. When this starts moving forward, you want to be effectively mopping up, especially on that initial break-in.
Bearded, one thing you mentioned is something I've been trying to ask you for like 2-3 weeks now. And finally, he's here once. And that is taking out specific stuff. We've seen a vastly increased electronic warfare and radar equipment being taken out during March and April. In aggregate, probably 50, maybe more than 50 electronic warfare and radar installations of the Russians. That is about half as many as in the preceding 12 months all combined. How much of a difference is this going to be making? And do you think that Ukrainians are now taking these things out because they couldn't take them out previously? That is to say, is it an ability thing or just a prioritization of targeting thing?
A bit of both. So here's the answer. It's just a common sense thing. I possess no special cognitive abilities that you don't have. Imagine this: to take out these installations requires resources, right? And what's the purpose of taking them out? To deny the enemy that capability. If the Russians have 500 more of these units back in Russia and they're using this, and those items are not causing the Ukrainians any real problems, you'd want to take them out closer to when you don't want them there, because they will affect your plan. So, as Bearded Brit said, shaping operations, enabling ops. These are things that are done to set the conditions in which, in order to conduct your counteroffensive. So, as the counteroffensive kicks off, stuff that the Ukrainians could have done before, they'll do now, right? They could have blown up ammo dumps, and they have, but they could have done it all day, every day. But why do it when you're not going to attack? Why do it when you're going to conduct a counteroffensive 4 months later? You know that the Russians will just bomb up. I don't know what the bearded, if you guys use those terms in the British Army, to bomb up. It means just resupply your ammo.
Replenish, sir. Replenish.
Yeah, replenish. Yeah, we say bomb up. So replenish is the proper term, but in the field, you say bomb up means get your ammo in your rifle. As a platoon commander, that's something that we say, or used to say, when they trusted me with troops. Not anymore. Now they trust me with staplers. But I have a swing line stapler, so it's a beautiful stapler. It's an Office Space reference. Anyway, so why do it when they could bomb up or replenish anyway later. So you want to do it like closer to H hour is when you want to hit the Russians and overwhelm them. So like just an overwhelming amount of violence and force brought down on Russian positions, on Russian sustainment avenues or sustainment plans, just destroy them. That's when you get, you know you're in trouble when harm missiles are blowing up anything that's radar related. Like, oops, they're not planning something for 2 months from now. They're doing it now because they want to make sure we're blind. They want to make sure we can't see them. So when all those things happen, then you're going to see the ammo dumps that the Russians have so carefully hidden now. After it only took them 18 tries to figure out that the Ukrainians are going to hit them, but all of those are going to be hit. So there's the deep battle. There'll be deep fires where Ukrainians will hit positions well behind Russian lines that will mitigate their ability to conduct any counter moves. They're going to hit their radars, their command and control, their special SIGINT vehicles to basically effectively leave them blind and deaf, so they can't see or hear what's going on. And that's when you see kickoff. So if you heard on Russian Telegram, magically every single C2 command and control node, command post, headquarters, whatever you want to call it, hit, destroyed, signals capability degraded. You want to hear their air defense, their radars all destroyed, or many of them destroyed. That's probably when the Ukrainians are coming. If you do it too often, or if you do it too soon before you plan on doing something, it just gives the Russians a chance to fix it or to bring in. And they have a lot of equipment. That's one thing they do have a lot of. And just bring in replacements for it. So that's why the Ukrainians who are being cognizant of their ammunition stores need to make sure that they use every shell, every round judiciously. Hope that helps.
Thank you. I'll come back with a follow-up. I want to hear from Bearded Brit first because I think I love this interaction between the two of you. Bearded?
What Yehuda's just said there can be summed up in one word, and it's called synchronization. The right place at the right time to achieve effect. And if you think of the many hundreds of activities that are going to go on practically simultaneously at many levels, all that gets fed into something called a synchronization matrix, or in the UK it is anyway, or was. And it's done by the numbers, and you know this particular activity is going on. It's synchronized because it's either going to be launched because of something else has been favorable beforehand, or is to set the condition for something else going on. And this synchronization really adds to the complexity, but it's being managed so the people at the front just get on and do their jobs, and that's important. Just wanted to put that in.
Thank you, Bearded. So, Yehuda, when in planning, is there like a calculation that says, one tank is worth 2 IAVs, but one jammer is worth 7 tanks, or anything like that? Do you have like a valuation scheme that as simple as that? And how do you, when prioritizing targeting in shaping operations, how do you decide on that if you don't have a trivial scheme like that?
I just want to back up to what Bearded Brit said about synchronization matrix. So sure, like, yes, this would be an annex to an operations order. Really, something like this, when you look at an operations, an op order, if you were to Google it and find one, you would see it's in a certain format, smash certain a certain portion, which is the most important. If you're writing it, it's what we get tested on, and it's what's hard when you're writing an estimate. Is the groupings and taskings, and that is if your operations are always broken up into phases, because you can't just it's not just willy-nilly, let's take the hill, charge. It's not like the movies. And in groupings and taskings in different phases, you literally, the commander of this operation conducting the operation would actually have to in each phase highlight and know literally what every single asset in that person's unit is doing at each phase. You know, what is the engineering troop doing? Where are they? Where are they in the order of march? What's going on? What's their task? What's their secondary task? You know, all of these things. So all of this stuff is planned out. Nothing is left to chance. Chance will have, you know, there will be wrenches thrown in your plan. But everything that you do know, you have to account for before you kick off. So it's super important. It's something that, you know, NATO officers and Western armies train for, and the Ukrainians have been trained in that same style. So at every point along the way, you know, and there are timings within them when things have to be done. So like a battle group commander, a BG commander will, you know, they'll go through it with their company commanders, squadron commanders, and say, look, this is what's going on here. And in phase one, you know, what are you doing? Do you know what you're doing? Because he's already been given the orders, or she's been given the orders. And you go through that, and you really you work it through so that everyone who's doing something what they're doing. It's very specific synchronization matrix as well, depending on the trade, you know, different purposes for it. But the groupings and taskings is really the big picture explanation as to who's doing what, where, and when. And if you're interested, you know, just, you know, search the internet for op order, and see if you can find some samples, and just imagine that's what the Ukrainians are doing on a battle group level, on a brigade level, on a division level, and it's pretty incredible. The synchronization and the harmony. I like to call it an orchestra of military muscle and might, and everyone has to be doing the right thing at the right time for it to sound beautiful. How does that sound?
If the staff work is the music, then the maneuver element are the dances. Used to know it as an armored ballet.
Well, that sounds about right to me.
I'll try to go back to my really oversimplification again, even though I'm sort of imagining tanks with very long shaven legs right now. You're gonna if you're trying to say to your, you know, lowest level artillery folks and recon folks, from very high up, from say brigade level, what are you telling them? How do they make targeting decisions? Because obviously you don't want to waste time, right? You don't want to have them out there for a long time and communicate everything up the chain of command and down the chain of command, because by that point the target might be gone. So how do you tell them how to prioritize? What's worth, you know, greater risks to, let's say, the recon drones, for example? How much more worth is a jammer or a radar compared to a tank or a BMP? Or do you just say, well, you know, these are the most important things, go for these whenever you see them?
It depends on the situation, obviously. There are certain things that are set in stone. Like, for example, battle group commander. If I'm a battle group commander and I'm doing a thing, an action, a mission, there's certain things I don't have a right to do. Like, for example, I don't have a right without permission to, you know, destroy a bridge. That's a division level decision. There are certain things that I have within my purview. And that's why when I'm given the orders, I'm also in 2 higher superior commanders in 10. So I know that eventually, there are follow-on forces from a multinational division coming through. I can't just blow up this bridge. I can't reserve demolish this bridge. It's not mine to do, right? Even though it might help me because the enemy could reinforce, I can't do it. I have to come up with another plan. So there's certain things that you can do. You know, priorities depend on the situation, and you have you're specific. You have the mission, and before you kick off, if you feel you can't complete the mission, you go to your commander and say, "Look, you've tasked me with this, but you've only given me 1 troop of engineers. I need 2, and this is why." I don't think I can do it this way. And you make the case to your commander, and then you off to the races you go. So I can't. It's a question that's too fluid. There's too many what ifs. It all depends on the situation. Is probably the most sophisticated answer I can give.
What I'm trying to fish out is, it's very obvious to everyone listening why a tank matters, because it has a big gun and it goes boom, and then something far away blows up, or is penetrated through or whatnot. And it's less obvious because it's less visible what the effect is of a radar or a jammer or a bridging a floating bridge carrying truck or whatever to an operation. And this is why I'm just trying to get as much out of you as possible right now to contextualize this as best can be.
Sorry, I'm not. Can you just ask me the question directly? What are you asking me? Sorry.
Can you explain how much these things matter? How much do these other things, jammers, electronic warfare, bridging equipment, demining equipment, whatever else, falls under this?
It all depends on this. It all depends on the situation. If there's no benefit for you to destroy, if there are no aircraft in my AO from my side, no friendly aircraft going, do I risk trying to attack a position that I don't need to attack that has air defense platforms in it? No, I don't, because it's not part of it. Doesn't help, right? It's just common sense. It's based on your mission. It's all mission specific. If your mission does not require you to do a thing, you don't do it. You don't waste resources because, I see a juicy target. You do what you can based on the situation you're in, is what I'm trying to say. So there's no written rule thing that you say it is, but it's not like, I see something worth 10 points, I'm going to destroy it now. If your mission is to seize key terrain, your objective is hilltop 101. That's where you need to get to, and along the way you clear the enemy, you destroy a bunch of Russian positions, and the thing is, somewhere else there's something that does something. It's not your AO, right? And if you happen upon something and you destroy it, that's fine. But that's why we have what's called control measures. You have a task. Everyone has a job. The fact that they've destroyed this would not be, since there are no troops in contact, it's not a battle group commander's situation. So this is on a divisional level. They're setting the conditions. They're destroying the ability for the Russians to communicate. That's something in the shaping operation that you do to set the conditions for a successful counterattack. So I think we're confusing the operational, strategic, and tactical level. On the tactical level, you're doing your mission, and it feeds into a bigger strategic picture, which feeds into an operational picture. So at division level is when they're saying, we know that in the next month we intend to do this, so we need to make sure that our brigades and our battle groups are set, the conditions are set. We're setting them up for success. So we want to destroy this now. And anyway, hope that helps.
No, that's perfect, Yehuda. Thank you. Bearded.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to what Yehuda said there. A number of decades ago, we went from fighting on a battlefield to fighting in a battle space. It's three-dimensional. What you exactly as Yehuda said, mission specific. There might be a reason why the EW jammers go up the priority list, because in the three-dimensional space there might be a seed operation planned, but 3 levels above. So all these control measures, they get to fit in, and also when, as Yehuda said, a battle group commander gets given a task, he goes back to the brigade commander, they negotiate, and that's because there will be support troops, which at the brigade level can be assigned to support that particular effort, but there's only so much of it. If that brigade commander had been given a task, he would be negotiating up for divisional support troops where necessary. So it's just worth mentioning that there's not so much a bargaining, but everything's feeding in and divvying up assets, which will include targetry and what you can and can't blow up and control measures wise, going all the way up and down the chain of command.
Alrighty, I don't know what happened to Doman or Will. Bearded
We
Drip.
were playing the pregnant pause game.
They were playing the who could hold your breath the longest game.
We do that. Doman and I love doing that.
Oh, thanks for that. I thought I was just making everybody's ears bleed and fall asleep.
My job.
So, are we wrapped up on that, Yehuda, or what else? What else is there to say?
I don't know. I don't know if I've answered the question between myself and Brett.
Well, if Bearded, unless you have a follow up, we'll probably move on to another subject. The Doman will tell us what it is in a second.
No, I'm all good. I'm all good. Thank you.
Yeah,
Cheers, man.
I want to inquire, what do you reckon about the call between Xi and Zelensky yesterday? Obviously, it was a meaningful conversation, right? So probably not the sort of conversation where you're both relaxedly sitting down in respective armchairs and are completely unperturbed by what's going on. Any other thoughts on the significance of this? Is anything beneficial going to be coming out of this, especially now that Ukraine will finally have an ambassador in Beijing after I think a couple of years of that post being empty?
I don't know. I feel like saying CCP, CCP, CCP. What does that mean when I say that?
Jingu shows up.
It's crazy. Jingu shows up. I see him lurking. I don't know who that is. It looks like Joe Biden.
It's McCain.
I don't have glasses. It's John McCain. From the famous McCain. Wild card. What were they talking about? I just wonder how gross Zelensky felt having to talk to him, thinking to myself, wow, this guy's a jerk. And having to.
Well.
So sorry, I was adding Jingu up. What was the question again?
No,
Sorry,
you said you have stuff to comment. Just throw it out, and we'll see what all ends up on the table.
So, in addition to what I think they probably did talk about what you said in relation to nuclear weapons or the threat of nuclear weapons that need not be publishing, because I think that's it's rubbish. Russia isn't going to use nuclear weapons, but the more important statement is, when they're done with these calls, each side puts out their own record of what the thing is, and then you wait around and see if anybody's going to, if your counterpart is going to reject what you put out afterward. And the statement that Ukraine put out afterward has not been objected to by the Chinese Communist Party anywhere. And it says the Chinese President Xi Jinping explicitly recognized Ukraine's sovereignty and independence, stating that mutual respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity is the foundation to Ukrainian-Chinese relations, in a conversation with Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky. So, if Xi said that exact statement about territorial integrity and foundational or sovereignty in relation to their long-term relations with Ukraine. That means that Xi is throwing Russia under the bus as far as any territorial claims within Ukraine by Russia, because Xi wants to maintain his arguing position over Taiwan, his claim that Taiwan is always and has been Chinese soil, and so he can't have it both ways. And I think this is the inflection point where Xi is ready to admit to the world that he knows that Russia is going to lose, and so he is picking a winner and setting the foundation for where he wants to go next with China.
And that's an ever-present background of it, right? Helsinki, go ahead with quick thoughts, and then we're going to have Jingo educate us all collectively. Helsinki.
Yeah, very eager to hear what Jing has to say, but perhaps maybe the biggest thing is that this phone call took place. That is the kind of like success that this is a Chinese leader in the highest level were able to talk to Zelensky, who represents the highest level in Ukrainian side. So maybe that's something. Normally, practice is that if the Western partners, their ambassadors or whatever they ask, and they will be briefed to some extent. But I'm just thinking maybe this is a little bit like reading from the tea leaves, but what Breedlove, General Retired, was saying, that Ukrainians are obviously kind of cognizant that security is an issue. This kind of like how to share info, because if they share to Western crowd, it's bound to leak. But I think anyway, this is kind of like initial contact. So maybe something very interesting was told, maybe not. But overall, I think the most successful thing was that this exchange between Ukraine and China took place, because China and Russia have this kind of like anti-Western, what do you call it, Shanghai Cooperation Council or whatever. So, but let's hear from Mr. Jing also. Thanks.
Jingo, good morning, I think.
Yeah, actually it's midnight, so I heard something I feel obliged to raise my hand. So here's one thing I would like to just caution our friends. It's their comfort food equivalent in our thoughts. Okay, we have wishful thinking out of a good intention, and then try to fit everything into a Western logic. It feels great, but these things are not true. Okay, so this is what I'm going to say. Basically, I say that based on today the two reports I read, which I said really good. One is actually from a Chinese professor who is a Princeton PhD, and he is the world's top expert in studying the CCP. Okay, the second one is actually a report on Financial Times. I fully agree, and they run exactly the opposite to what was being said here. Like, for example, China is going to respect the sovereignty. Not at all. Complete misread. Read. Okay, several things. The first is we need to understand the context of this call. Okay, so what happened? Just a few days ago, the Chinese ambassador in France made a public statement on a French TV, which caused an uproar in EU. I don't know if people have paid attention. So this is basically what he said. None of these former Soviet Union states had true sovereignty. This is an internal issue for Russia. So keep in mind, Ukraine being attacked by Russia is the Russian internal issue. Exactly the same stance in the future when China attacks Taiwan. Taiwan does not have sovereignty, so therefore, if China attacks Taiwan, that's an internal issue for China. Okay, so they apply to everybody, including the Baltic states, Kazakhstan, Georgia, what have you. Okay, that's number one. Number two, you need to understand what this guy is. Okay, this guy was posted first to Senegal, which is the very tiny African country. he went out of his way to antagonize the local community, to project the Xi Jinping style wolf warrior diplomacy. So what happened? He was posted to Canada, a major upgrade. Then in Canada, he did the same thing. Okay. So what happened? He was actually kicked out of Canada. So she actually placed a lot of emphasis on this guy, really groomed this guy. So this time he went to Europe. He actually caused a major issue. So what happened? She is picking up the phone to call Zelensky. Actually, she is actually covering his ass. This is the guy she really, really appreciates. All his promotion, all the way up, was she. What did he do? He spoke Xi's mind, despite the fact he's very, very unpopular. So therefore, basically what she is doing. So the other thing is, keep in mind, everybody, whenever Communist China is saying something, keep in mind what China has done in North Korea nuclear issue, right? Every time Chinese Communist Party came out, they say, we oppose to have a nuclear arms race in the Korean Peninsula. This is counter to China's national interests. Then they insist the negotiation have to include 6 parties. So what happened in the 6-party negotiation? It drags on and on forever. Nothing gets resolved, right? The point is keep it going. So what happened in the end? North Korea got nuclear weapon, despite how poor it is, right? And China said it's all you guys' fault. Why? The United States, Japan, South Korea, everybody is involved in this 6-party negotiation. We cannot reach an agreement. So therefore, North Korea acquiring nuclear weapon is you guys' fault. Exactly the same game is being played, right? We support sovereignty. We respect Ukraine. But if we're going to insist on negotiation, oh, by the way, we're going to structure the negotiation, nothing could be agreed upon. So therefore, weapons will be sent to Russia. The war will be going on. Then we blame it on you guys. It's all you guys' fault. Why EU got in? Oh, by the way, Macron got it. Macron didn't want to do it. He's a good guy. You guys need to look at Macron. The very bad examples are like the Baltic states, right? Poland, United States. Those countries who actually acted closely on the American side, you guys are the criminals. You guys caused war to drag on. Oh, by the way, what's in Xi's mind? This ambassador in France, everybody wanted to kick out. This guy correctly read Xi's mind. What's in Xi's mind? What did he say? None of the Baltic states, none of the former Soviet Union states has any sovereignty. It's an unresolved domestic issue. That's exactly the point. So the point is not for Xi to say, I respect sovereignty. No. The point is for Xi to say, none of you guys have sovereignty. For Putin to attack Ukraine, that's a domestic Russian issue. It can only be resolved like what happened between Russia and Chechnya. All you guys shut up, stand by, stop sending weapons, okay? Better behave like Macron. That's what she is doing. She is stepping out to help this guy, to cover his ass. This is my man. He's in trouble. So let me make a phone call to Zelensky. Oh, by the way,
So Jingo, let's start. We need there's lots of stuff, and otherwise I'll forget because my brain is finite, unlike yours. Mike, let's talk about this Parisian ambassador to Paris's comments a little bit more because I think there's more here. Jingu, what was the PRC official position during the 1960s, 1970s about Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia?
Keep in mind, PRC's position means nothing, zero. PRC signed agreement with Great Britain on Hong Kong.
Yeah, I know that, but let's just focus on getting the facts down.
So Domin, here's my point. If you want to make a case, PRC walked back. Okay, you got it. But if you want to say what she's going to do, she won't do anything you are thinking. That's my point.
No, that's fine. I'm saying what I'm trying to illustrate is that anything like this is a departure from long-standing policy, right? So it was long-standing policy, just like it was by the West, that these countries are still sovereign countries which are being illegally occupied by the Soviet Union, right? Because that was a position that was consistent with China's own claims of sovereignty, both over other bits that the Soviet Union had, further east, or over Taiwan, or over wherever else, right? That because they were kind of saying, well, once a country is a country, it's invaluable, inviolable, and so on. So, I think what's really interesting here is that these comments would represent a departure on policy on those countries, while at the same time they are the way the ambassador to Paris phrased them were effectively also saying, well, Russia is also not quite recognized. Russia is also somewhere flexible in his mind, Jingu.
You got it completely upside down, my friend. So let me say this, okay? If, let's say, the foreign policy sovereignty are respected, Russia would not have attacked Ukraine in the first place. That's number one. Number two, it's a domestic issue, so therefore, let them fight it out. It's a domestic issue between Russia and Ukraine, so they're fighting it out. So it's a domestic issue between two parties in China, right? It's the extension of the civil war, so let mainland China and Taiwan fight it out. You guys are step aside. That's the point, okay? So your concept of the sovereignty of all these things, I fully understand. We all get it, okay? If that means anything, Putin would not have rolled tanks into Ukraine because guess what? That's a violation of whatever treaty Russia signed with Ukraine in the first place. Guess what? It means nothing. China signed treaty with Great Britain. Means nothing. Basically the police are still sent to Hong Kong, be the locals for 6 years straight. It means nothing. If you want to know what these totalitarian regimes will do, stop thinking about sovereignty and so on. Only study their institutional decisions, where they're moving. What Putin is going to do is far more important than what should be done according to sovereignty. That's my point.
When they talk about let's not mess with nuclear this, nuclear that, the phrasing in the final memo was, let me get this right. On the nuclear issue, all relevant parties must stay calm and exercise restraint, truly act in the interest of their own future and that of humanity, and jointly manage the crisis. People say this is about weapons. I don't think this is about weapons at all. This is about what happens at the occupied nuclear power plant that the Russians have been occupying for just over a year now, right? Are they just saying it, or are they serious about this, Jingu?
All these, this is not the right framework to look at it. Take a look at it. China did not want a nuclear weapon to explode in China for sure. However, where did North Korea got its nuclear weapon? Where did Pakistan got its nuclear weapon? Without China, that would be totally impossible. Okay? So therefore, when it comes to nuclear weapon, if it destabilizes today's world, China will do it. If it explodes in China, China won't do it. So that's how things are balanced. Your treaty means nothing, my friend. If treaty means anything, China would not have attacked Hong Kong. Russia would not have attacked Ukraine. So therefore, as we are discussing what these totalitarian regimes will do, please keep in mind, the treaty only means temporarily. When I'm not ready, let's sign a treaty to tie your hands. But when I'm ready, I'm willing to tear it into pieces at my terms, exactly like Joseph Stalin was saying. What's treaty? Treaty are signed to be torn apart. Soviet Union signed 25 treaties, tore up 24 of them. The only one it didn't tore up was with Germany, right? Hitler attacked Stalin before Stalin could do anything. So therefore, this is the only one treaty Stalin didn't tear apart. That's how the totalitarian regimes think. It absolutely means nothing.
Okay, and I get that treaties aren't what means things, but again, this is something that has been being communicated over the course of the last 13 months, repeatedly, consistently. We don't want a radiological mishap, let's call it, right? So, are they serious when they say it, or is it just pretend that they care about it? Do they actually care about it?
It is serious when China is not ready. For example, China needs time to prepare for Taiwan. China does not want a nuclear bomb to explode inside China. That's when it's serious, okay? With the moment when China calculates, I need to get the convenience to do something against Taiwan, that very second, it goes away. So the treaty is only meaningful when it's to my advantage. When all of a sudden, I feel I want to do something against you, I better not to have the treaty. That's gone. That's how treaties are treated. So when Stalin was not ready to attack Germany, the treaty means something. It means everything. But when Stalin was ready to attack Poland, the very minute any treaty in place is gone. Doesn't mean anything.
Okay, so they're only serious because they're not ready yet. They're only serious because it's not quite there yet. Okay, fair enough.
Bingo, bingo. And the other thing is the treaty is to restrict your freedom of action, right? So we have signed a treaty. So therefore, Doman, you cannot do this, this, this. It buys me time. But the moment I'm ready to do something, all of a sudden I will tell you, Doman, I'm sorry. We signed a treaty maybe a few years ago. Things changed. Now I changed my mind. All of a sudden, the treaty is torn apart. That's my point. You got it.
All right. So what's happening to the ambassador to Paris next? Is he getting promoted to a much better position still? Is he being left in place, or is he being, sent something else, somewhere else because they had to kind of, work around him now?
It's probably some anybody's guess. My take is this guy is going to be moved back to China, and this guy likely will be promoted, or he at least will be put in place. Because there are people saying that if this guy, the next promotion for the guy, right? Even if the United States push too hard, what if this guy is posted to be an ambassador of China to the United States? You are going to have a much bigger mess. So therefore, the American side is very silent. But this guy is definitely up to something in Xi's eyes. He's Xi's favorite. Not a second, he is not a single diplomat in China has received such rapid promotion under Xi after he did what he did. Okay, he actually pissed off the African countries. He pissed off Canada to the point. Canada actually kicked him out, denounced him as a persona non grata. Okay, and he is posted to France. Now, keep in mind, in China's the foreign affairs, that the ambassador to Senegal is actually a third-class citizen. The ambassador to Canada means something. The ambassador to Great Britain, France, Russia, and Japan are really something. They're candidates to become the foreign minister. The ambassador to the United States is definitely someone that I would say the top candidate to become the foreign minister. That's how it goes. So, for example, the current ambassador, our current foreign minister, right? He was sent to the United States to be an ambassador for just a few months, right? If you have served as an ambassador to the United States or Japan, then you are ready to be a foreign minister. That's how China works, or Russia.
But obviously, not everybody gets to make it to that, right? So, what happens to people who run out of space on the promotion ladder? What runs out of people who, fail to get all the way to the top of the greasy pole?
Okay, so inside the communist regime, there are still many positions. So keep in mind, everybody needs to study the CCP organizational behavior, okay, organizational decisions. So the very few people know that actually she is actually conducting major reorgs, okay. So what is he doing? If you look at the reorg, two things. Number one, getting ready for a war. He truly means it, okay. Number two, putting in a lot of, he actually putting his stock in the psychological warfare, disinformation, okay? He has restructured majorly United Front, okay? So when you look at all these things, these will create very senior positions reporting directly to him. This guy, if let's say there's too much an uproar, right? He will still get a very big promotion. So, for example, just like the guy's a French ambassador, right? He's sent to France to be an ambassador. If he cannot become the Secretary of State, he can still be promoted to other positions. In Communist China, there are many very senior positions he's slated for. This guy is taking career of gamble. He's not stupid. He's not foolish. Okay, he's saying those crazy things, but this guy's coldly calculating his own future. He's making a very serious bet. I do not think she will let him down. I don't think so. Maybe he doesn't have a future in the foreign ministry. That's possible. However, there are many other very senior positions being created by Xi, okay, to lead the global psyops, disinformation warfare, all these things. There will be many positions waiting for the guy. That's my bet.
All right, very good. Well, I wish him. I nothing really particular. Don't particularly care. It doesn't really make much difference one way or another. But what I do wish is доброго ранку to Verlaine.
Доброго ранку. Good morning, guys, or good evening, I suppose, for those of you who are in Australia, right? And good night for those who are in the US. Why the hell are you still awake? Hi, Jingo. It's interesting, like how this whole timelessness concept has been integrated within our brains, especially within Doman, because Doman probably right now just survives in this, like, I don't know, hot air balloon filled with different time zones, different let's say countries, ready to explode, but not yet.
We were just about to sing for you. Let's do the time warp again.
For me?
No, of course not. We would never dare do that because we can't sing for shite.
This is the problem with this, guys. You keep on saying that you can't sing, and I can't check it because you won't sing, because you feel like you're gonna blow my mind. And that's fine, because my mind has already been blown a couple of times, so it kind of doesn't make much of a difference. But I feel like something is missing.
We can sing your praises, but that's pretty much all we can talk about.
Ah. Oh.
So, what's the news?
The weather has been shitty in Kiev. It's going to be really shitty on the front line. It's extremely rainy these 2 days. I'm battling terrible headache because of that. The guys were trying to bring me back to my senses with so much tea. The world can handle this much tea, and some painkillers. But other than that, the situation on the front line is still very intense. The units have been, let's say, sent back and forth to some specific areas of operation. You can follow the map. Let's say it's not extremely critical, but it's something definitely that is really intense in various zones of the area of operation, because Russians apparently got some more ammo for their artillery, and they do not um, feel the urge to save it for the later days.
Maybe they realize there won't be later days.
No, there won't. Apart from that, thank you once again for those who have been supporting us here on Space or overall. If you don't know who I am, apparently you're new to Twitter Spaces and you haven't been here. I'm in Kiev. I am supporting the Ukrainian Defense Forces from within, so to say. And here we are running the fundraiser till the end of the month. It's called Toys for the Boys. If you want to see some interesting facts, information, funny stories, heartbreaking stories, funny videos from my unit, you can check out my page. I will try to post something today as well. I already did some information. And yeah, if you have been supporting Ukraine in your own way, I can just express my gratitude. Whatever contribution, whether it's just sharing the news, speaking to your neighbor, donating some stuff is for kids who were displaced, helping us out with $1.50 or sending some surplus material. It's more than just commended. Other than that, just yeah, thank you for all you've done. What you've been doing is vital. I can definitely tell that on behalf of everyone who's here. And I think I can't thank enough. So every day I keep saying that and it feels like I'm on repeat, but that's just how I feel.
Thanks for that, Verlaine. Hey, and if you are listening, the way you can make that donation that Verlaine's talking about is MriyaReport is set up to be a registered charity in the United States, and if you're in the United States, you can get a tax deduction for use there. But even if you're not, as Verlaine said, I really encourage everybody to see what you can do and provide a donation to MriyaReport through the end of the month. As she said, it's the Toys for the Boys campaign to provide equipment that the Rubij unit needs for their soldiers to basically be protected and have a capability to speak to each other and gain an advantage so they can survive. And you can make that donation through the MriyaReport website or through clicking on the links that are in the nest up above our avatars. You can scroll up there, scroll across, and find the Toys for the Boys page and use the link that's there to go make a donation of whatever size you can afford. We'd really appreciate it, and I know Verlaine's unit would. And yeah, that's the way we do it. And please also, if you want to make a donation to any other charities, please do so. But this is a really good cause we've got going through the end of this month, and we'd appreciate it if you can make a donation. Thanks very much.
Thank you. And I can also commend that we did the testing of the first batch of the fund. So I got 5 grants. I don't know how much we will fundraise, but as much as possible will be appreciated, because we have a lot of things to get, to maintain, to sustain. And we already procured a drone, like DJI Mavic 3 combo fly more for specific, like hand delivered. We have maintained Matrice 300 RTK with the video that was spoofed, and like it landed really hard. So we did the change of the spare parts and upgrade. We bought a set of 10 lovas for the troops, because it's summertime and their summer boots have been completely fucked up. Sorry for my English. So I kind of forced them. I literally dragged them into the store to do that, because I'm just so tired in guessing their sizes and them then there, and it's basically did that. And we will also buy some antennas. Some things I will not disclose, but like things are happening, and I'm trying to invest 99% of my time, like freaking everyone out because I need to sleep. But apparently I'm on, sorry for this, I'm on some sort of like, I know, adrenaline session. So yeah, everything is happening as we speak in real time. I'm always 24/7, 48/7 at this point available if you want to ask something. Guys, yesterday asked how much the lowest was. So with the discount in one of the stores, it's exactly 7,452 hryvnias, which is approximately like less than 200, no, less than $270 for a pair of like really good shoes. And if you ask about antennas, it's 532 to 599. And if you ask about maintenance, it's exactly $3,000 for Matrice, and for spare parts is 294 for specific one. For a more expensive, it's 1,020, but it's still cheaper than buying a whole drone, which costs like 25 grand. Like, I can tell you the price about small things, but I don't think it's necessary. Some people think like it's better to say the whole prices. I understand that, but at the same time, like when you buying them in bulks, or when you buying them like on discount, because we have 50% sometimes discount for the veterans. By the way, not everywhere. The policies are not being amended completely. So unfortunately, when I was buying the vitamins for them in the pharmacies, some vitamins were with 15%, some weren't, because there are still not strict policies, which makes me extremely frustrated. But it's yeah, it's happening. I don't need any kind of gratitude from them, but they still like they still thank us all, and I want to just sometimes for that, because I'm the one who's grateful for what they've been doing, and I'm battling their sense of modesty, because they always go for the cheaper things. And guys, these cheaper things will not last longer. Just please don't do that. But these monies were donated. They were donated to save your life, not to just have you something. So I'm trying to get the best quality and the most affordable price for them, so they do not start just saying like we don't need anything, because they do need a lot, and I have like the list of the things they need. Once again, authorized. The fundraiser here is authorized by the brigade CO, is been stamped, approved by MriyaReport representatives. It's all like officially going on properly. So and I hope that you realize that if you can just share and retweet and maybe reply to the link you can see above, it's gonna help us a lot. You can just look through my page and you will understand what I'm talking about, why it's important. You can get acquainted with the members from my unit. You can see their faces, you can read their stories, you can check out their thoughts, their thinking processes, why they are doing what they're doing, what drives them. Sometimes I'm gonna be bringing some of them on space. For instance, I'm staying with 2 drone pilots. You've already heard one. I will try to bring the second one, but his call sign is a snake, so he's very slippery, and he always just tries to avoid this kind of venture. But I like he will not be able to escape my claws, let's say. And we also will have at some point 2 more guys coming. I know that Royce has nice English because I was the one helping them out, but he's a special one, so it's gonna be hard to just make him do something. It should be his willful provision of informational services, but I hope it's gonna be done. And we also had Czech visiting us, but since he's right now undergoing training, and at some point I will be going to the let's say rear of my unit, so maybe I'm gonna take some interviews because that's important. I really want to celebrate their life in real time, not some time later. So that's why I'm posting all of these things, which are allowed to be posted because they have already either done that or I have asked for their approval. And if you wonder, because yesterday someone was like, is this legit? What does Starsky think about it? Because Starsky is the press officer of our brigade. Starsky is like family to me. Come on, they all like family. We saw each other a week and a half ago. We were supposed to see each other this week, but situational the changes. Once again, if you take a look at my media profile, you will see so many proofs that like I can't hide it anymore. And I'm gonna be posting more stories. So give MriyaReport a follow to follow the space. Give myself a follow if you want to read about more decent guys from the one of the most combative, active fence guard brigades of Ukraine. That's been following the NATO standard since the moment of its establishment. And I didn't want to make my Twitter page fully dedicated to my unit because it was like my personal blog, like my diary since 2010. But at this point, I just like the sole purpose of my existence is to preserve the lives of Ukrainians, and I feel like my unit, who are my second family, they deserve to be, seen. And like fortunately or unfortunately, visibility right now on my account is much higher than it was years ago, but much lower in comparison with the beginning of the war because Elon Musk. Anyways, I'm being just frustrated about that. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, please address them to me. I will reply in the most convenient for you manner. Yeah, but yeah, just let us know what you think. All kinds of support matters. And here in Ukraine, we, as a global community of volunteers, supporters, soldiers, are just, so interconnected, so interoperable sometimes that it's something to commend for sure.
Thank you for that. I thought it was kind of funny when you said didn't want to change your profile entirely to that. And I thought, well, but that's all you've been doing. No, or at least that's like 95% of what you've been doing and thinking about. So surely it fits perfectly.
Says the guy I see here every day.
Look, I wasn't throwing any stones. I was throwing cotton balls at most. So the glass house isn't breaking in the slightest. David, go ahead.
Hello, good morning. So I was listening to you guys talking about when and where and how we don't know and stuff, and I was kind of just tweeting in my half awake, half asleep days listening to you guys, and I was just wondering, I think May Day would be a good day, just to launch it. But I know we don't know and all that, but I just was thinking how fun it would be to screw up Putin's parade in Moscow. So that's just a thought I had. And since it's an early morning, I hopefully wasn't interrupting anyone or anything important being said. So,
Well, I'll segue off of that. And Verlaine, how important is May 1st in Ukraine? Obviously not now. Now, no one cares probably particularly, right? But
give me 5 minutes, Dom, and I need to do something.
okay, fair enough. Go off and do whatever it is. And I'll say, David, symbolism, dates, and numbers are for Russians. Because no one sensible should be caring about that when thinking about military operations. Nothing matters. The arbitrary number matters for nothing.
I know it's just a neat little fun idea. That's all. I know it doesn't matter. They'll go when they're ready. Absolutely.
Exactly. Unless you are, a Russian who's looking at everything through the lens of, let's call it, propaganda first, and everything else second
No,
or third, or not at all.
I would just want to ruin their day. That's all. That's all.
Well,
I'm half Ukrainian, so yeah, I just want to ruin
this
their
is
day.
sure, but note that May 1st is much less important for them than say May 9th is anyway. So if you really wanted to, then why May 1st, not May 9th, right? But then, who cares? What difference does it make? They're already ruining May 9th very well with all
It's true.
of the suggested drones that will
I'm half asleep, and
will
I would
not
say
be
silly
coming
stuff,
up.
right?
So it's it is how it is, David. Well,
Yeah, I mean that's what I was just going to chip in with what you did in my years of being in Russia. Never did I see anything other than the old what would you call romantic communists that even you even knew that it was May 1st, but of course May 9th has grown bigger and bigger and more scary and like Orwellian over the years. So yeah, clearly May 9th would be the bigger day if you really wanted to wind them up, David. But as we know now from reports afterward, it isn't about ruining a day. It's or that sort of symbolism, because the Ukrainians were even talked out of doing any sort of massive drone attacks or anything like that they could try to do on Moscow during for February 24th. So yeah, I agree. It's not about the symbolism; it's about the preparedness and. I don't think you need to be a military genius to know that the weather, as Verlaine just reported, and the ground conditions are not suitable for a May 1st or probably even a May 9th, I would guess.
the preparations are going very well. It seems there were some beautiful fireworks going off somewhere over the course of last night. There was a Russian S-300 battery that got,
Yeah, and also
involved in some practices.
A very disappointing attack in Mykolaiv with the S-300 attacks there on residential buildings. But yeah, I saw some fireworks in St. Petersburg. But yeah, very disappointing about the. I also saw something else in the news that is important, because we were talking with Yehuda and Tim earlier about what are the cause of attacks in Melitopol, Mariupol, and all that, and whether or not they're using Gimlers or this or that. And I was just noting that the partisan activity, if you will, has always been a big blue dot, or a big like a thumbprint on the ISW maps, always around Melitopol, and I could never understand that. And of course there are unexplained attacks in Mariupol, and now in Melitopol, Tokmak. all those places, which is, they're probably not all Gimler's type attacks. There's obviously some of them are partisan type things. And I note overnight that a policeman who switched sides, went to work for the Russians, has died in an unexplained improvised explosive device at his place of work. So those sorts of attacks are going on.
This is Melitopol, right? The deputy head of internal affairs of the occupation authority now, something like that.
That's him. But interestingly, they only got him. So it wasn't like special operations. It was somebody that knew his movements, knew where he'd be, and planted a small enough device that it would only get him.
Surgical strike, some would say.
Well, or maybe he's a womanizer and he's pissed off too many women. I don't know, but somebody got him and they knew him.
I'm sure he's not been in good graces of an awful many people with all of the other stuff he was doing. But specifically, I mean, the S-300 battery, of the Russians, that presumably it was the one that was being moved closer to the front line in Zaporizhia by the Russians, got very, very effectively, very quickly demilitarized. And a lovely fireworks display. They say that the height of the firework has to always be, or should always be, the finale, right? And here, they were so generous. They put something that would normally have constituted the finale, at the very least, as just a bit of the meat of the firework there. Very good, very well done.
Indeed, and the number of Lancets they knocked out overnight, 5 of those and 1 UAV. We don't know where those are at, but that sort of attack would suggest that maybe they're, as Yehuda was talking about, maybe the Russians are trying to target the folks who have possibly made a foothold on the east bank of the Dnipro overnight. Not overnight, they did it the other day, but the attacks were overnight, sorry.
Anything is possible. Anything is possible. Now, there's some news coming out of Poland, which is very confusing, but I'm getting people asking questions about it. And no, I don't know anything more about it, no. An unidentified object was found somewhere outside of Bydgoszcz, I think. Bydgoszcz. Is that how you call it? Anyway, I've not looked up the orthography tables again. I usually do that with Polish because I have to. But yes, Polish is hard. Whoever designed Polish orthography, especially, deserves some jamming at the very least. But they found the remnants of an air-to-surface missile with Cyrillic markings on it in a forest outside of Bydgoszcz. There's no warhead on it. The search for that is underway, and there's notes that it's very close to a military base. But then again, everywhere is somewhat close to some sort of a military base, so it is how it is. So it's very curious, but nobody really knows what it is. Nobody's at least saying anything. I'm sure somebody knows what it is by this point. And if we were to know anything more, we would, of course, tell you more about it. But we don't, so we can't. I see. It's very close to Zamość. Okay, fair enough. So not about 15 kilometers from Bydgoszcz, in the vicinity of Zamość. Zamość is a really interesting city. If you ever have a chance to go. It's really
I never
pretty.
have.
It was one of the earlier things to be included on the UNESCO World Heritage List in Poland for a reason. It wasn't the first, far from the first, because Poland actually got 2 on the original UNESCO list. I think it was Krakow city center and the Wieliczka salt mines. But Zamość got there quite quickly. It was designed as this Renaissance style Italian city in the 16th century. It's very interesting, kind of special. Go have a look if you're ever in the area. Don't go look for remnants of rockets or missiles in the forest though, because apparently they've already collected all of them, so you won't find any.
Hey, Domin, you know how some countries announce what they're going to send, and others are more quiet about it? Did you notice that Slovenia delivered 20 Valaks to
Yeah,
Ukraine? Just
I was,
on
I
the
think,
fly?
first.
No announcement?
I think I was the first to write about it on English language Twitter, and then I've had people asking me like 5 hours later, have I seen it? Like, yes, just nobody bothered to actually check. Okay, it's a different Zamość. Bydgoszcz is nowhere close to where Zamość is. So okay, it must be a different Zamość. The Zamość I meant is close to the Ukrainian border. Now I'm confused as to why there would be remnants of a missile that far west. Anyway, where were we? Yes, so Slovenia yesterday, it didn't announce, it just kind of did it, and somebody in the MOD leaked it to the press. Sent 20 6x6 APCs called Valuk. This is just the Slovenian name for what the Austrians who designed the thing originally called Pandur, or Pandur 1, anyway. So the earlier version, not the more recent version of the Pandur. It was designed by Steyr, and it was manufactured entirely in Slovenia, except for, he also said the engine and possibly the drivetrain were made in Austria. The rest was manufactured in Slovenia. It's a pretty straightforward APC. It comes with a 50 caliber, a 12.7 millimeter machine gun on it. Can come with a 40 millimeter grenade launcher as well, and that's what it is. It's a wheeled APC. However, what do we keep going on about? Armored mobility is a good thing, and Ukrainians have a whole lot of people to move around where there might be shrapnel, or where there might be small arms fire, and having armored mobility is very important for them in as great a quantity as possible. So this is definitely useful. What I'm still curious about is what is the re-export license situation with it and with them. The reason why I note that is because Austria has hitherto been one of the very few EU countries that have not sent any lethal aid to Ukraine at all. Now, of course, again, these aren't being sent by Austria, but I believe they would require an Austrian re-export license, unless Austria didn't require contracts to have re-export licenses when something was being manufactured under license in a different country, which I would be kind of stunned at, but anything is possible, I guess. So Austria is one of the very few EU member states that have not provided any lethal aid to Ukraine whatsoever. It might even be, well, I don't think Hungary did either, but other than that, it might be the only one. Hungary might or might not have, Hungary might or might not have sent some small arms ammunition or some such. But yeah, quite interesting, I think, that this might have actually gone without too much of any notice whatsoever in Austrian press. There wasn't anything yesterday when the thing first came out in Slovenian press. I'm quite curious if this is going to persist. In which case, they just kind of did it quietly and swept it under the carpet.
And that's what I was going to ask you about, because if that's an Austrian portion, is it Is it subject to export controls, and did they get that on the quiet as well, or is this APC not considered lethal aid? Because is it armed as a machine gun at least?
Yeah, machine guns. Yeah.
So that would definitely classify.
So if we look at some of the more vocal examples that we heard out of Switzerland, right? Switzerland didn't approve the sending of what's it called, Piranha APCs to Ukraine. Denmark wanted to send, I think, some of the first edition Piranhas possibly manufactured in Switzerland. Now they were manufactured in Switzerland, right? But they were just that. They were very comparable APCs to these ones. Yeah, a bit bigger because they're 8x8 instead of 6x6, but same kind of class of vehicle generally. Same sort of age as well, right? About 25 years old, give or take. Also, Switzerland complained quite loudly when a German arms dealer, let's call him, was selling or sending some armored cars to Ukraine, which have been, so to say, demilitarized. That is to say, it was just an armored car. It didn't have any weapons on it anymore at all. I forget what they're called now. Some sort of armored cars, which were manufactured in Switzerland, which were in use by Denmark. And then the Danes kind of said, well, we don't want these anymore. And they took all of the weapons off and the turret on which you could mount weapons. They're just 4x4 cars, right? They had a tiny little turret on them, kind of like a Humvee equivalent, broadly speaking, right? So all it was a car with way too big an engine and way too and way heavier than any other car normally would be. And they complained quite loudly about those being sent without the re-export authorization by Switzerland to Ukraine. So certainly these Austrian ones would fall under that. The next step in the thinking would be, okay, but these things weren't actually manufactured in Austria, they were manufactured elsewhere. And I think in this case, we can look to things like Swiss Leopards, for example, right? Switzerland manufactured Leopards 2A4s in Switzerland on license from Germany. Now, I don't know what proportion of parts were made in Switzerland initially versus what proportion, which parts were made in Germany. But something like that would have required a German re-export license were it to go. So, as a combination of all of these things, I think that these would probably fall under re-export license restrictions, unless the Austrians forgot to include it in the contract initially, because this is fundamentally a contractual obligation, right? Enforced through contract law rather than anything else. It's very interesting, and I'd love to know more. So, if you're listening and probably are Austrian, therefore read Austrian media and see any sort of comments or notes on the re-export license having been granted for these Valuk or Pandur vehicles, 6x6 APCs that Slovenia has apparently sent to Ukraine already and has already gotten them delivered to at least Rzeszów, if not into Ukraine. I would absolutely love to know more about that. Oh, funny thing, which I don't quite understand, is they send them by plane. So some other country's transport wing came to pick them up in Slovenia and fly them to Ukraine, or rather fly them to Poland, to Rzeszów. I don't understand that, because they could have put them on, I don't know, a train, through Austria, Czech Republic, Poland.
Yeah, of course. Any group of flats carrying what might be vehicles underneath them covered up from Slovenia would probably be noticed and commented on. So maybe they put them in the transport planes to avoid that.
Maybe it's just confusing. Is all why they would bother flying them over, because there's really no need. I mean, Italy sent much more exciting things by train or on the back of flatbed trucks, through Slovenia, through Austria, and
Logistics,
onto Poland.
timely delivery. That's all there is to it. If you need something, and you need it now. You need it now, not tomorrow.
They even noted that the logistics were delayed because of the evacuation operations out of Sudan, so that it was several days later than it would have been otherwise. And I mean, how long does a freight train take to go from Slovenia to Poland? Right? It's very odd.
6 to 7 days.
7 days.
Yes, because they get stopped. You know, they have to, from time to time, they'll be shunting, they'll be waiting at sidings, they'll be reconnected. It's not that they're through trains all the time, mate. Especially when there's so many trains going in there. And if you have a little patch free and you can put them on a plane because you know that the people who need to actually be having them should be having them quicker, then you do that. Logistics. Open space, pack it up, thank you, next. It's nothing to worry about.
I'll say this again, that they specifically
We're
noted
flying more
that
than
it was
40
slowed.
planes. We're flying 40 planes into that little American airport in Poland every single day. Come on.
It's like 1,000 kilometers even. It's really some of the better
This is not
infrastructure.
transporting your mother-in-law for the cheapest possible price with Ryanair or Wizz. This is getting shit done.
I'm more thinking that they didn't want the train to go through Austria because the Austrians didn't want to have people asking questions about how do these Austrian designed vehicles go to Ukraine now, huh? I think that's the bigger question. Especially because since again they were delayed, the planes were late. The planes were delayed by days because of evacs from Sudan. No, just don't show the Austrians too much, just in case somebody complains.
Hey, Dobin, speaking of armored fighting vehicles, I think I figured out why people buy all that Russian military equipment, or are probably still lining up to buy that Russian military equipment, even though it appears to be garbage, shall we say.
Because they can't get anything else.
Maybe, or maybe they're just cheap, because I noticed that a Russian colonel has been caught up in a scandal where he was part of a motorized maintenance company, and he has been arrested and charged with stealing 7 T-90 tank engines worth 20.5 million rubles, $251,000. So did you know that you can get the most advanced tank engine for a T-90 tank in Russia for about $35,000? Doesn't that sound a little low to you?
I don't know. I don't know how big a market there is for second-hand tank engines. Because unless you already have
These were new tank engines, brand new.
Okay, but they were taken out of tanks, right?
Well, I think they were never put into tanks that were meant to go into in the first place. They were coming.
So they were
from
like
the
spare
Kelvin
engines
factory, and never quite made it into the Euro factory for it.
That's very interesting. That's very interesting. Yeah, it's how much did you say? $350,000 roughly per tank engine.
$35,000.
$35,000.
$35,000. Nothing.
Wow.
It's nothing.
Is it just a really bad engine? Is that why?
Well, I just guess that everything that they make must be relatively cheap, because, or there's no market for it other than countries that can't afford the most expensive better kit from Europe or America or China or whoever. It just sounds shockingly low for me that you can get a tank engine, a brand tank engine for a T-90 at $35,000, which suggests the whole tank's probably not worth more than $500,000.
So really what we're getting at is a tank engine is a lot of the worth of the tank, right? Other than the barrel breech loading mechanism is probably kind of the next complicated bit that needs to be
Well,
done well
other
and
than
is kind
the
of large and
optics, yeah,
expensive.
the fire control and optics system would be the most expensive.
That's a Russian tank, well.
Well, well, still, if you put the spec one in there, it's probably the second most expensive thing, or the first most expensive thing. Then the engine, then the barrel, and yeah, the machine parts. The rest of it is metal and a lot of it, but not nothing that special that would cost all that much. But to think that you can get the engine for 35 would suggest to me that you'd probably pick up a brand new one for about $500,000. But I'm not sure there are any available because several of the Indians certainly aren't being supplied with theirs because they're going to, and we're seeing them getting smoked on the front. So I guess they might not be out of the arms business after this is over, but I just don't see anybody but your bargain basement buyer ever wanting any of this Russian equipment. I mean,
So-
I do, and you probably do. Maybe Axel's probably got a car that's worth more than a T90 tank.
What I'm kind of curious about is, well, who would be the market for these second-hand tank engines? But by second-hand, I mean, people who wouldn't be buying tank engines from the tank engine factory and would instead be at least somewhat interested in buying tank engines from whatever other place it is. Why? Who? Can you put it in a tractor, like a really big tractor?
Really big tractors and things like massive bridge construction equipment where they're trying to move of bridges around underneath other things. The space shuttle, for instance, moves out from the hangar where they put those things together on that base has 8 tank engines in it, but they're U.S. Type tank engines. So yeah, I mean, really big, heavy crawling machines that need something that's massive diesel with a whole bunch of torque.
What I'm kind of curious about then is the following. You know how Russians don't really make stuff, right? Complicated stuff for sure. And most of the things that are complicated just get imported, especially for things that are economically viable, right? The tooling for whatever industry there is gets imported. The tooling for drilling for oil gets imported rather than made locally. I would presume the same would happen if you're, trying to make such engineering equipment or diggers in mines or trucks that move around things in mines, like open mines or some such. So I'd be kind of surprised that somebody like that would be saying, yes, we're going to have people install a completely different new engine into this piece of equipment rather than just getting something from abroad. Are these quite recent sales? Are these sort of post start of Russian full-scale invasion sales, or are these much older sales?
2022, yeah, older before the war started.
Oh, before the full-scale invasion. Okay, interesting. You see, then I really don't understand it as well, because if it was since then, I would be thinking, well, yes, this kind of makes sense because they just don't have access to certain things, a lot of things from the West. But yeah, interesting. Maybe abroad, right? Maybe somewhere abroad, somewhere where you need a big a big engine, but not in Russia. Somewhere where people might be better at bodging such things together. That's very interesting.
Yeah, and I'm reminded, massive mining equipment where they do open pit mining or massive logging operations, things like that would use a massive diesel like that as well. But here in Australia, those massive mining trucks, from Caterpillar or whatever, I'm sure that the engines in those things alone probably cost $500,000. So the price just amazes me for what you can get a brand new engine for. I thought it was a typo, but I keep looking.
Interesting. Yanis, morning.
Yes,
It's not a
morning.
typo.
Yeah.
Sorry, Yanis. It's
Yeah.
not a typo. These engines are high-performance engines for the purpose of moving vital, lethal equipment across. They need to be highly reliable, which is why, for example, Leopard 2 engines are very rarely really faulty. Very, very rarely. They are highly desirable because they're built to spec. It is, so to say, the antithesis to the high-performance engine of an F1 car. This is the most reliable bloody engine you can build, which is why MTU builds it. There's not a single American engine which is as reliable. It doesn't exist. This is the most reliable diesel you can build for money.
Yes, I'm on this engine topic also. Did you know that those P90 tanks is equipped with basic block from it's called V2, which was manufactured in Kharkiv. So it's famous Kharkiv V2, and basically they manufacture the same block with different auxiliary stuff. I don't know, so 70 years. Yeah. And I'm not sure that either it's used in other application, but they are like calling maximum universal tank engine or something like that. And basically, every news is iteration. They call it new, but it's the same old chunk of metal with the same mounting points, etc., etc. So there are tens of thousands of them available. I believe that maybe it was used on some boat applications as well, but I'm not sure. But we feel it's not rare for sure. And this engine might cost so 35,000 or even less because it's like old stuff, really, really old, but really stuff.
Okay, but that also then explains why they would be interesting, because there's a lot of other things that then use the same engine, right? It's not just the tanks, but it's a general design of a V12 Soviet engine that's used by a lot of other things, and might be interesting to someone whose actual genuine tractor fell apart, or actual genuine. I'm guessing something else might be using these as well. Then, okay, that explains it. That also explains why the price was the way it was. Thank you, Yannis. So these things are made in Chelyabinsk now, right? Since they're clearly not being made in Kharkiv.
Yeah, Chelyabinsk Tractor Factory.
But if they're not, so maybe let's put it this way: the basic design is common, right? But you get, whenever you make engines like this, you end up with various variations on said engines, and there's better and less good variations on based on the same engine block, right? All of the other bits and pieces that you put on it can be more or less resistant to high pressures, temperatures. They can develop more or less power out of the same engine block, more or less torque out of the same engine block, and these would be the presumably, one would guess, the highest end versions of this general engine type, and maybe that's why they're a little bit more expensive compared to a typical version of the Soviet design engine, and secondly, why they might be extra desirable, right? Because somebody would say, "Hey, I can get more out of my tractor or some such if I instead of putting the same engine in, if I put this other slightly different yet perfectly compatible with the space inside my tractor engine in. Helsinki?
Domen, can I rant about Hungarians?
You can rant about their government, but leave the people and their cuisine alone, because that's pretty nice.
Cuisine, no, I will worship the cuisine. Okay, I promise.
Very good.
Well, listen, Hungarians also are to blame. Why don't they get rid of these people, this crew, this Orban crew? This is amazing. I just want to say that I'm old enough to remember when Hungary was part of Warsaw Pact and Soviet bloc. And we used to travel, somebody very close to me, a relative, used to travel a lot to these international meetings in the Soviet time. And there was all these Soviet bloc people and the Western European people. Hungarians always stood out in this crowd. You know, the Germans, the DDR, they stood out in a German way, although they were communist bloc. But the Hungarians were very cool already in the Soviet time. And this is not to say that we have some affiliation because they are Finno-Ugric. No. But this is what Orban is doing. And this clown show that the Hungarians continue to allow in this crucial moment of European history, it's a black stain for the Hungarians. You know. Thank you very much and have a nice day and drink coffee, a lot of coffee. Thank you.
Yeah, I never quite understood why the Finns drink so much coffee. You know, they clearly don't grow coffee. Are Finns secretly involved in owning lots of coffee roasting companies or something? Do they try to get everybody else to also drink lots of coffee? It's a mystery that I think is probably a state secret in Finland, isn't it, Helsinki? Maybe that's why everyone's so quiet, because nobody wants to be the one to spill it.
Well, I'm not quiet if I have a subject that I like this kind of issues that we deal here in the MriyaReport. This is absolutely my type of business. But yeah, coffee. There's coffee was introduced, and it was, of course, for the rich people 100 years ago. And then the wartime, because we were blockaded, they were using wartime. They were using this. Or don't ask me what is the English translation, but some sort of plant like sikuri or like a korvike, which is like substitute. And then when the first when the first coffee ship arrived before the Helsinki Olympics in 1952, you know, it was like a date to remember that the oranges came and the coffee came. And yeah, it's part of always like a Swedish fika in a way that, okay, let's have a coffee in the countryside. You know, I remember my grandmother drinking coffee, putting like a piece of sugar cube in her mouth and just, you know, drink. There was, it's I don't know. It's maybe it is too much compared to other countries, but I think it's also the company Paulig, which was the market leader in Finland before we kind of joined the EU and we start to get the other brands. They were very successful and they were very innovative in Helsinki. Near to the harbor, they got the coffee from exotic countries, and then they also they invented or they experimented with the frozen technology. You know that the frozen technology was experimented by German Wehrmacht Africa Corps when they went to Libya and tried to attack allies in Egypt. So this was the thing that also Paulig during the war was experimenting already with the frozen products because of the needs of the war. So all this kind of innovation spearheaded the Paulig development. So we have a couple of big coffee roasteries in Helsinki where you drive around and you stop in the traffic lights and you roll down your window, you're walking in the street and you can smell the nice roastery smell in the street. It is very pleasant, yeah.
%100%. Excellent. I love the marketing logic of them there as well. Put it right downtown where most people are. Nale?
Yeah, thanks, Domen, and hello. Cool cool story because Helsinki mentioned the first coffee delivery after the war. On that ship, the captain was my grandfather, actually. And he was, because of this, a very popular guy for a moment.
I can only imagine, Ali. That's a terrific story.
Yep. And
Must have smelled really good as well.
oh yeah, absolutely. And of course, his kids were quite privileged because they got, during the wartime even, they had, what was it? They got raisins as a treat, which was a real luxury in those days.
And Doman, I reckon the answer to your, well, why did the Finns drink so much coffee has to do with the hours of darkness that they are subjected to each year.
Yeah, but they also no. See, this is the thing. Everybody's subjected to the same number of hours of darkness, pretty much. If you always stay in the same place, they just get extra light during the summer. They get extra dark during the winter. But they still drink during the summer, right? Right, Helsinki? Does the coffee drinking abate during the summer? It doesn't, does it?
No, absolutely not. But can I talk about U-boats?
Absolutely.
Thank
What
you,
about
sir.
boats?
Thank you. U-boats, Finland. There was interesting small news today in the Swedish-speaking Yle, our BBC, and they said serving Commodore Yori, first name is Yori, I don't remember the last name, but you can Google it. He was saying that we should buy U-boats with immediate effect. I mean, this is gold. We were not allowed to have U-boats because of this history of Second World War. It's a long story, but now's the time. Hooray! Let's get the U-boats to Finland also. So this is great. It's like we need the U-boats, and Finnish U-boats I think would be great because Sweden has it, NATO has it. So yeah, this is. I'm really. This is like, of course, this horrible war is terrible, but really, like now, we are getting rid of this kind of Paris Peace Treaty, unnecessary regulations that are hindering our national defense. So I hope we can kick out the Russians from Åland Island, get the U-boat. So sun is shining, my friends.
And actually, this is kind of an interesting corollary to what we heard out of Ukraine yesterday. A new, what they call an armed underwater maritime drone called Toloka. It looks kind of like a torpedo, right? So not quite a U-boat, not quite a submarine, but like a mini submarine that explodes. With something like, well, it depends on who you listen to, whether a 1,200 or a 400 kilometer radius of operations, a range of operations. Very much remote controlled. Very long distance. Guess it doesn't carry that much in terms of payload, and might be quite slow. But I'm thinking, very interesting potential for what the Ukrainians might end up doing with these in and around of Port of Sevastopol. Because if you can just kind of have it loiter in front of the port until something comes out of the port and then hit it. No, I think that's pretty cool. What do you reckon, Helsinki?
No, yeah, absolutely. This kind of like unmanned vehicles, which are like the robots under the sea. I think this is already a reality, and we have some indications that it's been used in the vicinity of Nord Stream already for intelligence purposes. This is very harsh things, but of course we have heard about it all along when Nord Stream has been there. And so frankly a disappointment that Sweden is known for the transparency that they shouldn't. I begin to fear. I don't want to be a skeptic, and I of course love the Swedes. How could I not love the Swedes? But more transparency would work in our favor, because what General Breedlove, this was really like a golden analysis what he offered, golden things what he said. He said that this kind of thing that we are kind of like, he said once that, remember he was talking when he was Sake, or he was talking with this one country's defense chief and ambassador, and they were disputing the facts just to delay the analysis on Crimea. So I think Swedes, if you are listening, you are doing a big mistake if you are hiding the Russian hand on Nord Stream 2, because the truth will work in our favor. And secondly, I wanted to say that I have lots of people I know in Finland who are in the defense establishment, who I know, and I would like to get them to comment. One guy is Ville Vanska, the commander of Coastal Brigade here close to Helsinki. I know he's serving, but his analysis on the Black Sea and all these missiles and Crimea would be golden. So, Ville, if you are listening, come to the program right away, my friend, my peacekeeping friend. Cheers.
Cheers, Helsinki. I'll say this much. I think we've figured out that anyone who's currently serving in Finland probably isn't going to be able to come, but anyone who's retired or in reserves, it's much easier. On the other thing, I reckon there's a time and place planned for when the reviews are going to come, and with the numbers of Russian agents still in the Nordics, I have a hunch that they're going to be waiting for a little while still before they release all the details, especially because some of the ways, it's not just about saying, oh yes, such and such did it and this is how we know. The problem is that this is how we know tends to reveal methods which they might not be willing to review at this juncture. Now, once Russia is defeated in Ukraine and once Sweden is in NATO, that calculus changes, right? And I think we're going to have to wait for at least one of those two, if not both of those occurrences to happen first, Helsinki, on the Nord Stream question.
Which is an interesting additional question. On a side note, what is the status of Sweden's addition to NATO? Is that still being held up by Erdogan, or is
Hungary
there
and
some
Turkey?
other?
Yeah, they have 29 out of 31 yeses officially on the books, fully, completely.
Hungary and Turkey.
Yeah,
the bad boys of NATO.
Well, yeah. Let's see what happens in Turkey going forward in the next month as well, because there's many options.
Yeah. Would Hungary and Turkey both qualify for admission to NATO today based on the changes that they've had since they came in?
They probably wouldn't be voted in. Turkey might. Hungary probably wouldn't. For other reasons, there'd be somebody saying, "Yeah, we're not so sure." But that's just how it works, right? That's just how it works. I would remind everyone that the history of NATO, yes, it's a very different time now, but the history of NATO also includes Salazarist Portugal and the various iterations of both Greece and Turkey in the 50s, 60s, 70s. So it's not exactly unprecedented. And yes, it's a very different world now. And yes, it's a very different set of assumptions now. But nevertheless, it's a complicated question. Anyway, Helsinki, go for it. And then we go to Nalin to Cloud.
Yeah, cheers. Yeah, this is with the guys, the situation. I just want to add on the Nord Stream thing, because it's in the Swedish corner, this issue that if they are kind of waiting to release some info, which they obviously have, there is this kind of danger, and also picking up on the analysis that General Breedlove gave, is that this is playing on the hands of Russia, or at the very least, giving like an airspace for all kind of loonies, tinfoil hats, conspiracy theorists, and useful idiots. So that the truth is the best disinfectant, that if the Swedish government is able to what is operationally and strategically, politically wise to release as much as possible. They must understand this. This will take out the this will suck out the oxygen from the Russian agents. That's my point. But yeah, thank you very much, and let's continue this wonderful conversation.
I think it's kind of the case of everybody who actually cares about it already, and anybody of whom they care already knows who it was. It's fine, but not showing the details of what ways they have of gathering information is useful for now. No, it's not as that anybody serious trusts A. Seymour Hirsch anyway, so that's good. Nale?
Yeah, thanks, Doman. Hearing about even U-boats being discussed here by somebody in the armed forces is quite extraordinary. So when we were admitted into NATO, I had a thought that are we going to go totally gung-ho on the arming ourselves front? And I'm pleased to say that apparently we are. It's great. So thanks, Helsinki, for bringing that up.
Yeah, and if anything, a bit more openly, right? Finland was never shy about arming themselves. It's just a question of how much they told the rest of the world what they had. I think they fall under different CFE restrictions now that Finland's a part of NATO. So maybe some things need to be a bit more open. But then what is CFE at this point anyway, after what Russia's been doing? Klaus?
Thank you. A sort of small diversion. The Nordic Broadcasting Corporations released the second of three
episodes
of the Russian spying of critical infrastructure. And yesterday they began to release the identities and showed the images of those that they have been able to verify of Russian USVR agents working as diplomats on the different embassies in the Nordic countries. And they also spoke to a British guy that tracks Russian vessel ships, and he was able to have he talked to a Danish journalist from Denmark's radio, and they sailed out to an island called Anholt in Kattegat, which is between Sweden and Denmark. And there's a wind farm there. And the Brit predicted that this Russian vessel that is under disguise of being a what's it called when you not investigate, but
escort.
Yeah, it's supposedly when you measure the sea button and take samples, etc., etc. But in the end, it's a spy ship run by the Russian government, and they actually managed to sail close to this spying ship. And apart from the civilian crew, there was also armed soldiers that came out and clearly made sure that they were seen by this Danish journalist just to intimidate and scare them away. And he was clearly showing his automatic rifle in that case. And so that was very, very both interesting, but also how on earth are Russian ships allowed to sail with the armed soldiers in Danish areas? That is just baffles my mind. Thank you.
Yeah, and this is a consequence of the Danish Straits being considered international waters in part, but also that was out somewhere in outside of territorial waters anyway, right? Elsewhere in the Kattegat. Absolutely, Klaus. And this was done as an intimidation tactic. This was done in full knowledge, understanding, no question about it. Daniel? Okay, Daniel doesn't like me. Marcus? Morning, Marcus.
Good morning. I finally had my second coffee, and I'm feeling as though I'm getting there now.
Human again.
Human again, that's the one. Yeah, I'm covered in cats. It's amazing. So this morning, I have just checked my news ticker thing and seen that the band Antitilia have announced a concert. And this is just beautiful. The level of trolling Ukrainian style is just, I love it. This concert will be in Yalta, which is Ukraine. If anybody doesn't know where Yalta is, if you go right down to the furthest tip of Crimea, it's a beautiful place. And it says here, this will take place on the 23rd of August, 2024. Pre-sale tickets are now available for the show, and it will be held in a large stadium. So I see that they're making plans already, and I loved that. I thought that was a really nice touch.
Very good. And hopefully the Russians won't make too much of a mess of it when they're departing, so that the roadies won't have too much work to do when they're setting up the details of the concert. That's what I'm hoping for anyway. Daniel, let's try again. And also, first, you need to tell us: are you going to the concert?
No, I'm not. I wasn't aware of it. I was thinking about what we talked about Russian agents in the Nordic countries and sort of cleaning them out and sending them home. I actually read interesting perspective on that yesterday in one of the bigger papers. I think it was in Sweden, where there is a risk when you expel people from the embassies because you know who they are. You have probably been following them for several years. You know their patterns. You know how they are. You know what they do to some extent, at least. And if you expel them, they will sooner or later be replaced by someone else, which you don't know. You don't have mapped those people. So you get a lot of uncertainty after that. And if they are not replaced by new personnel at the embassy, because you might have restricted how many they can have, they might be or will probably be replaced by illegals. That's people that are not diplomats, that do not have diplomatic immunity, that are not in the embassy, that you don't know of. People working in that they recruit in different places like universities and stuff like that. We've seen several of those being uncovered in other countries this past year. But it can also be people that they move in from Russians coming in, but it could either Russians coming into Sweden or Swedes that they recruit for the same purposes. So it's not that straightforward to just expel diplomats and then we've solved the problem. It's sort of, there is a greater dimension to it. Another thing about NATO in Sweden, there was a quite interesting thing happening. I think it was yesterday or the day before. Tobias Billström, the Swedish foreign minister, he said something about that. Now that we have been digging in this, we had discovered that the PKK, their operations in Sweden were larger than we thought, and that they are behind much of the gang violence in Sweden and extortions and stuff like that, and that we are going to really be stern on this and take care of it. That might sound good and bad in different ways. But the interesting thing, I think, is that it's the foreign minister saying that. I haven't heard anything else about this. I haven't heard the justice minister saying anything about it. And I would assume that the SÄPO, the security police, have had their eyes on PKK for a very long time. I mean, they were suspected to have been involved in the murder of the prime minister of Palme in the 80s. And I think they have been having their eyes on them since then and before that. So it would be a little bit strange if this would have been a total surprise. And when the foreign minister says something that I suspect it is more for the Turkish audience than anything else. I thought that was a little bit interesting, at least.
Oh, 100%. That sounds like perfectly designed external messaging. Otherwise it'd be justice minister or minister of internal affairs, maybe, right? The people in charge of the police. Someone somewhere around there, not the foreign minister. The foreign minister literally does not deal with what's happening internally. Literally does not deal with individuals internally, certainly not within the country. That's far beyond it. You make a good point about the diplomats, especially if you know who is, you know who they're talking to, and you might be able to, if you can track them, you might be able to figure out who else is problematic, right? Or who else that they're using in one way or another.
That's a very good peacetime, Domin. It's a very good peacetime attitude. I agree with this, but we're at war. We can do different things, and reducing embassy staff to the absolute core or reducing them to consulate status is completely fine. It's merited. And by the way, it would expose them. If they then recruit, as they do continuously, you can at least lock them up, or if they're Russian nationals, can get rid of them, dispose of them, put them into prison and exchange them. You need to remove, during wartime, and there's good precedence for this, during wartime, you need to reduce the capacity of the enemy to spy upon you under diplomatic immunity. You need to reduce it to the absolute maximum, quite literally, the absolute minimum, however you want to put it, colloquially or the likes. And that requires cojones, those little brass balls, which in case of Zelensky, we can see from up, say, in the stratosphere.
Axel, while you're about, could you please lift me up?
I was never good at figure skating, but I can do that.
Easier mockers than some of the aforementioned round objects.
Well, at least there is general compatibility, given the fact that we know what we're doing in this regard, and it's digital.
I mean Zelensky's particularly. Denjon.
Yeah, I'm actually in Moka's place now. I can see myself there, looking like a co-host next to you, Domin. Anyway, so yeah, to what Axel said, 100% agree. I mean, wartime is wartime, and we're in it. But I spoke to someone yesterday, I know, and he brought up a Swedish guy. He brought up that the defense ministry is basically, they want to increase the budget for the defense, military defense, and also the total defense. And he was like, "Oh my God, we have so many other things we need to do," and he didn't agree to one point that was said by, I don't know who said it, but probably one of the ministers or something like that, or bureaucrats, I don't know, that there's a major war, storkrig, as we say in Swedish, in Europe, and we need to be, secure ourselves. And he didn't agree to there being a big war. I mean, there's been other big wars, and this is a low low intensity war, and blah 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 blah. People don't know actually. And this guy is kind of a smart guy. So yeah, I'm a little bit concerned that still after 14 months, people are not aware.
Then, John, I think there's time to do one thing. Remember those graphs from the summer from what's his name? I need to look up his name. The Ukrainian chap writing for Forbes Ukraine, who had these graphs of kind of monthly expenditure of ammunition by mass, right? And the only comparable ones, the only ones higher than the Russian invasion of Ukraine, were during both world wars. I think stuff like this to really drive it home. It really made me understand something about the war that I didn't previously understand when I saw that. Just what the scale of it is, and I think that's missing, because that's really difficult to report without said graphs, and it's also very difficult to report with the graphs for most people, and that's why most editorial offices would be avoiding it, right? But to really drive home the scale to somebody who gets it maybe in principle but doesn't get the scale of it, I think this is really the way forward.
Yeah, I agree, and obviously this could be done from a grassroots level, but that's then you. I mean that takes a lot of effort. It should really be driven by the media, who I'm sure have a lot of facts, but maybe holding it back. I don't know. And also, I mean, one point they had was that, well, the lines are not moving, so it's kind of static, and it really didn't understand what's going on and why lines are not moving. I pointed out the estimated or to some extent confirmed death toll on the Russian side. We can only assume what's there on the Ukrainian side. And then he kind of started to, you're right, actually, you're right. So yeah, people can be convinced with the facts, but they don't have the facts en large or en masse.
Yeah, I found the chap already, Volodymyr Datsyuk.
No, it wasn't him.
And
I talked to.
No, I know, but on the scale of things, then John, I meant, this is really what drives things home, I think. Daniel.
Yeah, so by his standards, then the First World War was a low intensity conflict, I guess, because the front didn't move anything for a very long time. No, but I see that also. I heard from Daniel, you know who Agnes Wold is. She's a very opinionated doctor here in Sweden. I think she has a radio program and so on, and she is being sort of active on Twitter, and she said very early that she had sort of taking the stance of not listening to Swedish media at all, because she felt sort of a dissonance between what media said and what she could see herself going to Twitter and other places and see what's actually happening. So she stopped listening to media, but her husband, he didn't do Twitter, so he was listening to the normal media in radio and TV and reading papers, and he had the impression that this was like before the offensives in Kharkiv and Kherson last year. He had a feeling that no, Russia is winning, and Ukraine will lose this, and this is going to go bad with them. And she replied to him and said like, no, Russia is actually losing. It's going really bad for them. And he didn't believe her, and they had a large discussion. They even stopped like discussing it. And it was just not until much later that media started to report it in a different way. And I think that is the same thing now, that media is, they need to sell their clicks and whatever, and they need to have it in a way that is easy to interpret by their readers, their viewers, and it's also easy to understand for the journalist that needs to report about it. And then the current state of the war isn't that interesting to report, or at least it's very hard to report in a way where people care about it or understand it. And then the impression by a lot of people is that it is a very low intensity conflict right now. You hear a lot about the war, but you don't see any progress at all. I think that is one actually a real problem when it comes to communicating to the public.
It is, and it is because I think there's an over-reliance nowadays on maps in news, frankly. Over-reliance on maps and under-reliance on interpretation of maps. And we've kind of touched upon this already, but it's difficult. It's kind of the natural way to do it, but it's difficult, and it's really not showing the picture, surely not showing the picture of what is, to a considerable degree, an artillery fight of attritional warfare, right? Because that's really what it kind of is, because just because it's stationary doesn't mean nothing's happening. And this is where the word or the use of the word stalemate is really frustrating, because a stalemate in the meaning of the word also encompasses that there isn't space for change, that there isn't potential for change, that there isn't potential for a different kind of activity, right? And that's what's really missing. Just because nothing is moving on a map doesn't mean that there isn't potential for something to move going forward. And it certainly doesn't mean that there's nothing going on. A lot is happening. There are a lot of events. Just because they're being obscured and are not being visible to the media and so on, it's it's more difficult. Anyway,
it's simple.
Helsinki.
Media is uneducated. The people who are there on average do not work in science. They are not working in intelligence. They are there for different reasons. If they were super scientists, they would work for SpaceX, for example. If they were super scientists, they would work in research for ammunition, for example. And we have to be careful about it. We have to understand that there are limitations to what people can do, and therefore what they can understand and how lazy they are. There's a reason why we called them in the good old days Fleet Street hacks. I'm sorry, and now we'll probably lose half our media audience listening to us because they feel indignant about this. But seriously, look back at your career history as to what you've been doing and why you've been doing it. So, and then start trusting those who actually have a bit of science and have a bit of understanding of this. And that's why we have all these wonderful generals, colonels, majors, and the likes here to try to make sense of what is a military conflict, a logistics conflict. It is a war. So let's get to it.
And it's difficult. I mean, it's also a difficult job, Axel. It's a difficult job to communicate.
They have to communicate. Oh, it's so difficult. Come on, every market tender at a bloody sales fair can do that.
And it's much less easy to grasp. Neither the people communicating it, neither the people communicated to are used to thinking about this. So you either need a rethink, which is hard, or you need to get different people, which is also non-trivial. But that's why we're here, right? That's why we're here, to try to help get through that.
Did you try to tell me, as a decent follower of Konrad Adenauer's spirit, that we have to deal with the people we have because we have none other?
No, I didn't say should. I just said is.
He was a realist in that regard, and that is absolutely true. We have to deal with the people we have because we have none other, unfortunately. But that does not mean that we can't tell them the truth.
Right. Let's go back up north. Helsinki, go ahead, and we have then John, and then I see that some people in the Western Hemisphere are already awake. Helsinki.
Yeah. No, luckily, listening this exchange between you, Domen, and Axel, this is like, luckily, generally, the hacks are in our side, because I've been covering conflicts which are much more kind of like peculiar than this, and the hacks, it's African conflicts, and the hacks got it completely wrong. And I just completely exploded. My brain exploded dealing with these people. You know how they get everything wrong. So luckily, because this Ukraine, Russia, West, this thing in Ukraine, Russian monstrosity in Ukraine is so kind of black and white. So luckily the hacks are mostly on our side, but not of course all. And then it is like lack of information is a dangerous thing. But I wanted to say about this diplomatic issue. You are right, Axel, that now in the wartime we also, as a kind of adjacent countries, we have to be careful to regulate and calibrate the missions, the size of the missions in our countries, and we are completely in our rights to do that. And I noticed that everybody has been doing it, which is great, and I clap and I salute our security authorities for doing this, and other countries also. There is an example, just to say it briefly. Everybody knows Anthony Beaver and his works, and he describes an event when the Germans were attacking, is it Yugoslavia or something, and the Germans still had diplomatic relations with Athens, and they were covering the British retreat in Athens or Piraeus harbor. So this was very harmful, and the British were like, we are here evacuating to Crete, and the German military mission inside the embassy in Athens is able to just spy on us, just say standing on the pier. So it is. We have to take care of our interest and regulate the size of the missions in our countries. But taking into account that if we reduce the size of the missions, Russia will retaliate and do the same. But so what? Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Then John.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. So what? Exactly right. Just one more data point on this guy, which I think is, I mean, not to hang him out, but it's widespread level of information. I mean, this guy gets a lot of news from text-TV. Daniel will know what it is, especially SVT putting out pre-internet text news on TV. And also another thing that really concerned me was that he and probably many others don't see the threat from the big bogeyman to the east. Well, not so big anymore. And when I say east, I don't mean Finland. Obviously, you have to jump over Finland to get to the threat. But yeah, so they don't see the threat and don't think we should spend the money, which is very worrisome, actually. I think the masks are off and the proof is there. And that's how it is. It worries me a little bit. And in addition, someone who don't want us to join NATO as well, based on some glorified past that never existed.
Hey, you were the original convert a surface ship to a submarine people. Let's go. Sorry, Hunter, I'm going to skip you and go to Daniel for a second, because Daniel has some news to share with us, and is the sort of news that Mokish really likes. I want to do her the favor here as well. Daniel?
Yeah, idea is Moscow is burning, and is a big pile of smoke can be seen from the skyscrapers in the center of Moscow. And my idea was somehow different. Yesterday, a country without ballistic or cruise missiles hit like this. Airport of St. Petersburg, a place of repairing planes. They hit Yevpatoria and Rostov-na-Don. So please explain me why people are afraid and imagine Russia is a huge threat and you don't have ballistic missiles, you don't have cruise missiles, and you strike St. Petersburg, out of Crimea, and Rostov. It's just an enigma. So be more optimistic, guys.
it's yet one more component of they're done for. And we'll see what it was that ended up in Bydgoszcz. The wrong Zamość, but either way, no, we'll see.
Domen,
yes.
Imagine they hit Sevastopol Monday. Yesterday night they hit Yevpatoria. And people need to look what is Yevpatoria. Probably tomorrow will be Simferopol and again Jankoy. And we still are afraid of this naked guy called Vladimir Vladimirovich. Yeah, empty.
Exactly. Ah, goodness. Yeah, exactly. There's no point in being afraid, not like that. There's no point to hold back. Just give Ukrainians what they need to finish the job and kick the Russians out. And there's not much else that they can or are going to be able to be doing. Let's just see how to maximize the military collapse within Ukraine at the very least. No, the rest will come. Daniel, go tweet out those videos, please, because I don't know how to share them otherwise. Hunter, go ahead.
Oh, good day, gentlemen. Great conversation. I was in the middle of grabbing some donuts when you said, "Hey, hang on a minute, Hunter," and I'm like, "Huh? What? Okay." So going back to the media and the reporting and the audience and the ability to pay attention in depth to something that isn't just sound bites. It's been a lot of conditioning over time to go from very in-depth war correspondent on the ground, helmets in hand. Go back to the Vietnam War. I mean, they're right. Everybody was right there. Yes, we still had that in this conflict, but we've moved away from it. And the depth of the coverage, the depth of the understanding, as you guys very astutely stated, people want dopamine hits. They don't want to go in for the long haul because they've been conditioned not to. When I was growing up, you heard something on the news, you went and grabbed an encyclopedia off the shelf, you read about it, you learned about it in depth, scientific method, all those things that you guys talked about. Is we've been conditioned to only pay attention for a very short period of time. The news stories generally in the United States on the big screens aren't that in depth. They don't get into all of the depth that you gentlemen and ladies get into to find out what's going on behind the scenes. And it's fantastic. That's why this space is just absolutely phenomenal. So, but I think that's part of the equation of war moves at this point, like you said, stalemate. It's not a stalemate. Every day there's positioning, there's conditioning of the battlefield, of the battle space on multiple fronts. This is chess right now, and it's slow moving. So thanks, guys.
Thank you, Hunter. I think a lot of it just comes down to how do you put this on television, right? There's some things that are just better suited to other forms. There's some things where you kind of would need someone to walk through things for 20 minutes, half an hour, 2 hours. Here we're blessed with this very, very long form format where we can drill down into bits and pieces, and where there's quite a lot of people who will happily listen for hours on end, and you can do things differently because of that. It's much more difficult when you have a and I'm not excusing it, I'm just appreciative of what they're faced with, because it simply requires a different format, a different approach to what they're used to. And it does, and it needs to be done differently. And they're not adjusting to it, but I can see why. And I can see why it's easier to just say, well, the front lines haven't moved, therefore it's kind of all the same. And Now we'll go to a 45-second report of something absolutely appalling at the human scale, because that's something that people can understand without an explanation, because that's understandable. It's straightforward to understand. It's something with which you can empathize directly, right? That's why the reporting is done the way it is. Is it sufficient? No. Is it good enough? No. But can it be done better within the existing format? Probably not easily. So it's good to be cognizant of that before going too heavily after them. But what I will say is it's important to also praise what's being done well, and what's finally being done in some cases, like what Klaus mentioned earlier, the Shadow War series that the 4 big Nordic public broadcasters have been putting out, starting to wholesale pay attention in a long form format to the threat locally, to the threat of Russian espionage locally in this neighborhood. Is it enough? No. Is it really good? Yes, absolutely. Because if this isn't well publicized in this manner, it doesn't get the exposure it has to have. So some positive reinforcement is also good, and therefore thank you, DR, NRK, SVT, Ule, for going through with this. I just hope it gets picked up better.
Also, you have to mention a couple of things. This is not a cohesive statement, which I'm going to make, but a couple of thoughts in that regard. Television audiences worldwide obviously differ by culture, differ by media market and the likes, but television audiences often live by distraction. The fact that this visual, you can't carry the television around with you. Yes, people can do this to an extent by carrying around their phones and have access to certain snippets of it, but they don't have constant live television. They may have a YouTube channel and a replica. They may sometimes have interviews or a press conference, a big press conference of Rammstein. Everybody wants to see it, or say a statement by the White House. Everybody wants to listen to it and watch it even, rather than just listening to it on the radio. Many of those things which require mobility are better addressed by radio. And digital radio in that regard still beats everything if you word it properly. If you take, for example, our good old friend Chuck Farrer, who's traveling at the moment and should be back with us in a few days. Chuck has this magnificent capability. Yes, he mixes it by means of using Twitter's capability of providing maps which people can look at their phone, and for that, this little gadget which we all carry around with us, this GPS transmitter which co-locates us and captures a lot of our wake time. And funny enough, you can watch the map, but he still fills it with life. And I dare you to highlight that there's any visual currently more impactful than somebody explaining to you in your mind the map which you briefly looked at and got a better understanding of. Because he can give you the context, he can give you the details, he can give you a better understanding as to what's really happening, because otherwise you would only have a two-dimensional view anyway. But what you're getting is different. What you're getting is a critique, it is a review, it is a preparation for a better understanding as to why a military action is actually occurring, why something is being done, how it is done, what impact does it have. Can it give you the noise, the smell, the pain? No, fortunately not. But everything else, radio, when done well, can give you, especially if it's digital radio with the added component of this little thingy in your hand. So, and that's why what we're doing here matters a great deal, because it changes the way the conversation goes. But then again, you know this because you're listening, so self-selection bias. Please tweet it out, tell people.
Amen to all of that, and definitely the combination that Chuck brings with the infographic, but then to follow up with it, it's the digital encyclopedia depth that you want, that he brings with his narrative style, is actually having been there and done that and giving you the psychological points of view. I mean, when he was explaining what was happening when the Mobniks were sitting on the bank waiting to get across the river, and the shells are raining down on their heads. Like, man, what? I'm getting the heck out of here. You know, he's putting you in their boots, and those are things that other types of media can't do. You know, a television reporter can't do that. They're not there. They're not experiencing it. So yeah, it's definitely a combination and fantastic, obviously, that we have this available to us. And again, I got to get off my butt and retweet the space and get more people in here because, as always, just phenomenal stuff. And I try to spend as much time as I can consuming all of the knowledge that everyone brings to this, and with levity. And yeah, I love the visual picture. Now it's stuck in my head of you in the balcony with David. So yeah, that's fantastic. So thank you again.
Thank you, Hunter. And indeed, you know, this is exactly as Axel said. It's a different format. It's a more, often a more useful format, and also the single focusedness, the single mindedness, definitely helps here as well.
Hey, guess what, Doman?
Oh, sorry. What's going on?
I haven't given you any numbers.
No, you haven't. No, you haven't.
Can I read them out just for my own sake, please?
Absolutely. Go ahead. Before it strikes noon in much of Europe, and then we go to Klaus after that. And later, when we get to the MOD report, there's lots of stuff I have to say about that. So, Mockers, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So today, on the 27th of April, we have 510 liquidated personnel. Only 2 tanks. Oh, seems lonely. 16 armoured personnel vehicles, however. Let me just check. 10 artillery systems and 3 MLRS. One of those naughty anti-aircraft warfare systems. There were 21 UAVs removed from the battlefield yesterday, and we're in double figures with the vehicles and fuel tanks, 13 of those. I mean, if you look at the armoured personnel vehicles and the vehicles and fuel tanks, that's a lot of wheels taken off the battlefield.
What I'm very sad about, Mockers, is the last line is empty, unchanged, after 2 tremendous days of 6 and 7 special equipments being taken out. A big round 0 today. Maybe they ran out.
Yeah, I was wondering that. Maybe they've taken out all the ones within reach now.
Maybe need to wait for the Russians to move more stuff closer by.
Which they will.
Was there an anti-aircraft system on there?
There was, yes.
Okay, so that's probably the S-300 then that we saw firework itself away in glorious, brightly lit, series of explosions.
Boom. One of them.
Many booms actually, I think.
Klaus, you have been waiting patiently. Why don't you go ahead and then we'll dig into the MOD report.
Thank you so much, Marcus. Regarding how to present this war in the news and keep it both informative and display some sort of changes, that is hard, especially when the battlefield is sort of in a standstill. But this is why this space is so important to me, because through all this knowledge that is being shared here, I know that it's not a standstill. It's a standstill when we look at the battlefield itself, battlefront, but we know that the Ukrainian forces are hitting Russian ammunition depots, ground the line of communication, and slowly attriting the soldiers on the Russian side. So this is about getting prepared and also waiting for the weather conditions to be in favor of a Ukrainian counteroffensive. So that I find this space very good in that sense. And it's also about sharing information, discussing items back and forth, and bringing speakers up. So this is not a news central. This is so much more than talking about specific events that is happening in Russia and in Ukraine. This is about having a being able to be supportive for the Ukrainian war and know what to support. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Klaus. And yeah, I have had such an education from just listening here, and yeah, it's been much more than just a place to talk about very specific events. Certainly, it's opened my eyes to an awful lot of things, and well, we learn every day, don't we? So, Doman, I'm going to go straight into the MOD report because it is, well, it's got stuff to say. So, imagery shows that by March 23, Russian forces had established sandbag fighting positions on the roofs of several of the 6 reactor buildings at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Russia has controlled the power plant since March 22. However, this is the first indication of the actual reactor buildings being integrated into tactical defense planning. Russia has likely constructed these positions because it is increasingly concerned about the prospects of a major Ukrainian offensive. Funny that, eh? The move likely increases the chances of damage to the nuclear power plant safety systems if fighting takes place around the plant itself. However, direct catastrophic damage to any reactors is unlikely under the most plausible scenarios involving infantry weapons because the structures are very heavily reinforced. I think that last sentence was very much worth saying.
Yeah, absolutely essential, obviously. Let's highlight a couple of other things in there. Why is the UK MOD now bringing this out? When did they say the satellite pictures were from?
March 23.
And we are now in?
Well, we're all the way at the other end of April.
Okay, so in other words, these images are at least a month old now, right? It's not exactly the newest possible thing. It's not, oh, we've just discovered this, therefore we shall now go and tell everyone about it, right? This is something that they've known about for a while.
Well, yeah, obviously. However, are they telling us about it now because they believe that something may happen around there and they're wanting to reassure people, perhaps?
Well, maybe. But where I think it is, I don't think this is aimed at people in Britain or in Germany or anywhere else, really. I think this is a consequence of what she and Zelensky were talking about yesterday. Because I keep going on about this. There's one thing that China really doesn't want happening. And that's any sort of, let's call them radiological incidents. They really don't want that. They've been very clear about that. They've been on this again and again and again. In the final memo yesterday, one of the things that they have noted, the Chinese final memo, not the Ukrainian final memo, the Chinese final memo, they said that on the nuclear issue, all relevant parties must stay calm and exercise restraint, truly act in the interest of their own future and that of humanity, and jointly manage the crisis. I don't think they're thinking of any weapons being used here, because why? There's no point. We've been through this many times. There's no value in that. However, they want to avoid, and this is them kind of telling Russia, don't be silly, don't do stupid things, because it doesn't come with any sort of a reward. We don't want to have problems with increasing costs of food supplies, either to ourselves or to countries where we want to exercise control, such as many countries across Africa, for example, and Southern Asia. We don't want that. We don't want any problems with assuring the food supply to those areas. What you've done thus far is bad enough for food prices. And food prices lead to riots, and riots lead to changes in government. And then who's going to be reliant on us if there's a change of government after we've worked so hard to get relevant people on our side? Right? It's very cynical, really. But what the Russians are doing, by putting sandbags on it and whatever else it is, making fighting positions on the roofs of it, what they're doing is they're kind of inviting, in a way, something that China really doesn't want. And this is the British MOD, putting it out there, saying, "Hey, they're doing it. They're doing something silly. They're doing something stupid. Rein them in, because you know what's coming next. You know that there's a Ukrainian counteroffensive coming. Very likely somewhere, broadly speaking, in the area, close to Enerhodar. Russians won't be in Enerhodar for forever. So make sure they don't do anything silly. We're watching them. We're telling the world so that you will also be sure to have seen it. Because if we tell the world, we know that you've seen it. And the world knows that you've seen it too. So there's that. I think it's quite well done. Then John?
Yeah, I was listening to when Jing Yu was on before, and tend to be a little bit pessimistic about how to read things. But I think the Chinese are more cynical than that. You said they were cynical, and I agree, but more cynical than that, because they probably realize that if something happens to nuclear power plant or big disaster, I've been saying this from day one almost, that if something spectacular happens, the West response will change. So if something happens to that nuclear power plant, then the Western response will be, I think, increased, and put an end to this misery a little bit faster. And I don't think China wants that to happen, because that would hurt their path to Taiwan later on. So yeah, cynical, but in a different way.
Yeah, there's that as well, for sure. There's several components here, but basically they're saying, look, don't. We've had enough of problems here. We don't want bigger problems. Do not cause us more problems. This is not advisable. Without us, you are nothing. You need to keep us on side, and this way, if you continue doing silly things, you will not keep us on side. Just repeating that, underscoring that, and the UK MOD, of course, reminding everybody else of that as well. Putting it out into public light, maximizing visibility. Things like this can make a difference.
Is it the day of the synonym?
Maybe, could be. It's the 27th of April. 27th of April being I don't know. Do you think 27th of April is historically important?
Only to people who feel that they need to celebrate their birthday on such day.
Well, I think for a start, we can say that's about a third of a percent of all people, right? That we can consider plausible for anything like that, unless you're in Moldova, of course, because Moldova is celebrating their Flag Day today, and the Netherlands are covered in orange. So if you're Dutch, it's probably important, especially if you don't like the color orange.
Do you think he's meaning to include us on that? No.
Then John.
Yeah. Would that be fresh oranges or jam in Holland? I would like to see that if they're covered in it.
I think it's out of a paint can kind of orange. It's important. Especially if you really don't like orange, then you're going to be in quite some pain all day if you're anywhere in the Netherlands. And if you see tanks painted in orange, or fighter jets painted in orange, or any sort of other military equipment painted in orange today on the internet, you're probably looking at a Dutch person's Twitter account. So, yeah, be ready. Be prepared for that. Where were we? How did we get on orange here?
I'm not sure, but I just sent you something. I didn't know if you wanted to talk about it.
Yeah, about that. So it looks like the European Defence Agency yet again failed to, get together and figure out how to and where to place the billion, or is it 2 billion euros worth of money to get stuff to Ukraine. And by stuff, I mean ammunition, specifically 155 millimeter ammunition, principally. And that's a consequence of a disagreement. So some people say that it's the French fault because France wants to limit all of the production and the entire production chain to the EU, whereas some others are perfectly fine with getting explosives imported and merely doing the metal work for shells in the EU and then using imported explosives to make them. I don't think this is the time to quibble over where the gunpowder or where the high explosives inside HE shells is from. I don't think the Ukrainians particularly care right now because they're engaged in something of an existential war where they need things that explode and don't particularly care whether it was the South Koreans or the Americans or the French or the Poles or the Germans who synthesized said explosives in the first place. No, because they will be more or less fungible, more or less equally reliable, and that's just about the only thing that matters here. So, it would be great if they could collectively move onwards and start signing contracts, as opposed to still waiting out on that. Something like a month later now, a month since the initial agreement was made among the members of the European Defence Agency, plus Norway. I mean, isn't this just eminently frustrating, Marcus? That we're just waiting and waiting and waiting to see when all of this money that's been spoken for will get to be used, will get to be moved onwards to people who will exchange it for some artillery shells. Indeed, some seven-figure number of artillery shells.
Yeah, I'm very frustrated by the whole thing, to be honest, Doman. Do I need to have a word with them all, bang their heads together or something? Because, I can if necessary.
Yeah, I think that might help. I think that might be of great help in getting them to move and move from talking and complaining and discussing to, doing things. Then, John?
Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, so this is actually horseshoe back to what I said before. Like my friend I was talking to, who doesn't seem to have a clue, and I assume it's the same within the corridors of power, because this was agreed on the minister level. I assume, I don't know who was it, the foreign ministers or defense ministers or who agreed on this. And then the actual groundwork will be done by bureaucrats, I guess, who will, form their strategies and bring it forward to whatever negotiation. So, and I'm sure there's people among them who don't have a clue what's going on, because they have their little silo they live in and don't understand the urgency. So yeah, it's something that needs to be. It's all over the place and needs to be changed before it's too late. Well, I shouldn't be doomsday, but you know what I mean. It needs to happen now, because the war is now, and we won't wait for this to be solved.
Looks like ministers of defense. Yeah, ministers of defense. So it's funny because it's headed by the High Representative Borrell, who is usually described kind of as the foreign minister equivalent of the EU commissioners, but it's not just foreign affairs that he deals with, but also security matters, and this definitely falls under the other part of his purview, the other bit of his purview. But yeah, it's the initial signing of this. The initial meeting was, I think, around the 20th of March, right? So that's what 5 weeks ago at this point. 5 weeks ago, where the bulk of the countries had agreed to it at that point, and then a few more dribbled in over the coming days or over the next week. And I think we're on. There's only like 3 EU member states currently outstanding. Most of them don't really particularly matter in this anyway. No, places like Malta, for example, I think isn't the part of it. So it would be really fantastic that this thing that was then agreed in principle, because all they've really done, and we were looking at any sort of documents, we're looking for really any sort of documents at the time, but all it was really one little press release, because it was only an agreement in principle and nothing else. It was only an agreement in principle that, we think this would be a good thing to do, and it would be a good thing to get more ammunition for Ukraine, and it kind of ended there. So yeah, it's quite an interesting one. And now, more than a month later, they're still talking about this. They're still talking about exactly the same thing. That exactly the same thing being, well, yes, but where can we make it? But can we make it? Out of what can we make it? Can we include other countries that are in Europe but not in the EU in this? And what yes and what not? And that's it's very frustrating. And John?
Yeah, I think I know what the problem is without knowing what the problem is. But this is basically what they agreed upon a month ago was to start a project, right? And the project, you have an end goal. This is what we want to achieve, and we don't know how to get there yet, but this is what we want to do. So what do you do then? Then you form groups who are specialized in, with certain competencies, and not everyone knows everything about everything, because then it will be chaos. So you will have experts on I don't know what you say, gunpowder and manufacturing, logistics, so on and so on. and the thing with the project is that when you agree to start it, it's kind of a democratic process. You take a vote if you should do it or not. But then when you actually run the project, it cannot it cannot be democratic anymore, because you need to have people who are tasked to do things in their competence area, and they can't be constantly questioned by all the others, because then nothing will be done. And I think this is what's going on. Everyone wants to have an opinion on everything, instead of forming the small groups and get it done. And then a month later they come back and report, this is how we're going to do it, and let's get it done.
Yeah, and the other thing is, the usual thing, which is that's the main goal, but then everybody also has some sort of little more localized goal on top of that, which is interfering. Let's call it interfering, because they want to do the main thing, but they also want to do something else, and then something else still, and then something else on top of that, and it just isn't really working out for them, right? That's why. That's the other part of it.
Yeah, exactly. And the other problem is that most likely when they made this decision, they didn't put a clear time plan for when to achieve what. I don't. Maybe they did, but I'm not aware. Meaning it can go on indefinite, basically, because you want to satisfy everyone, you will never reach the goal, right? You need to compromise and find the best solution to reach the goal. So yeah, the time plan. Maybe they should have put the date that this is when we need to put the first order. Now go and get it done.
Absolutely, and that was kind of missing, right? The actual getting the thing through and getting the thing done has been rather missing all this time, because again, there's partial priorities. There are sub priorities, which shouldn't really be anything like priorities, yet they are thought of as priorities somehow by those who have additional interests somewhere in there, and those additional interests are looking good in front of the electorate locally, perhaps, right? Yeah, it's quite an interesting case, I think, and in a very visible, we can call it a very visible case study, and a very visible case study because it is such a there's such a gap between the thing that's really important, which is providing Ukrainian soldiers with the ammunition they need to shoot at Russian invaders on the one hand, and somebody else saying, yeah, but it's not the right gunpowder, is it? Because the wrong people made it in the wrong country. Well, at some point, what does it matter? At some point, you need to say, well, either go and you make it then, and that's fine, and you supplied lots of gunpowder then. But if we want to make 1 million shells, don't we just need all the gunpowder and all the therein contained explosives we can possibly get? Isn't that quite simple and straightforward in a way?
Yeah, and if I may, I actually manage projects for a living. People pay me to do it. Yeah, I've been in a few projects during my career. And you, Doma, do you know how long time a task will take typically in the project.
How long a task will
Yes.
take? Depends on the task.
No, it would take as long as you give the people to perform the task. Obviously, you can't give them a second. That will not work. But you get what I mean. So you can say when you make a time plan, you can come up with, okay, this will take 3 months. But I can assure you, if you give them 6 months, it would still take 6 months to do it. And if you give them after estimating that it would take 3 months, you can do it in 1.5. And if you don't give a time plan, it will take forever and ever and ever, because everyone works against some kind of goal. Needs to work against some kind of goal. Otherwise, the goal is never reached. And this is a fact. A task takes as long as you allow it to take.
So really what you're saying is the problem is that European diplomats aren't supervised by a good project manager.
I don't think so, no.
You don't think that that's the problem, or you don't think that they are not supervised by a good project manager?
I think it's the problem, and yes, they are not. At least not in this task. I can't speak for everything, but here clearly time plan is missing. And if they had a time plan, they would have delivered, or at least reported back on the progress against that. I don't know what the time plan should be, but they would have been able to report back on the progress. But if there's no time plan, everything is some kind of progress, even though maybe it's not in reality.
Helsinki.
Yeah, then John, it's exactly like that. That you can just don't need to point fingers. Like if I give myself task 2 weeks, I will take the whole 2 weeks. But if I give myself, I know that has to be done in a week, I will do the same thing in 1 week. So basically, in general, like how it is. But what I wanted to say about the other thing, what was that? Sorry, I completely lost my thought. I was thinking about yeah, the foreign policy. Yeah, the European. Yes, it's designed to be weak. And you discuss about Borrell. European member states, they want to keep the foreign policy as a sovereignty issue. They don't want to cede too much power to European High Representative and this External Action Service. So, and then sorry, but France and Germany again have oversized influence in the institutions there. So it is like it's designed to be weak and designed to be lowest common denominator. And this Borrell guy, I don't know. It's arrogant maybe to say that he's weak, but also he has cards stacked against him. So I don't know. It is European foreign policy is a, I don't know, disaster, but it's kind of like it's an institutional failure in a way. And the failure lies in the 27 or 26, how many we are, I don't remember even anymore. It's in the capitals, and this European Parliament is just this kind of like all these people, they're doing resolutions or whatever they do. It is kind of frustrating how European Union works sometimes. Of course, I'm a strong European Union fan, and like studied it and engaged with it. But it is what it is. But yeah, sun is shining anyway, and spring is coming, and I see some Finnish border guard helicopters going to east. So the realm is safe. Thank you very much.
Cheers, Helsinki. The frustrating bit here is it's not about the foreign policy, right? The ammo. It's not about the foreign policy. It's completely about domestic matters. It's only completely about completely domestic matters that are holding it back. Completely domestic matters that are not imposing a project manager of Dan John's quality on them to get it moving and get it done and get those contract signed and shows produced. And that's the sad bit, right? Because they've agreed in principle. They want to provide the shells. The money is allocated. The money is budgeted for. The only problem that they have is some don't want, imported gunpowder to be included in those shells. Well, then what are you really doing it for? Is this your industrial policy, or are you trying to get Ukrainians to kick out the Russians? And it's not. It's really not seeing the forest for the trees, or rather, it's really not seeing the war for the gunpowder. Helsinki, for the gunpowder's origin certificate.
Yeah. Gunpowder and Paris and Elysee and Croix d'Orsay. This is the thing that I think all roads lead to Paris, and France always thinks that, or the French monarchs, they always think that European Union is inside Paris arrondissement or something. But, these enarchs, the École Nationale d'Administration, they I've said it before, it's like this kind of people who are kind of elitistic, they are very capable. They know everything, but they understand nothing. This is the kind of French bureaucracy in a nutshell. But of course, they are very capable people. But sometimes I fail to follow the logic in Paris. I am sorry, man. Maybe it's a 3D chess, which I'm just like a hillbilly. But okay, then I'm a hillbilly. But I keep things simple. And this gunpowder thing, it's like, the Ukrainians need it now. I don't need to preach it to the choir. I think we listeners we agree. That's like this. We can deal with this kind of industrial policy. France is kind of like, they always want to have something different. It has to have like something that kind of separates them from the Anglo-American or this North Atlantic mainstream. The French want to have it. And in Iraq war, this was good thing that Chirac was there to say that, hold on, this is not, it's a war of choice, and but in this instance, I think it's well, unacceptable. Yeah, I'll use that word.
Klaus?
France recently raised the retirement age from 62 to 64, so Mr. Macron is maybe afraid that there won't be anything for them to do in these 2 years. So I don't know, but it's such a strange move that this has to become internal EU politics. So.
Yeah, it is, and you know what this really silly thing is? It's not like they're saying, "Wow, but we have all of this gunpowder. Why can't we, why can't we make it so that we use up all of this vast quantities of gunpowder or explosives or whatever that are produced in France?" It's not being presented as that even, because they don't, and it's kind of like saying, "Well, why don't you buy a ship from our shipyard?" But you're Liechtenstein, you don't have a shipyard. Yeah, but we could. Maybe, right? But in principle, we could. So why are you buying a ship from Finland or South Korea or whatever places that actually make ships? Why don't we have a Liechtensteinian made ship? Well, because you don't make ships, Liechtenstein, and that's kind of what France is missing here. French production capacities just aren't there. If they were, nobody would be buying stuff in from South Korea because there's no point. And this could have been resolved ages ago, were it so simple, were it already available, were manufacturing capacity already available. Then, John?
Yeah, just to Klaus, Macron need not to worry. If you listen to my theory before, and if you draw it to the extreme, how long does a task take? Until you're 62, until you're 64. But yeah, I mean that's a joke. But I don't think he should worry about having enough work for his people.
So are you saying that whenever the retirement age is, your average French person is going to produce exactly as much?
If you draw it to the extremes, yes. But of course, you can make better use of the time if you manage it a bit. But if you don't, then yeah, status quo.
There could be some very amusing jokes made there, but I will not, because I will be kind to them, and won't say, well, it's just an extra 2 years that they spend on strike or anything like that.
But time is good in the wine business, isn't it, Domin?
Depends on the type of wine.
Yeah, but I mean,
most wine doesn't keep very well.
No, but say from what do you call it, fresh wine. So if they stay another 2 years, at least it will be 2 years old, matured a bit. So all good.
Yes and no. Yes and no. Some just don't keep past a year and a half. Certainly don't get better. All depends on the very, very specific cases. Marcus, what do we know of Melitopol? There's someone isn't there anymore, right?
Well, it would seem something's happened. Yes, there was an unfortunate incident this morning, which appears to have been carried out by Ukrainian partisans in Melitopol. I believe they have eliminated a collaborator. He's called Alexander Mischenko. He initially was a policeman, and he became a collaborator, and he was given, as a result of that collaboration, the deputy head of the Ministry of Internal Affairs of the region by his Russian chums. So they gave him this nice long title. Obviously, he was very proud of that, and then he went boom. That's a shame for him. Smoking kills, don't you know?
It's really terrible for you. And you know what's funny? He never even got to his new office, because his new office was in the city of Zaporizhia, which the Russians never managed to occupy.
I love that. Oh, I love that a lot.
Klaus?
So long titles could lead to a certain death, Marcus? Thank you.
Well, what I have noticed is that the higher up you are in sort of the Russian command structure, the longer your title has to be. It's as though, like, you need people to be able to take an extra big breath before they talk to you. Or maybe just, have some commas or something so we know where to breathe. Yeah, it's difficult.
Go
on.
Yeah, and speaking of misfortune, when you're high up in the hierarchy of Russia, the pretty general who was put there to